We are live. But it looks like it's just going to be us two tonight since no one else came on. Anyway, what's up with you, buddy?
Nothing. Hopefully, I ironed out the mic situation.
Turn it up a little.
How about now?
That's perfect.
Okay. Good.
But now it's clicking.
I'm clipping.
I was kidding.
You dick.
Sounds good. Sounds good from my house, bud.
Johnny, what's going on, buddy?
I have really bad news. Here's the good news. Johnny Miller made us a crazy new intro that's pretty cool. And thank you, Johnny. This was the first time we tried it out. We did have a couple technical difficulties on our end in the beginning, but we got it. I don't know why the live stream got created like 3 times, 4 times, whatever. So I had to go delete those. I did a few test runs earlier to load it in here, but it is pretty cool though. But yeah, pretty neat. We did disperse those links, Shubich.
Johnny, how do I sound on your end, buddy?
Bam. There's the link, boys. Feel free to join us. Little controversy on Facebook about East versus West today, I saw.
I know, right? Did you see that most recent post by Sean? He was in contact with a gentleman from Mexico.
Yeah. Dude, I have to literally lift. Well, that's the bad news I wanted to tell everyone.
All right, go ahead with that.
Unfortunately, an arm wrestler we all know now has to retire from arm wrestling because of an injury. So I will no longer be able. I'm going to step down from being the worst arm wrestler in the world since I got injured. I tore my rotator cuff. So it's not fair for me to hold on to that title until I return whenever it heals. Dude, I literally have to like lift my arm up onto the desk to like use the mouse. Ridiculous. Anyway.
Like legit rotator cuff tear, man?
What's up, fellas?
Fuck.
Yeah. I wish I could say it was from arm wrestling, but it's not a cool story. It involves me falling and
First off, it's work. It's between you and work.
Happened at work. I took a little tumble. But it would sound way cooler.
Did you get in a car accident? I missed it when I was connecting.
Yeah, dude, tragic car accident. I was surprised that I lived.
Did he fall asleep?
Fell asleep?
I was on the bridge in Maryland. And
boat hit it?
Boat hit it. And I mean, I lived, but I tore my rotator cuff. Saving lives. I was swimming, like grabbing people, swimming them to shore, going back at another one. A couple babies I saved.
Dude, speaking of tragedies, did you guys hear about the earthquake? I mean, you had to have.
Oh, yeah, dude. My fucking dog looked at me and was like, what the fuck just happened?
Bro, I was sitting here watching YouTube. My screen started shaking. I went, what are these motherfuckers doing in my house? I went to get up to start yelling at people. Then my rack was going. And then I went, wait a minute, that's the whole fucking house.
Yeah.
I was like, Jesus Christ. I was like, we had another fucking quake. The
last time that happened
to me, I was at an RC airport flying my RC planes, and an old guy fell off his fucking chair backwards because of it.
Dope.
Look how sweet Johnny is, dude. Did you see
Johnny's
that?
the best, man.
I got a
first arm wrestler, but best human. That's sweet.
That'll melt somebody's heart.
I'm not sure there's a fucking mean bone in that kid's body.
Ted in the house. What's up, man?
What's up, Ted?
Back.
What's up, everybody?
We were just talking about the earthquake we all got to.
Yeah, I heard about that.
We lived through.
Oh, Ted, I could barely hear you.
You can barely hear me. Is that better?
Dude, that's how I tore my rotator.
Not yet.
I fell over because of the earthquake and tore my shoulder.
Is that better?
That's much better.
A lot better.
All right, cool. Yeah. My volume slider got turned down.
We have some of that going on today.
Yeah, right.
I was running in and out of my neighbors' houses, like running their babies out onto the lawn to save lives, and I tore my rotator cuff. So
Okay, sounds legit.
Dude.
Fact check
I
true.
have to like slide my water over and drink with my left.
Yeah, definitely fact check true.
Oh. Anyway, yeah, so there was some drama online about the East versus West stuff.
Yeah,
And
got some good engagement.
yeah, I mean, so basically what Sean's for context, his post was about saying that you know, people were telling anyone that was going to the IFA that if they go there and compete, they lose their chance to pull for East versus West. They could get banned, you know, so on and so on. I don't know all the details, like if someone was actually like reaching out to specific people or what, but I do think it is stupid that if you go fucking pull at IFA that you can't fucking go pull at an East versus West. That's dumb.
That's silly.
That's just silly.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the egos being flexed.
Yeah.
That's what it
Why?
is.
All it's doing, like everybody else says, is it's hurting us. Or
Right.
I'm sorry, the people that actually pull.
Right. But that they don't
Like, these
the
guys
egos
wanna do
don't
it.
care about that.
Right. Right.
No, and that's what's
It just hurts the
crazy.
guys that you want to
It's
see at your
crazy, man.
promotion.
Yeah.
I couldn't give a fuck if somebody wants to go over there and pull, go down to Mexico to pull, go over to fucking Ireland to pull. I don't care. Let them fucking pull. I don't understand what the big
One
deal
thing I
is.
don't like though is, at least up here in the Northeast, I mean, the guys running that part of it made every damn tournament an East versus West qualifier, which to me kind of like watered it down. You know, it takes the prestige away from a big tournament. I think if you make every single little tournament in the area an East versus West qualifier.
Yeah.
It seemed like to me now, I don't even care about East versus West because I'm like, oh, every fucking tournament was a qualifier. And then last year, if you qualified and you showed up, people that didn't even qualify could just throw $100 towards the promoter and boom, you're in. Hey,
Yeah,
you
well,
qualified.
that was the promoter, not the event.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
well, you know, that still kind of gave a bad taste to,
Well, of course.
you know, all the guys that qualified were like, dude, I drove 8 hours to qualify, then drove all the way here, and I could have skipped all that and just come here and put $100.
Yeah.
And got in.
But I mean, that's what you get when you have money hungry promoters, right?
Yeah. That's exactly what you get.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
But you know, because he has a big mouth and he used to be really good, all of a sudden everybody loves him.
Well, that's the thing. You know, you can't be mad at the people because people know what certain people are about and they just go anyway and support it. So,
Yep.
oh, yeah, you sweetheart. Look at that.
Isn't that amazing?
I don't know what for, but
Much
Well,
better.
probably for putting on the biggest tournament in all of America. I mean,
being the worst arm wrestler in the world comes with its advantages.
yeah,
Yes.
at least you're humble about it.
That was cool though. That like Steve Pettis said a friendly, you know, like a little friendly jab and was like, "Well, now we got to beat Winter Blast this year." And I was like, "Oh, that's cool," because like they were last year, they got 519.
Nice.
So good luck to them, and hopefully they do beat us, so that we have to
Exactly. You
come
have
back
something
and
to shoot for
beat
next
them
year.
next year.
Yeah.
We'll
That's
just go
exactly-
back and forth, friendly competition.
Right on.
That's how it should be. You know, two separate groups just having friendly competition because there's enough room in the sport for everyone. If
Yeah,
everyone's like that.
Captain Obvious.
I feel
brings
like
up a
next year I'll be asking what's the beef with Steve Pettis.
pretty-
I feel like it's coming.
Captain Obvious asked a pretty good question. I mean, or you know, made a pretty good point. You know, because everybody can qualify, but it's still up to Engen to put you in the show. You know, so
Yeah.
you know, you just being qualified to go to Istanbul does not mean that you're going to Istanbul.
Yeah.
Right.
You still-
It's just like being
you know,
a nominee.
yeah,
There's
Plus,
only
some of
one
the
winner
guys-
or
some of the
one
guys
guy
that
at a
did
time.
go, from what I'm hearing, were already they were already in the works to go anyway. Like,
Yeah, and I mean, I think what Engen is doing with these qualifiers now, again, the individual promoters are doing whatever the fuck the individual promoters want to do. But as far as what Engen is doing to help these guys, is he's just making sure that he doesn't ever run out of a talent pool, and and that's smart. That's a business model, and that's smart. So he's going to make sure that he's always got the hungriest and the best talent pool waiting to go to Istanbul, and it's up to him to pick and choose who he wants to put the matches against. But he's going to have a huge ass talent pool from all of these qualifiers to pick from. It's just smart.
Yeah, it's the best way to find out who the current relevant crop of pullers is.
Exactly.
You could, keep on pulling out the same guys that you had pulled years and years ago, but maybe they're not the best. Maybe it's 100 knobs that you need in there instead of Jeff Hale, for example, because maybe his time is gone. But hopefully,
I got news for you. I think 100 knobs right now would give Jeff Hale all he can handle. I'm serious. 100 knobs is built different, dude. Like,
he's a bad guy. Yeah.
This guy, I mean, I don't know how close you follow him. Obviously, we follow him pretty close. He's in South Carolina. We're in North Carolina, so we follow him pretty damn close. This dude literally goes to East versus West qualifiers, dominates his class and says, "Fuck it, I'll jump into the 230-pound class," and dominates that fucking class too. I mean, he's just built different, man.
Dude, speaking of how bad he is, how good did that Alex kid do from Canada?
Bad dude.
Yeah, he looks
and he's
strong.
only like, what, 19, 18? He just graduated like last year.
He's a Georgian.
If you hit him on if you hit him on like 23andMe, he's like 98% Georgian.
He's got Saginashvili somewhere in his bloodline.
Dude,
all the Georgians are strong as hell, man.
So when is the match versus him and Tim Lewis coming on? Left-hand match. That actually kind of makes sense.
It does.
That
might be actually a good match.
That's the next move for him to hit the guy who guards the elite lefties.
Yeah, I mean, we have to
also elite lefties.
Edwards arm wrestling brings up another good point. So two 154-pound pullers dominated the 176-pound round robin. That's something to be said about the 176-pound class, right? I mean, 254-pounders, Cody Wood down in Georgia and Hunter Knopfs in South Carolina, both of them 154-pound pullers, absolutely destroyed the 176-pound elite in the country.
Yeah. Definitely looking forward to see where that leads.
Yeah.
No, that's awesome. I mean, Engen had like a similar trajectory. He started at like a small ass weight, like maybe 135 or 145. Maybe I forget the weight classes that he was doing. Maybe it was 55 kilo or 60 kilo, and just on his way up every year would, dominate the class above at each WAF.
Yeah.
Going up 5 kilos every single time.
Hunter Welsh, not even a fucking competition. And Hunter Welsh will tell you that. Not even close. Hunter Knopfs will absolutely bury Hunter Welsh.
Not at making banners.
Hey, that's true. Not at making banners.
If it comes down to flyers, Hunter's got my.
Hunter Welsh and Alec Welsh, his brother.
Yeah,
absolutely. Or Kurt Welsh, excuse me, Kurt Welsh.
He does them too.
Yeah, he does a lot of the AI stuff. So he does like the virtual stuff. Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, they're both really, really good at it.
Dude, Josh, you look more TRT'd out every week. You're looking good.
Bro.
TRT'd out.
Damn.
What's up?
What the fuck was that all about? Why are you throwing shots?
Did you get
I'm
his
saying
medical
you're looking
file?
good, bro. How is that a shot?
Did you get his medical file?
It wasn't a shot like the ones you take, buddy, but I'm just saying you look good.
I guess there's no HIPAA law here.
Oh shit!
Not as doctor.
Fuck,
I don't know,
dude. What are you doing?
I'm just
Why
throwing
are you throwing me
allegations
out
is
there.
all.
Allegations.
I'm just saying you're looking TRT'd out. That's a good thing.
Well, bro, he was
No,
on.
it's called 1,200 push-ups a day. That's
He
what it is.
was-
1,200.
He did
12
do some
fucking
training.
100 a day.
He
I
did
do
some
50
training
or
with,
100 a
New
clip.
Jersey. He did train.
And I
with
do
New Jersey
1,200.
arm wrestling.
I mean, don't rage
I-
out.
I
I'm
do-
just saying you look good.
I
That's
do
all,
it.
buddy.
I do it for the explosive training.
He says, "Don't rage out."
Is
Oh,
TRT Natty or no? Are you Natty if
No.
you're on TRT? What do you guys think?
No, but
I only take
I will tell
naturally
you this.
occurring TRT.
But I will tell you this: if you take somebody's blood work and it comes in the normal,
Right.
how do you know unless they go, "Hey, I'm on TRT"?
Yeah.
How
yeah.
do
That's
you
what I was
know?
gonna. That's what I was gonna
How
get
do
at.
you
So
know?
if it's truly TRT, I
Yeah.
think it's
It
a
is.
very fun. No, I'm saying if it's truly TRT, like the levels are correct and they're not outside of the norms. You know the norms, and I say the norms because
Yeah.
I actually know guys that are lifetime natties that are at like 1,500.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there are outliers, right? So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
but anyway, you know, within the quote unquote norms, if it's within the norms, then is it really, you know, anything but natty? You know, so but in the same respect, if we're going to say that TRT is not natty, then neither is stem cells.
But you also gotta understand that when somebody goes on TRT, you're lower than you're naturally supposed to be. So
Correct.
Now, what
and
if
all you're
what if
doing is
what if you're just on TRT and then you take a little more TRT right before a match or something?
Well, if you do it like right before, because I've
Yeah.
studied this quite a bit, if you do it right before, it isn't going to mean jack shit. If you lead up to it like a training block,
Yeah.
then yes, it could actually help.
You start increasing it or increasing
Yeah,
your
then it
levels.
actually then it could actually help you.
So you would say that that's not natty if you.
no, of
oh,
course
okay, yeah.
not, of course
Oh,
not.
All right,
okay.
check it out. Manolo, he's saying ball size. So I'm guessing he's volunteering to be the ball checker.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we're gonna strip check everybody there. Okay, I
Come
guess
on,
Ryan,
Manolo.
the question is does it matter, right? Because unless
No.
we have a tested league and a non-tested league,
Yeah, yeah. No,
what
it
the hell
doesn't
does it
matter.
matter?
I'm
right?
just wondering for
Plus-
myself.
Yeah.
You know, like if someone claims to be natty and they're calling out people and like saying I'll pull anybody natty in the country.
Oh, we're gonna start this. Is he gonna get on and start fucking raging again?
No,
Because I don't
I'm
want to
not-
repeat it
no.
last week. I'll just dip out now. Say
No.
goodnight.
no, I'm not even talking about who you're talking
No.
about. I'm just wondering if someone that's on TRT and they increase their levels, like leading up to a match, and then they're calling people out saying they're natty, does that make like that to me? I'm like, oh, you're not natty if you're doing that. Really,
It makes them
No,
a
you're
liar as
absolutely
well.
it makes them a
Exactly.
liar,
And
Yeah.
you are a liar.
and they're
Yeah.
calling out
So-
people like
So
they're
here's the
natty,
thing,
like,
right?
and you could tell they're not natty, bright red face and getting angry and stuff.
If you look at any bodybuilder out there that's a pro or whatever, right? Their basic stuff
Fucking
is
Shubich.
based off of testosterone, which is exactly what TRT is. So
What did I do?
their basic stuff is based off of
You
testosterone.
need a hug.
You're going to have
Dick.
500 nanograms per, or I'm sorry, 500 mgs per week is like kind of an IFAA or IFBB type stuff.
Yeah,
500 mgs per week, if not more. Now a TRT level is typically anywhere between like a 150 to 200 mgs per week. That's an actual therapeutic dosage, right? But
Yeah.
like bodybuilders and people that take roids and all that, they start out with a base of like 500 plus a week.
yeah.
Now I'm not saying that
Normally-
300 or 400 isn't. I'm just saying that they normally start at like 500 and go up. But TRT, or I'm sorry, not TRT, testosterone is the basis for every steroid out there.
Yeah,
It's
yeah.
just a matter of how you work it.
Now, is there a substance out there that I could inject into my shoulder to make it feel better?
Stem cells.
Yeah, BPC
Stem cells.
157,
You-
stem cells.
Yeah,
I'm
I've
not
heard
sure
a lot
you
about
could even
BPC.
eat. That's the arm wrestling super drug. That's a peptide, and
peptide.
I believe the EPA is attacking it as we speak, or
Of course
already
they are
yanked it.
because it helps. Of course
Yeah,
they are.
anything
It
that works.
Yeah.
Now, if
Any
you just
patient
administer
cured.
semen
any
in a
patient-
suppository fashion,
Yeah, there you go.
that might
If I
do the
put
trick.
semen right into my shoulder,
Any
No,
patient cured
as
is
a
a patient
suppository.
body.
Papa,
Put it in a
it's a
capsule.
suppository. Just let it absorb into my anus, my
that's
rectal.
gross.
Yeah.
Come
That
on,
is-
man. My dad's
You,
watching this
you
shit.
had to go there, dude.
Here, look, my dad's
sorry,
watching this
father.
shit. Chill.
Your dad's watching now. He knows you're on TRT. Great.
What the fuck is up
Stupid.
with you guys?
Hubich is just putting everyone's medical records out there.
I'm just accusing. I didn't say anything for a fact. I don't know his medical records.
What is this? Attack Josh Day?
I mean, your jawline does look squarer. No.
You guys have no
Now
idea
you're-
how
now you're
clean I
equating
actually
TRT
eat.
to fucking HGH. I mean, like, you got. There's a big difference here, guys.
Dude, is
Bro,
your freaking shirt
I
on Halo
eat-
testing?
I
Why is
eat-
it so red?
I eat cleaner than a bodybuilder.
We got Mamiski 18 in the house.
I have to.
The Drews
For
in
health
the house.
reasons.
Pulseo TV. Manolo's in the house.
Christ.
Warren Raber was in the house. Johnny Miller's in the house.
Johnny Miller.
Edwards Arm Wrestling in the house. James Fuller.
Hold on.
Captain Obvious. Adam Hasty.
Keith Tossadori.
Keith Tossadori's in the house.
Yes.
And there goes Schubert to go take a nap.
Now Josh can't smoke weed on the podcast.
The guy
No,
with the
I
best
stopped
body out of
3
any of
weeks
us
ago.
using other people.
Oh,
that
did
use
you?
steroids.
Yes, I haven't done it
Whoa.
in 3 weeks, and I can't do it anymore. I'm not doing it anymore.
Yak toast in the house.
So I'm basically a Mormon.
Barry Bourne in the house. What's up, Barry Bourne?
Yeah.
Where's my shirt, Ryan? We're doing an order of shirts as we speak. Actually,
I never got mine. Just saying.
Dave shipped them all out.
No, I mean, like mine from months and months and months ago.
Oh, well, hey. Well, then you know
Uh-oh.
what? You'll be in this order, and
I am
well,
mad.
and you'll get your name on it because this is a name one, a
Thanks,
name
brother.
order.
I'm coming down to PR.
They told
Malone.
Rhonda Don the same thing.
Ron the Don got his shirt,
Yeah,
just
Winter
not the
Blast.
one that says Ron the Don. I gotta make it. Hold on, I gotta make a list of all the shirts I own. Hold on, that will help.
Dude, did anyone else think that Rhonda Don looks like Dave Chafee in the face, especially the side profile?
Who's Ron the Don?
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know.
Ooh, yeah. He was
You gotta remember,
so-
I'm only 8 months in, Shubich. Still 8
yeah.
months.
So he was a frequent flyer over here, like maybe a year and a half ago.
Sonic in the house.
Yeah, before you guys started coming on. Yeah.
Sorry that we're a newbie. I mean, I've got a background at least. Look at you. Come on.
Ted was on before me. I remember when I hopped on, I was brand new, and Ted was still on.
Winter Blast veteran. Have you
Yeah.
been to all three of them?
Yes, sir.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh,
That's Arm Gods.
Oh,
true.
well, shout out to our boys, Arm Gods.
Hell yeah.
We'll be doing some big things in the future with them. You guys just wait and listen.
that's good to hear. It's good to hear.
Wait, Ted, didn't you hit a new PR or 3 new PRs?
Yeah, 2 new PRs tonight, and next week. Well, basically, in 2 more weeks, everything I do from here on out will be a PR for the match.
Interesting.
So yeah, I hit a PR on Rise and a PR on Press tonight.
Lord of Lava Lamps.
Was the rise Cialis assisted? Or
Oh,
fully natty?
There's a call out, Ted.
No, Shubich did. Oh yeah, Shubich, have you been watching the old man videos that I've been posting to fucking to Jacob? Because Jacob keeps calling me old and all that shit.
It will not
was
be
that
at the
J&J?
same hotel next year.
No, I did. I lifted that. I lifted that for my weight.
No, I missed that
And
one.
I had
I'll take
Metamucil
a look
sitting
back.
on the desk with
Geritol.
Geritol and shit. I came out with a fucking cane. It was
Man.
great.
I told my
Oh,
neighbor that I hit a new PR, and he was like, "Oh yeah, what?" And I said, "I gave my wife a piggyback ride across the kitchen, and oh man, did I got in huge trouble."
Yo.
I
Yeah,
thought you
yeah,
meant
that's
you hit a
not good.
Puerto Rican.
Oh,
She was like, she was like,
That's right, Johnny.
she just looked at me and she's like, "I'm not fat like you."
Ooh.
I
was
love this. My own teammate. What's up, people? What's up, Ted? Like I'm not people. No, what's up, Levi?
Levi, what up, man? Ryan is a risky man. Yeah.
Well, was
No.
it when she called you fat? Was it PHAT? Like, did she think you're
Yeah,
pretty hot
right.
and tempting?
I like to think it was the PHAT, but
Hey, boys, Levi is going to the Nationals in Ohio this weekend, and he's going to be competing in 20 and under.
Wait, what? 20 and
wow.
under what?
20 and under.
20 and under.
What
The
does the speed
Nationals
have to do with
age
this?
20 and under.
oh, he's gonna crush. He's
Yeah,
gonna crush
There's
it in
a
the
speed
20
limit.
round.
yeah, right. Levi Rakowski, man, he's going to put his name out there for sure.
Tim Lewis gonna be there.
I knew you were gonna say it. I knew.
I haven't been
He's coming on
20
later.
20 years.
He's coming on later from IFA when he's when they're all done weighing in and stuff. Him and Shell are there right now in Ohio.
Big whoops.
Big whoop, Chad. Dude, I love it on Facebook. Anytime anyone says anything, Yak's just like big whoop.
Yeah.
And it like drives the people crazy.
Yeah,
That's
funny
okay.
as hell.
Yep,
Yeah.
that does ban him from East versus West.
He's funny as fuck.
Yeah. Oh,
Yep.
so if he pulls at the
Everywhere.
if he pulls at the Nationals this weekend,
Yeah.
he's banned from
He's
East versus
banned
West.
from East versus West.
Well, there goes that.
Well, one less super match situation
Well.
at East versus West for Tim.
He'll never pull Bacho.
Bacho's an animal, dude.
Yeah.
That dude
I'm
looks like
pretty
he'd rip
sure-
somebody's
I'm pretty
fucking
sure
arm
Tim
off.
already pulled Levi. Yeah, he did. He already pulled Levi.
I'm sick of hearing East versus West. That's how often
Schubert,
we
where's
hear
your
it up here
glasses? I
in
want
the
to see them.
Northeast.
Because I got these just because of you.
Those are fantastic. I've got
Yeah,
to
they
say.
It's my aviator, son. My aviator.
I heard Brandon Morris is trying to throw a tournament down there called Summer Blast,
Yeah,
which I
whatever.
I actually brought that up talking to him, like, oh, we should
bro,
collab and throw a Summer Blast. And now
you've
he's
been saying that for a while.
You better not.
Way
Better not do that.
You've been saying that way before he did.
Don't you do that to us, Brandon. I know you're snaky with everybody else, but don't you do that to us. We will out-troll you.
Hell yeah.
Fuck that guy. Anyway, moving along. Moving on. What else is going on in the arm wrestling world? That argument
Drama.
had me just reading stuff all morning long about people having different opinions on it. But the majority consensus is that, you know, you shouldn't ban people from something just because they want to compete in two different things.
Yeah, I mean, and then of course the opposite side of that is exclusive contracts. Well, I got news for you. If you're good enough to get an exclusive contract,
Yeah.
you've already made it anyway.
Yeah,
You're not really worrying about any of that. You know what I mean? You're
Well,
not really
I don't
worried about
understand why the guys at that level aren't just saying, no, I'm not fucking signing a contract. If you want me to pull in your fucking league, then fuck off.
it. Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Engen is offering really good money to those athletes to do
Yeah.
that. So,
Well, I know.
they are finally seeing the realization of their dreams for the last fucking 15, 20, 30 years even.
Yeah.
So, and Engen is making it possible. I have no fault against them for doing it. Zero fault.
No,
And
I don't
Engen is
have a fault against the actual athletes that are invited to do it. But let's face, like, why are you going to ban like Joe Schmo from fucking going to pull that?
That's not what I'm saying. Engen's not doing that. Engen's doing the exclusive contracts for the elites.
No,
As
I'm
far as-
saying the banning of, like, if you pull at IFA, you don't get an opportunity to pull. And
Wait,
make
so
it
Engen's doing that?
West.
He's
Well,
succumbing
the
to what
guys-
the WAF is putting on him.
The guys
So-
here are saying that that's coming from Engen, and they're just following orders.
Holy shit.
So-
He's just
That's a
following
fucking
orders that the
cop-out.
WAF is imposing on him, so the WF's athletes can pull in that league,
Cop out.
because the WF has been screwing people over, and I would
Okay,
assume
I
that
get you. I
Engen
get what
doesn't
you're
want
saying,
to.
Shubis.
Yeah.
So you're saying that WAF is putting pressure on Engen, saying that
yeah,
any athlete that pulls at IFA cannot pull at East versus West
Correct.
because the
absolutely.
WAF
Because he hasn't even been able to allow Plamen Dimitrov or Svetan Gashevsky to pull at his at the East versus West, even though like that's his favorite puller of all time, that's his idol, like that's his other John Brzenk, you know, and
Right.
he can't allow him because both Plamen, Sonev, and who else did I say? Gashevsky, they're all not allowed because they're part of Team Bulgaria or whatever, and they're not allowed to
compete at WAF.
pull in the what's it called in the WAF because they did their own competition or whatever that wasn't sanctioned. So he already has his like hands tied with that, and if he can't get his boys or who he looks up to, then he's not going to be able to do anything about anyone that competes in IFA.
I mean, honestly,
That's just because of the
makes more
WAF.
sense because
Yeah.
that makes more sense because I don't think that Engen is very exclusionary as far as Joe Schmoes. As far as the elites, I get that, but as far as the Joe Schmoes, he's not very exclusive to what he's doing. But if WAF is putting the fucking heat on him, then he really doesn't have a choice. I'm not saying it's right. It's still not right, but he doesn't.
But I
have
think what Hancock was bitching about was that may be the case, but nobody needs to like specifically reach out to guys and be like, "Hey, I see you were heading over to that tournament. You better not, or you can't compete." So, you know, that I think is probably important.
people just doing what they're doing. I mean, it's
I could have misread it. I took that as chance, just kind of giving the guy a fair warning, like, hey, just heads up, compete in this. You're probably not good to go.
Yeah, but if you're reaching out to a
misreading
lot of
the
people
situation.
doing that, that could.
Yeah, but you also got to look at it from Chance's point of view. That's taking money out of his pocket, so he's protecting his pockets as well.
Yeah.
So
Who's really monitoring? Like, who the fuck is monitoring Joe Blow? Nobody who pulled that.
I guarantee you, WAF is. I 100%.
Well, I'm sure they are. I'm sure they are. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. If you start reaching out to mass people saying don't go to this because of this, I could see how that would irritate the other organization. Like, but, just let people make the choice for themselves, whether they know or not. I mean, if they don't know, that's kind of their own fault for not.
But Ryan, in the same respect, isn't that exactly what Chance was doing? Hey guys, just letting you know, if you do go, you won't be able to pull at the East versus West. Isn't that exactly what they were doing?
Well, yeah, but that's the complaint is. Do you need to reach out to everybody and say that?
But in the same respect, he's just educating the populace, and then they're making the decision based off of the education. He's not saying if I was you, I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. I'm still catching up on all of this. But
see, that's what I don't know is I don't know exactly what's being said, but a few people reached out to Hancock and said, "Hey, this guy told me." Now I don't know if they meant Chance because Hancock did not say names, but he said, this person reached out to me and said, don't go to IFA because it's going to ruin your chances of pulling East versus West.
Now that's different. If you turn around and say, don't go, then you're trying to steer the person. If you say, just letting you know, if you go, then you're just educational. There's a big difference in words.
Yeah, there is. But, I don't know. I don't know. I would just leave it.
Sucks. Imagine being good enough to know that you can do some damage at nationals here on U.S. soil, and then just knowing that even if you win, you're getting dick down, a chance to actually pull higher at beyond nationals. That's freaking garbage.
Yeah, I think that's why I'm saying is the whole ban thing seems stupid.
It is stupid, but it's
why not
coming
just
from
let
WAF,
people
and
pull
WAF
where
is
they
fucking
pull?
dumb. It's coming from WAF, and WAF is dumb. We all know this. We all agree to this. But I mean, right now, we got to be honest. East versus West and King of the Table are really the only two big games in town. So if you want to pull on an international level, I'm talking about international level. Those two are the only real big games in town right now.
I don't know. Knuckles Up, dude, is doing pretty fucking good things there, and they're getting international guys to come over.
But they're not at the same level yet. I'm not saying they won't be.
No, they're not at the same level yet. But I think they're well on their way. As far as production value, they're there. I mean, they're using top-notch production.
I got news for you, Ryan. No, but see, this right here helps people like Knuckles Up, helps people like Arm Gods, stuff like that, because of the fact that all of this drama bullshit. If these organizations say, "Look, anybody can pull. I really don't give a shit who you are, what you're doing. It's up to you whether or not you join the WAF or not. Whatever, that's on you." It's going to make them better, and it's going to make them more appetizing.
That's already you can already see it starting to happen. Yeah. You know what I really liked? I don't know if any of you guys caught Jody Williams had a show and he had Evan Burgoyne and Paul Maiden on. And they were talking about the craziness of like Evan's match and Uncle John and all that stuff. And Paul Maiden came on, and at first when it was Evan that was arguing with Jody, I was like, oh. But when Paul came on, dude, the way he explained it was fucking awesome. So first off, he said, we made that match last, the crazy one, the tag match, so that if you want to watch the whole pay-per-view and you don't like matches like that, it's the last one and you can just not watch it, which was really cool.
Roger the fuck on.
And and then the other thing he said was, he's like, dude, people have been doing the same thing in arm wrestling for 30 years and we're nowhere closer to being fucking like mainstream. So he's like, us Arm Gods, we're trying something new. We're trying to do some new things, push some boundaries. He's like, it may work, it may not. He's like, some people like the craziness, some people don't, but we're trying new things. We're going to see if it works. If it doesn't work and we start to see that things are falling off, then we'll change what we're doing. But right now, he's like, we're just having fun and trying new things. And we don't really care what other people, they don't care what other people think, or they don't care about being judged. They just are doing their thing. And I liked how he explained that. I mean, he explained it much better than I am, but the way Paul made and explained it was awesome. And it made me say, you know what? He's right. Like, who gives a shit? They're doing their own thing. It's their fucking organization. They're getting all this hate for like the craziness. But you know what? Like, maybe that craziness what if that ends up being the key to make it go mainstream? Or get real big sponsors to come in, because whatever like WAL and all these other leagues have done in the past, it didn't make it go mainstream as of yet.
Well, WAL was close. They were.
Yeah, they were close, but they had the money to do that. But still, with all that money,
you actually need. You're right. You need something to catch somebody's eye, like Dana White.
Yeah.
Because I mean, what do we always hear? And I know that every single one of you is so fucking tired of hearing it too. Whenever you tell somebody that you're an arm wrestler, oh, do you know about that slap stuff?
Oh, every time.
Fuck you. No. I don't.
That has
stand there.
Never happened to me once until 2 days ago, and
it
I
happens to me almost
in my head. I was like, okay, now I get it, because it was just like I was excited to explain like what's going on in my sport, like what's all this,
right?
Like,
and then you get
is
this
that anything like slap fighting,
right?
No,
and you get this stupid thing where you're standing there waiting for a concussion instead of actually having technique, skill, and everything else that we do.
Right.
You know what I mean? No, we're just going to stand there and see who's got the fucking tougher brainstem. That's about it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. What I think you're leading to is, it doesn't matter what we arm wrestlers want to watch. In order to get people to watch, you have to give them what they want to watch.
There has to be some sort of entertainment value.
Yeah,
and whether we like it or not, the person that always gets brought up is Devin, right?
Yeah.
His trash talking is too much, or his this is too much. I got news for you. He's the perfect balance. I think what Uncle John did was a little bit over. Evan McGorn and all that was a little bit over, but he is the perfect balance. Sometimes he goes a little too far for most people, but that is good entertainment value. Okay. And then the antics before a match, it's always, he brings the most views, the most clicks, the most interactions of any puller out there right now, period. So how about we start following the formula that we know is working, right? I'm not saying artificial. If you're not a trash talker, don't be a trash talker, but some sort of entertainment value from the promoters, from the events, et cetera, et cetera. And that's what gets the shit done. And if you can get somebody like Dana White to look and see and promote it. I mean, look what Devin's doing with Chael Sonnen and Brian Shaw. I mean, look at the crossover effect that he has. It's not anybody else. It's him. Mm-hmm. So look at what he's doing. Pay attention to what he's doing and follow it. You don't have to sit there and be a fucking a puppet of his, but follow it to a point, and then you can grow your name and your brand and your event and your promotion as well. Yeah.
I mean, I'm anxious to see, as Arm Gods goes on, like they're getting a cult following, kind of like we had in the beginning, where, the guys there in Ireland are loving it. So they're getting a lot of locals that just keep coming. And it's getting bigger every time. And now that they're coming to plans to come to the United States, it's going to be interesting to see if that, if what they're doing works, they'll start getting viewers that are not arm wrestlers coming to it to see the excitement. So
when's the mass suicide?
The what?
When's the mass suicide?
I don't know. I didn't sign up for it. No,
you didn't.
Did we miss the signups?
Kool-Aid?
Was there a way?
Oh, no. You said there was a cult following. I just want to know
Kool-Aid with
what's on the itinerary.
Well,
Kool-Aid with arsenic.
Marcus and Paul Maiden are going to have everybody drink these little glasses of Kool-Aid,
with
and then everybody drops dead except them two.
Oh.
But I'm interested to see if their tactics work, and You know, and you got to give it. I mean, tons of people watch WWE for entertainment, even though we all know it's fake. You know, it's not real. People watch it.
Waco.
Stupid, you're fucked up, dude. I love it.
Waco, huh?
He said it worked for Waco.
If we get our 98 headquarters, we're going to have a Waco situation at the headquarters.
My goodness.
All right, I'll try and keep it arm wrestling.
I need more water. I'll be back.
Yeah, you're on a roll here, Dave. Jeez.
Right, there we go.
I apologize. It's a good water break.
Don't apologize. Keep going.
It's not often
that
that you
could
get
have
on
been
a
made
roll.
to be a bad joke. What's that?
It's not often that you get on a roll.
I try not to. Yeah. I mean, I know you guys might be tired with East versus West like Ryan is, but I'm pretty excited for that challenge series that he got going on, popping off in Florida. They have some really good matches, especially.
I'm not tired of East versus West. I mean, whatever the politics are of it, I'm hoping that it all gets straightened out.
Sure.
I
assume that's what he's saying as well. Like just the whole politics and all the bullshittery.
I'm still thinking that it's the premier venue out there right now. It's got the challenge series is a great idea. I do believe that.
Absolutely.
And some of those matches are just unbelievable.
Fantastic matchups.
When are you going to get on it? That's what I want to know. When the fuck?
I got to get really, really good. I got to get.
You are good, dude. You are.
I was going to say he has to get good first.
Yeah, exactly.
He's good. He's good.
This is when I'll get on. As soon as I'm competitive with Kaler, because that's the standard of the 220 class.
Yeah.
Around this area, I'm not near there yet.
Good.
Once I'm there, then I know I'm competitive with others.
So
around.
okay, I was gonna say Kaler is who nationally, because I don't know. Like what rank?
He is the great unknown that fucking flattens everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he's only been doing it for 3 years.
So who does he compare to nationally? That you've pulled?
It's hard to tell because he doesn't really travel out too much.
Pull. I pulled Kevin before, but I can't. Yeah, I can't move him off center. Yeah. He's just he's a freak, but in a good way.
Owens has only been doing
very
it for
good
3
way.
years, and the guy
3 years, dude.
You know, the guy was going to be taking on fucking Austin Jaggers. I mean, think about it. You know, so
I think he'd smoke Austin.
Who? I don't know if he'd smoke him, but he would make it a match. He could punch up.
I think he'd smoke him.
Dude,
did you ever see how high his lever is? He'll just dink.
Yeah,
I'm just saying.
He's a year in, and then he pulled Jordan Sill and beat him left arm, and Jordan's not a bum.
Wait a second, he beat Jordan Sill left arm 1 year in.
Basically, I think he was 1 year in, right?
We're talking about Caleb,
Jordan Sill, yeah, he was. Yeah, Jordan Sill met him in the tournament, and Kevin got him, and he was like,
"So do you think that he'll be
a year and a half in?"
Paul, you think he'll beat Paul in?
No.
I don't know. I mean, Paul always sings his praises. He's like, "That's the guy."
Well,
he's
here, how about this?
And he'd know better because he pulls him regularly.
He beat Bowen.
So,
so can you beat Bowen?
No, of course not. I'm not saying I can, but what I'm getting at is, okay, he beat
Bowen's
Bowen,
fucking strong.
Bowen by his own admission is not top 10 in the world, top 20 in the world at 105. Yeah. So I'm talking about the number one North American puller, which is Paul Lynn. Where do you place the guy that you're talking about compared to Paul Lynn? It's a fair question.
Couple notches down.
I don't know if they've ever pulled.
Yeah, I'd say
maybe a notch down.
Okay, so then, David, my question to you is, why do you have to meet the number 3 or number 4 guy in order to be super good enough to do a challenge match? I would say if you're in the top 20 of the nation, you're good enough to do a fucking challenge match.
I could do a challenge match, but against somebody like internationally good for a challenge match, I guess some shoes to fill.
See, that's the beautiful thing about a challenge match. Let's say there's somebody that's top 15 or top 20 in their nation.
Sure. I mean, I'm down for that. I'm down for that.
That's what I'm saying.
Like for a bigger stage, I would like. I'd like to be a whole lot better than I am now.
We all would, brother. But at some point, you just got to take the leap, right?
That's why we didn't want to give you a super match, but since you begged for one, You know what?
On
You
my
know my
hands and
real
knees,
problem. My real
tongue
problem
out,
with
mouth
Engen
open.
is one, his eyebrows.
I knew you were gonna say
They
that.
creep
I
me out.
fucking
And
knew
then
it.
two, if you ever look at his forearms have way more hair on them than they should.
And David, I watch the national rankings. I don't have to just watch the Carolinas or the Northeast. I'm talking about national rankings. So,
Yeah.
And this guy you said was the great unknown. So that's why I don't know of him. And if I lived in the Northeast, I would know of him. You see how that works?
For sure.
Just want to.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it's too logical for everybody in chat, but just wanted to break that down for you.
No, I understand you.
Oh, gee, what kind of question is that? Nanya who?
I
Might be-
listen just because of the fact that I don't want to hear the next 4 months of fucking screaming. I'm
Yeah.
just not going to answer that question.
Yeah.
Dude, they're trying to push me to pull Eric Harlan, and I'm just like, no, I'm never gonna pull that guy, dude. I don't like him.
At this
I
point,
think he's a douchebag.
at this
just
point,
don't pull.
if that person that he just mentioned,
Yeah.
or the person that person just pulled, ever challenged me for a super match, the answer would be no. Period.
Sure.
End of discussion. No, don't care. Call me a fucking coward. Don't care. Done. Not doing it.
That's the angle they're trying to push on me. Like I'm afraid of
Yeah.
Harlan. I'm like, dude, I'm not afraid to pull anyone. I just don't like that guy.
Yeah.
And now
But-
my shoulder's all fucked. So
Now, Ted, the
Now
reason
it's
why
a
I
moot
bring
point.
him up so often is because he's like one of the best tournament pullers around. And I want to get a whole lot better at tournament pulling so I can pull a variety of arms and look as dominant as he does. You know, like I said, he's the standard for me. That's like a great competitor that I look up to. And I want to be as well-rounded as he is, you know, albeit he's only a couple of years in sport, but he's got so much strength and excess that he just makes guys that are technical look stupid because, you know, he's got stupid strength just in spades.
I mean, that's great.
so-
But you look at I'm not saying that this guy's not good. I don't know him. Okay. So I'm
Mhm.
speaking completely uneducated. I'm taking your word for it because I do trust that you know what a good puller looks like. So,
Yeah.
okay. He's really good. You take, like, for instance, the guy that I'm pulling, Jacob Green. This guy is stupid fucking strong.
Yeah,
Stupid
looks like
fucking
it. Dude is
Yeah.
jacked.
Yeah, he's stupid fucking strong.
Yeah.
I still think I have a legitimate shot against him because of my technique.
sure.
Am I stronger
Yeah.
than him? Fuck no. But am I going to be stronger than him where it matters? Hopefully. You know what I mean? Like, hopefully, yeah. So I'm going to give it a shot. But I wanted to read this real quick because Levi's watching, but he wasn't able to. He ran out of characters to type this because he was talking about how to grow the sport in his opinion. He said he thinks to grow the sport the most efficiently, we need to focus on kids. We need to start doing what, like, and I'm just ad-libbing here, but we need to start doing what, like, Canada's doing and making it like a high school thing, you know, a college thing, that kind of stuff, and making it so it's more fun with kids and easy to access with kids because adults already know what they like. Kids are very, you know, impressionable and they're moldable. So if we can make that sport appealing to them, then we have a whole new crop of people coming up. So I hope I did that. I hope I did that justice, Levi. But yes,
quick story to add to that. So Josh Vinicor, he runs the Philly team now. He comes from Team Jersey. He got arm wrestling in his high school as an after-school activity. So kids were coming to pull this and that. The problem is when he graduated from high school, no one kept it going. But when he was there, he had like 10, 15 kids coming to after school practice, arm wrestling. They had a lot of fun stuff where, like, you know, guys would arm wrestle like the football coach and smash the football coach or, you know, stuff like that. And they made a fun thing of it. But when no one was there to push it or run it, they just let it go.
Good job, Poseo. Good job, man.
But yeah, while he was there, he had it going pretty good. So it, you know, what I take from that is schools are open to it. Someone else has to run it. So if we got if we got some guys that, you know, had a few hours after school to run a program, it could possibly start to happen.
Yeah.
We just need the crew of guys to do it.
It's hard to do it, though. It really is. Yeah.
And to do it nationwide, that's a hell of a task right there.
Yeah. Because, I mean, wouldn't it be cool to have, like, school versus school, you know, teams, etc.
That would be
region
awesome.
versus region. You know what I mean? You make it something that kids want to achieve
Yeah.
and want to be good at, and you're going to see this sport absolutely fucking just.
I mean, I'm not allowed around a school within 500 feet, but no, but like
I didn't know your name was Tim Lewis.
it's something we could definitely start up here, but it's like, how do you get the rest of the country to do it? You got to have volunteers. Like there has, someone in each state would have to be like, hey, I'm the guy to do it. Or
Yeah.
so, I mean, that would take some, some
Johnny
work. I
Miller
mean,
says
it's attainable, but
Johnny Miller says kids need idols. It's easy. Look,
yeah, absolutely.
everybody that I meet, literally everybody that I meet that even has an inkling of knowledge of arm wrestling, be like, have you seen that tall dude from Canada?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like everybody
Matt
knows
Mask?
who Devin. So, you got Devin, you got Matt Mask.
Matt
That was
Mask?
good. That was
Matthew
good.
Mask.
Yeah, Matt Mask. You got Paul Lynn. You've got Monster Michael Todd. You got even Dave Chafee is well known.
Yeah.
To people that are
Chafee's
not
awesome.
in arm wrestling. Ryan Bowen is another one that's very
Yeah.
well known to people that are
Yeah,
not
yeah.
in arm wrestling. So I mean, you have these idols that you can build off of already.
I mean, look how many followers the Whisperer has.
Yeah.
And he's not, I wouldn't say he's a top level arm wrestler in the country in his weight, probably.
He is. He's almost
Look him
top
up on
level.
Airs.
California. He's like number 4, number 3 in California
Yeah.
for his weight
Look him
class,
up
and
on
I think
Airs.
nationally he's like top 20.
But he has a bigger following than,
Yeah.
let's just say, like whoever the number one guy is,
Yes.
because of social media. And I think that's something that a lot of the guys that are stuck in the old school way need to realize, that there's the internet now. So things are different. You're not keeping your team secret. Everything's on the internet. You can learn from anyone. And they have to kind of embrace it a little, because that's how we're going to get the sport to go to the next level. Is
That's another thing. There's still
using
teams
it
out
for
there that
promotion.
don't allow you to film their
Well,
training.
Oh, I know.
No cameras at practice.
Like,
no
dude,
cameras at
there's
practice.
no secret training that and no one out there hasn't already put on the fucking internet anyway. So it's like, what are you hiding? You know what I mean? I mean, I could see maybe you're training for a match and you don't want someone to see what you're doing training for that match, maybe. But like in general, just a practice, who fucking
So
cares?
do it off camera. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
Yeah.
it's still
Go
you
off to the
still
side.
should be filming your team's practices or
Yeah.
training. You're
It lets
supposed to be
people
doing-
see that side of the
You're-
sport.
I mean, in all fairness, how many people, seriously, how many people made fun of the singles 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago? Oh, that'll never get you stronger. It'll never get you stronger. Really? That's all it does. It doesn't work on your endurance. It doesn't work on your range of motion. It doesn't work on your mobility. It doesn't work on anything except for top level strength. That's all it does.
Pure steam.
So I mean,
Yeah.
it's like it boggles my mind. It's like you said, all these old farts that are sitting around going, oh, these secrets that I've had for fucking years, I can't. And then you got the greatest of all time that literally says, I don't fucking know how I do it.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you ask John Brzezinski, how do you do it?
I
I
don't know.
don't know.
Yeah.
I really don't.
Work out.
Yeah, I don't. Well, he doesn't even fucking work out. He gets on the table. Now, Bob Brown did
That's a
say something
workout in
very
itself.
interesting. Bob Brown did say something very interesting about how he would practice and train on the table. He would go there to, hey guys, today I want to work on just top roll. And all he would do was work on just the top roll until he legitimately could not fucking move anybody anymore. Then he would take a 15-minute break, come back and do it again. And then the next week it would be, I want to work on just hook, or I want to work on just press. And it would literally, that's how his table time would go. And he wouldn't leave the table until he literally couldn't fucking move.
Yeah.
And that's how his practices were.
Yeah. Paul Seo has a good someone he admires told him, stop arm wrestling in bars and restaurants.
Yeah.
I mean, that's another
Paul's,
thing. Like,
Paul's
people
ear
are-
was ringing. Paul's ears were ringing. We were just talking about how he's a role
Yeah.
model in arm wrestling.
People will always view arm wrestling as a bar type thing if we keep throwing tournaments in bars. But
in the same
lot
respect,
of times
even
though
that, in the same respect, even that needs to be done to help still grow
Yeah.
the base of the sport.
Right,
So I mean,
right.
there's
Yeah,
got to be a
no, you're right.
balance of it all.
And
There's gotta
those
be a
are the
balance of
places
it all.
where for us anyway, it's the most fun because there's food and drinks and
Right.
TVs and people hanging out.
Now, do you
But-
think that there should be big events at bars? No. It should be
No.
small events. It should be little stuff. And that's how you start getting the meatheads involved and stuff
build
like
up,
that.
yeah.
Cool. Build that up.
But the school thing, but yeah, like I was saying, if we could get enough volunteers, that could be a cool like state to state thing.
Hey,
Where
Rye.
where each state has a representative, and at
Yeah.
least if you just get one school to agree in each state,
Yeah.
that's all you need to do like a state championship type thing
Exactly.
with
Or
kids
a regional championship or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. that leads up to like some big final championship type thing.
Hey, Rye, can you pin the link up in the chat, please?
I can.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, if you're gonna make me,
Yeah.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not making
I'm
anybody.
with Paul. I'm still very, very much down for bar arm wrestling
yeah,
and stuff like that. But it can't be the identity of the sport. You know
well,
what
I
I mean?
think that's the first thing people think is, oh, I'll arm wrestle you for a free drink or something,
And that's fine. No
which is-
problem. Yeah.
which is something I think we could change that perception by having more professional tournaments.
Correct.
Because the only ones that people see in a bar are like smaller, and of course you're in a bar, you're acting different. You're gonna be kind of like
Well, those of us that get hammered, yes.
yeah.
But I mean, like I work at a Harley dealership, and I offer people, like, of course, you have to be signed already and committed to buying a bike,
Yeah,
right? But once you are, if you want to arm wrestle me for a chance to win $500 off a bike,
right.
do it.
Yeah,
You know how many times I've had that taken up?
0.
And it isn't because I'm big and bad. It's because people just don't know about the sport enough.
Right.
I've had people arm wrestle me, just whatever, come in, and I had a customer do it not that long ago. He already bought a bike from me, and he was pretty fit and all of that, and he did it, and we filmed it, and I held him, and then he's like, "All right, you try to pin me," and it was, and he was just like, "My God, he wants to come train with us now."
Nice.
That kind of stuff. You know what
That's
I mean?
how you get people.
Yeah.
Because most of the time it's like some big dude goes to a practice and gets smoked by a 150-pound kid, and then he's like, okay, what's the trick here? Now I need to learn this. How do I arm wrestle like that? And then they're hooked. They want to come back and learn. But social media, I mean, I probably have 6 people a week ask me what the closest practice is to them. And I'll, me and Dave Shell or whoever will look up what the closest practice is and send them in the right direction.
Wow, Sarah LaFond is in the house too.
But without the internet, it wouldn't have grown up to what it is now anyway.
Absolutely.
It'd still be stuck in the dark ages, I think. Like back when it was the, just boards everybody was talking on.
Did you guys know that Armbet has notifications enabled now?
No, didn't.
Oh, really?
So that was like a big oversight when it first came out. There was no notifications. So even if somebody had reached out to you, you wouldn't know unless you check the app. And then
Until you
forgot about it. Yeah,
Dude,
you don't know.
I filled out my arm bet thing. Like it's a dating site. Like, I like long walks on the beach and holding
That's
hands.
what I
and
wrote
stuff.
down too.
Dude,
I have it on
and
mine right as well.
nobody reaches out to me.
I got rid of it because, like, it's wild. People will be like, "Yeah, let's work out," and then they just ghost you. I'm like, whatever. I just
that's
got rid of
usually
the app.
happened,
It was.
but
I
it was
wouldn't be
stupid.
sitting here right now if I didn't have Armbet. I found Armbet through watching YouTube. Saw Devin.
Yep.
I got on there. I saw that there was a guy that was 10 miles away from me. I hit him up. He said, "Meet me at this church," and I was like, "Church?" He goes, "Yep, I've got a table at a church." I said,
Nice.
"Okay." Turns out that he's a friggin' preacher at the church, and this dude was like 205
That's
pounds
awesome.
at the time. I'm like 270.
Yeah.
Decently strong, but it was mostly fat. A lot different than my
Are you
body.
sure you
comp
didn't
now.
meet Kevin Kaler? He's
No.
a preacher or
No, I
religious
didn't.
man.
Yo,
No, his
get
name is
Paul in on.
Daniel. His name is Daniel Coyle, and this dude has a shoulder roll that is like grease lightning. And I sat there and I could not move this bastard
Oh, that's funny.
at
I don't
all.
have that.
Hey,
What's up,
Paul?
Paul? How you doing, man?
No 2%ers
Going on,
allowed
bro?
on this show, buddy.
What's going on?
You're a 2%er. Get out of here.
He's 2% up. Look at him. He needs a
You're right.
suntan.
I'm the other Paul Lynn, the other one.
Yeah,
Another one.
okay.
The
Paul
other
Lynn Jr.
Yeah, you're junior.
So what's going on? What are you guys talking about? You talking about the bar scene versus like?
No, someone made a comment that a guy said as long as arm wrestling's in bars, people are going to always view it as like a bar sport. I mean, I get,
I don't know.
like maybe if you're a non-arm wrestler and that's
What
what
does that guy have against Angie's Bar and Pub?
You're right.
That's a valid point, man. We
But,
can't just keep doing Angie's.
The problem is not that's probably what a non-arm wrestler is seeing if they're YouTubing a video and they're seeing guys in a fucking bar just smacking the pads and screaming. But there's a lot more content out there if you spend a little time to look around.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it.
Docking.
It's a double-sided coin, right? Like where does the majority of actual arm wrestling that is not official arm wrestling happen? It happens in bars or lunchroom tables when you're in junior high. So like what more fitting place to grow the sport than the place where it happens anyway?
That's where, at least as a puller, that's where it's the most fun, really.
Oh, I'm 100% with you. You got food, you got music, you got beer. Like
You got me at food, bud.
And servers.
No, and I'll be 100% honest with you. When I first started arm wrestling and I wasn't like super taking it serious, like beyond just being a competitive person, like my agenda there was to go and chop it up and win the tournament and drink a few beers along the way because it was less pressure and less stressful than previous like sporting events. But I also agree with the other side where it's like, if we want to present it as a professional sport, then we do need to get it out of the bars on the main, like when you're talking about big tournaments.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. Big tournaments and stuff like that should never be held in bars or anything like that. Small tournaments, sure, whatever. Local events, whatever. But bigger stuff, yeah, they should never be held in bars, stuff like that. By the way, Paul, when the hell you coming back down south, man? We got
man. I'd love to like set up a little travel down there for like
That's a good idea.
camp preparation for a match. I would love that. I had a great time last time, man. That was awesome.
Oh man, we had a blast, dude. We were talking about it for friggin' months, dude. It was awesome.
No, I had a great time, man. I appreciate the hospitality. It was awesome. And it's a lot of pullers that I hadn't met before. And, you know, you guys you were great to take me in. And I think like the more we do that as a whole, like get out of our comfort zone, go out and travel and do things, that's how you get better. And that's how we grow as a group.
Yeah, I agree totally. And I mean, it was such an honor. And I know you don't, you're very humble. I get it. But honestly, man, you're the number one guy in North America at your weight. It was an honor to have you in my fucking house. Pull it.
Well, you boys put a whooping on me. I remember not being able to wipe my ass right for about a week. It was very beneficial.
Oh, hey, Paul, maybe you can answer this because Shubich brought it up. So we were talking about Kevin Kaler and how, where is he in regards to you? Is he right there?
Kevin Kaler will whip the absolute life out of my left arm.
What about your right?
He's very, very close. And Kevin Kaler Kevin is like
A freak.
Yeah, but he's like the guy that we have so many of these guys in the Northeast, but he is the front runner for these guys. We're like, if you come up here and you don't know what's happening in a tournament, you don't know who you're up against, this guy, he's beating everybody around here.
So he just stays off the national ranks? I mean, yeah.
He won't listen. I love this guy. People say shy. I don't know if it's shy or if it's just he don't want to travel. And he's very
could be that
very
or some kind of imposter syndrome.
He's not.
He hates the limelight. He really does, and especially when he hears people talking about how his name is whispered in the fucking corners of arm wrestling.
So in other words, he's going to hate all of you
doesn't like
right
it.
now.
Yeah,
he
he's gonna
doesn't
be mad.
like it. Oh yeah, he's gonna be mad, but whatever. It's fine. He can he can flatten me Sunday. Whatever.
He's not shy though. Like you get him at practice, and he's killing everybody. Like
yeah, I know. Trust me.
And then, dude, he's killing you, and he's going,
yeah,
my wrist is sore today. You know, I'm not 100% as he's killing you.
No, it's more like I had to go to the side, man. You're too strong. I'm like, yeah, okay, all right.
Yeah, he posts a video of you killing him and be like, it was a pleasure gripping up with this beast.
yeah.
Hey, that's the same way you do it, though.
That's exactly what you did.
I feel the same way. I feel the same way. Like I understand where he's coming from. I think that the difference between him and I is he is very much unwilling to travel.
Right.
And I think a lot of that has to do with that he's a really religious dude and he goes to church every Sunday, and that is the only, like, if he can't be done on Saturday, he ain't doing it. And I respect that.
I got you. No, I respect that too. And I love it though that you said that, because I remember for weeks after you pulled here and you were just like, man, you guys were really strong. You bowled through us like we were fodder.
Dude, Paul Lynn said that to me once, and I was like, this guy's a liar.
Yeah.
That's back when you arm wrestled, Brian. I don't even know how strong you are now.
Probably worse.
Nah, Kevin's a guy we got to get out there, and I stay in his inbox. I told him, I said, every time you see me and hear from me, it's going to be an effort to get you to go somewhere and do something.
Yeah. That guy would be perfect for the challenge series.
Yeah,
to be put out there. Perfect.
I agree. And so Chance is coming up to Keystones, and he's going to like pick at least one puller for that series, the future iterations of it. I don't know if Chance can do it, but
we should get Kevin a shirt that says "Pick me."
Yeah, I'm good. I'm really paying for it. But then we got to get Kevin to go to Florida, and I don't know if he'll do it.
Oh man,
I could drag him. I could like book his flight and go
fly him back at Saturday at midnight. Fucking, like so he can make it on time for church.
Hey, listen, I'll go to his church with him.
Yeah, right. There we go. Perfect.
Then you could do like my buddy Dan does and pull everybody after the mass.
Who's that? Who's that? Dan Coral?
My buddy Dan Coral. Yeah, he from down here.
Yeah, ask him if it's the same. I'm pretty sure there was the same Dan Coral that was in PA at one point.
Yeah, but he's been around. He back then he would have been 150s, 160s.
Yeah, lighter weight.
Yeah. Now he's 210-ish. But
wow.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I was in contact with him right when I started arm wrestling.
Well, he's arm wrestled probably all of you greats. I mean, I know he's arm wrestled Cleve Dean before he died, Brezink. I mean, he's arm wrestled quite a few people that we all look up to and as legends in the sport. So I'm pretty sure that he's probably gripped up with you a time or two. But yeah, he used to be a really, really high level national guy as far as like the very, very top of amateurs, like into the pros, but not really, nationally ranked. He was regionally ranked. He was the top guy in I want to say Montana for a little while.
He's a pastor, right? He's a pastor.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
And real quick,
he's got a nasty shoulder roll, Paul, like a really nasty inside shoulder roll.
That commitment.
My God, dude. It literally has taken me because he really doesn't train anymore. He uses the table as a way to preach, and I respect that. I really do.
That's what
so I respect the hell out of that, but he doesn't really train like we all do, So it's taken me about, I'd say, a solid 3 years. Now I can finally hold him and make it a match and most of the time come out on top. But it took 3 freaking years, and this guy humbled me so bad.
Way she goes.
Someone had a good idea earlier, trying to get arm wrestling in something like Boy Scouts.
Yeah,
imagine like they could work towards their arm wrestling badge or
wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be awesome.
That'd be awesome.
That's a great idea, actually.
Hey, Paul, Levi
I believe.
Rakowski is watching. He says he just watched Roadhouse 2. You need to give Conor McGregor some tips on how to do the traps.
Or how about how to act?
So that too, yeah, that too.
Bro, it was
He just played himself, dude. It's
it
crazy.
was
I loved
gross.
I
was
loved
just
it.
like,
Me
oh.
and my 9-year-old watched it and cracked
Yeah.
up the whole time.
I love the movie for the movie, right?
Yeah,
But as
if
far
you
as
like it
Conor
for the
goes,
movie, it's good. If you think
I knew
it's a
this.
fucking sequel of the real Roadhouse,
What the,
you're gonna
what
be
the fuck is
disappointed.
this? Like, what is this? He had no
I enjoyed the movie.
Dude,
I
the way
liked it
he
a lot.
walks, like fucking, like each leg going in a different direction,
Like,
that's
what the-
fucking crazy.
He
came
was like
strutting in
Sasquatch.
like-
he had to turn
know
his
who he
entire
looked like?
body to fucking look.
You know who he looked like? Oh shit, I can't remember the guy.
A swollen Conor McGregor.
Well, no, he looked like doing the strut. The guy who took on Matt Mask and then got destroyed by Devin.
Portolato?
Kalyanchenko or Kalyanchenko.
Sergey
You remember?
Kalyanchenko.
Yeah, Sergey, how he came walking in like this.
Yeah.
Hey, Paul, I got a question. Since it was controversy a couple weeks ago, how do you feel about like arm gods in the tack match? Like, I know, everybody has a different opinion on that, but we were talking earlier about like Paul Maiden had a good answer to that.
I like Paul Maiden. I like the promotion. And I also think that there's a place for that stuff. I think that like there's some cringy stuff that goes on, but there's also an audience for cringy.
Right.
And like I don't think that like it's honestly the exact same thing as arm wrestling being in a bar or being like on a main stage in a banquet hall.
Right. There's a difference. Yeah.
There's a time and place for everything, and I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. I don't think it's the direction that the purest arm wrestler is going to want to go. But I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I mean, I think we all probably watched a little bit of WWE at some point in our life.
Of course.
You know?
Dude, the way Paul Maiden,
That's how old I am.
the way Paul Maiden explained it, Paul Maiden was like, dude, we made that the last match so that you could watch the first 16 great matches, and if you're not into that, don't watch it. And he had a good point. He's like, all these other organizations that have been around for like 30 years and we're still not mainstream, why not just try something new and see if you can get attention from the masses, and maybe that will change things. And he's like, if it works, it works. If it doesn't, then we'll try something new.
He definitely got attention.
Yeah. Well, they're going to an electrocution match next, where when you pin them, it fucking tases you. I'm like,
That's
oh
awesome.
my god, dude.
Oh my goodness. You know what though? Like, I like the idea that he actually separated it though. Like, you got a great card there. You don't want to take away from your great card. We're going to put it at the beginning or at the end or whatever you're going to do it. But there's an intentional separation. I don't like. I almost think like if it catches on, it should be a separate entity where all the matches are like that.
Like crazy over the top.
Yeah, I think the controversy because it was mixed in with actually like a lot of really good arm wrestling matches.
Jody Williams in the house.
Jody.
Boys, Ryan, Josh, Ted, David, Captain America falls in. What in the actual fuck is going on in this sport today?
What's up, Chocolate Thunder?
Your ears must have been ringing because I was talking about what Paul Maiden said to you the other day.
You know what? Here's the thing, man. And I want you to answer this, or I want you to respond to this. One reason why I think we're falling or failing in this sport is because we try to be somebody we're not. And I've been saying that since the fucking, the turn of time. WWE works because they don't try to be somebody else. MMA works. They don't try to be somebody else. We've been pulling, competing for arm wrestling for years and years. And now you got this fucking slap boxing thing happen. Now they didn't overtook us as far as followers.
Yeah.
You know why? Because they don't try to be somebody they're not. This is one of the many problems that we have in the sport, along with all the bullshit trolls, all the fucking contract this and non-contract that. It's just, you know what? Whatever happened to competing? And maybe I'm outdating myself. I'm sorry, I'm on my soapbox right now. Maybe I'm outdating myself, but once upon a time when I got in the sport back in the 2010s, it was about who was going to be there. Fuck the money. The money came. That was cool. you're buying beer anyway. You probably blow the fucking first place money by the end of the night anyway. But it was about who was there. In some way, somehow, we kind of got away from that. I don't know how, but Paul, take it away. What are your thoughts on what I just said?
Man, like, well, you said a lot, so I'm gonna have to like my brain. But no, I think you're right. Like, we spend a lot of time in frustration about our sport. Like, why is it not becoming mainstream, right? And what do? We brainstorm. So what are we doing wrong? What do we need to do different? How can we become whatever it is that they want? Whereas I feel as though we should take what the sport is and get it as public as possible. And then when you have the right characters, people like Devin and, you know, the character development, that will eventually sell it to the public. I am hearing less and less from general people who find out that I'm an arm wrestler. I hear less and less, arm wrestling is an actual thing. I hear more and more, oh, I saw that on YouTube. So that means that progress is being made. I don't think that we need to change the formula per se. Maybe just tweak it a little bit and become a little bit more appealing. But I think the formula itself is just fine when at the point that everyone actually sees it and acknowledges it. I don't think that we have to sell our souls to do something completely different to make it more appealing to the masses. However, I don't think in doing so that you're doing anything negative either.
No, I get that. It's just, I know, like, you know, and then all the fucking fighting between promoters and all that bullshit. Like, look.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. That's just plain bullshit.
Yeah, I mean, a guy, here's the thing. You know what really grinds my gears? I'm going to use a Peter, Griffin mark. You know what grinds my gears about this whole thing? Where, how's somebody going to try to tell me, oh, you're banned, you can't compete? The fuck I am? You trying to tell me I can't represent my country? Really? Really? There's only been two
leagues that I've ever known to do that. WAL and Igor Mazurenko. Just saying.
Look, man, I'm a grown-ass man. I will go compete wherever the fuck I want to compete. That's how that goes.
Amen to that. But unfortunately, they won't get you a match at those other venues. So, like,
okay, so I'm glad you said that, Paul. No offense, but I am not East First West material. I'll leave it to you guys, okay? I'm just your normal guy who comes in, clocks in, either take an ass whipping or deal him out, clock out, and go home. That is my arm wrestling tour right there.
That's why I don't want to deal with these problems. That's why I don't train.
I'm most likely never going to be on your level, Jody, so it's okay. I'm even further down the trough. Hell, I got a young whippersnapper in the fucking chat that's going to whoop up on me come June 22nd. He's jacked to the fucking gills, and he's over there talking about how old I am, and I'm paw and this, that, and the other thing.
Oh, so, yeah. Hey, what's the topic? Is TRT Natty? Oh, God. Man.
Oh,
that's just bait. That's just bait.
Yeah, it's just bait. We got you.
Here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. My honest opinions here, and this is, I might lose friends when I say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. I'm a grown-ass man. Here's the deal. Because what if a league had their own tested athletes? You can go knock yourselves out in that league, and then you had a separate league for the guys who just want to compete and have fun. That way you're not running against somebody who's like, yeah, I just beat you. I'm like, motherfucker, you didn't beat me. Your fucking Flintstone vitamins beat me. The fuck you talking about? That kind of stuff, right? Now, I got friends who dabble in that kind of stuff. I don't judge them. I don't. But, there is a fine line where if you're going to be tested and take that kind of stuff, don't be hanging out with the guys who just want to do this for fun and then talk trash and shit, put on your fucking social media. Oh, I got first place at, Uncle Joe's fucking barbecue invitation or wherever the fuck you want. You do that kind of stuff,
I was proud of
that thing right there, it deters other people away. And that's another reason why I think a lot of people may be scared to get in this sport, because you got those jackoffs over there, fucking juice to the gills, still pulling fucking amateur and shit and fucking novice. I'm like, you got to be kidding me, right? Like, really?
Yeah, but see, Jody, in anything, in any sport whatsoever, you're always going to have the trophy hunters and the ego hunters. You're always going to. So, with pulling, it's just as bad as anywhere else. I've seen it. I've run tournaments. I've seen it where you've got pros that are pulling, or I shouldn't say pros because so few of us are actually pros. I would say high level amateurs or competitive arm wrestlers, you know, versus the amateurs or novices, right? I see them pulling novices and amateurs all the time just for the trophy, just to hang on the wall, that kind of stuff. You know, and you're right, it sucks. But in the same respect, the community has to sit there and weed them out, you know, because they're always, it's just like anything else, right? You can't legislate the evil out of a man's heart. So you've got to, as a community, just turn around and say, hey, if you've been pulling for X amount of years and we know about it, you can't pull amateurs or novice. That's simple. That's one of the beautiful things about Winter Blast, and I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. It's you have so many different categories of semi-pro and amateur and novice. You have to fit into, you know what I mean? Like, stop. You pretty much eliminate all the.
Luckily, we have people too that recognize the guys that are trying to fucking sneak in and will put a stop to it. But someone always slips in. There's always going to be that person you just don't recognize, or they go in a different line of someone that would recognize them, and you see them pull, and you're like, oh, this fucker's. Which I think in the future, I think Corey Miller's system will help with that, because you can look at their rating and go, dude, you can't fucking pull in this fucking class.
And you also gotta you're also gonna fall into the opposite spectrum, right? So let's say you get a guy like Levi at 15 years old. Levi Rakowski was dominating everybody in his age group. Well, right away, oh, you've been pulling for this long. You've been no, literally, that's his first fucking tournament. You know what I mean? Like, I know I was there for his, you know what I mean? That kind of stuff. I wasn't, but you know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then you also have guys that can just look at, and David, please just take this as a grain of salt, okay? They look at Shubich and automatically they go, he's on roids because he has a good, body, right? As far as he's cut, he's built, and right away they're like, he's on roids. It's just people jumping to assumptions because they don't know any better, and because somebody is better or looks better or stronger, they have to be doing something else.
Are you saying Dave's not on steroids?
I don't know. That's the point.
He's not. I saw his blood test. He is not. 100% not.
But here's my point. I don't know, so therefore I don't say it. I'm just, you know what I'm saying? Like, for me, David looks amazing. Does that mean he's on roids? No. Okay, but I'm also coming from an educated point of view. An uneducated point of view looks at him and says, well, I can't achieve that, so therefore he's got to be on roids. You get what I'm saying?
No, but that's ignorance. That's pure ignorance.
That's a good point. You guys notice without Nanya or anybody else on the air, it's kind of quiet.
Fuck Nanya.
Bro, y'all can't say his name. It's like Candyman. Chill.
I know.
That fucking link's pinned at the top. Don't do it.
Jack off.
I can hit deny.
Man. Hey, Paul, you know that guy, right? That's the guy we're talking about. Don't break down the fourth wall. That little Jack off sat there last week on this show, last Friday, 7 days ago, and that little Nimrod sat there and told me, hey, man, give me 2 years. I'm going to juice up, and I'm going to track my wrist back. I'm like, bro, I'll be 50 years old by then. You really want to beat up on an old man? Like, come on, man.
I feel like Nanya was natty. Like, I thought that was the whole thing against Paul Italia. I missed a lot of it.
Dude, you know what got me mad last week is Nanya wouldn't have even been able to do that match without Dave Schell fronting him his part of the money. And then he's on here yelling at Dave Schell. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? What disrespect is that, dude? Ridiculous.
Even Kotlow thought he'd leave me alone for a month, but no, 6 days later, he's hollering and screaming.
I will say, Nanya, like him or not, he's a polarizing dude.
No, obvious. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Paul, but obvious. Paul Italia had a death in the family, man. So he's kind of retiring from social media right now for a little while to grieve, and we should respect that.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna still crack on Nanya's punk ass though.
But he was asking about Paul Italia. But absolutely, I agree with you. About that one. Did we mention him enough times that he's just going to show up?
Chill.
No, he's not going to show up. Yeah, he's taking a break from the 98.
No, like Jody. Somebody asked me earlier if I would take a match with him, and I was like, no. The answer is no. I don't give a fuck if I think I could beat him, lose against him. I don't care. The answer is no, because I don't want to spend the next 3 to 4 months listening to nothing but yelling and stupidity and bullshit. You know what I mean?
And then he might be late.
And then he's going to be late, and he's going to do this, and he's going to do that. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I don't want to hear it. The answer is no. Whatever. You're the better
Dave,
man.
what's up? What's all going on over there? at the IFA.
And the word is out, because when I got to register for the IFA Nationals today, somebody, I won't name names, but not from the Northeast, brought it up to me, and he said, "Yeah, we know exactly what basically what had happened." And I said, "Yeah, it was basically." He agreed it was to save 98. I said, "If it had been any other tournament other than ours, I wouldn't have loaned him $25."
Yeah.
But the spotter was going to hit us.
Well, yeah, you got it.
Drinking beer before a match? Are you drinking beer before a match?
Before a match, I don't have a match for a long
You had a
time.
match coming up. I thought
No, not till June. Not till June.
That's. I mean, I'm already getting ready for my match in June.
Well, I'm drinking beer for sure. with 2 months to go for sure.
Salud, brother. Salud.
That's the thing, though. When you deal with certain people, like Nanya, for instance, I mean, he disrupted the whole. Aside from disrespecting Paul and being late to the fucking match, he disrupted our fucking tournament. And I'm like, dude, these people will kill you. Like, they do not want to be here all day waiting for this tournament to end. Like, you're gonna have a mass load of people pissed off if we slow this thing down because of what you're doing. And that's exactly what happened.
Dave stepping up and covering the money is like
crazy.
That's because you have a show put together,
right?
And the show must go on.
Yeah,
like
because Paul was going to cancel.
Dude, I've been in these situations so many times with different things where you got to put money up last minute. And it is what it is. It's not necessarily a kindness. It's like, hey, we have this thing.
Yeah, like this has been planned, right?
Yeah,
this has been planned. Like Dave did us a solid and put that money up, and he goes and fucking yells at Dave. I'm like, come on, man. He just saved your ass because Paul was going to cancel the match. He's like, no, it's for $5,000. Why am I going to do it for less? You know. So Dave, shout out to Dave Shell for saving the day.
Yes.
Whatever. I do something right occasionally.
Dave helps all kinds of investors out there. If anybody out there needs a loan, Dave Shell, just hit him up.
Oh, yeah, right. And he'll the opportunity to say no.
So what else we got to talk about, guys? What's the next topic? I'm fired up.
I thought two would carry us.
What do you want to talk about?
This old man's going to get killed.
What grinds your gears?
Yeah.
The latest fucking, what was that? Sean Hancock and Chance Shaw going back? You already talking about that?
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, we've been talking about that.
There we go.
Chance hit me up today about that. He was like, dude, I thought we were friends. And I'm like, no, I wasn't throwing jabs at you. I was like, I was just giving my opinion that I think bands are stupid.
I can shed a lot of light on that if you guys want to know. Like,
oh, please do.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me get my lip balm on. Hold on, man.
The platform is yours.
Hey, let's go.
Look, we all been around.
Here we go.
We've all been around. We know what has transpired with WAP, right?
Yeah.
I don't think anyone on this feed right now, or anyone probably watching this feed, has been a WAF athlete. Maybe one or two. But I'm not. I have never competed in WAP. I would love to. It's a bucket list thing, right? I'd also love to compete in IFA. There was a rift that happened, 4 years ago, where the way I understand it, WAP basically said, we're dividing from PAL or whatever. I don't even understand the entities, but the division happened, and that's where the bans came. The bans came from WAF to IFA athletes, which IFA is an alternative route to Worlds and an alternative route to professional competition. This happened way before any of us had anything to do with anything. But sadly, WAF has a very large reach, which East versus West and most European competitors are under the WAF umbrella because that is where they compete. They may only compete 3 or 4 times a year at most.
Yeah.
So there is a level of autocracy there where they're the big fish. They are the closest thing to the Olympics. And an IFA is branched off in a pseudo alternative aspect, which is partnered up with PAL and has partnered up over here in the United States. And the bans happened years ago. And the threats of the bans. There are no U.S. promoters, speaking to Chance, who are promoting or facilitating any bans. We don't care. No one cares.
Yeah.
Like, so we're partnered up with East versus West, which is under the WAF umbrella, but that is not anything to do with us at all, because none of us are even WAF athletes. We're just like, I feel for Chance in that people are asking him questions. What happens if I compete here? Can I compete here? What happens if I compete there? And he's just delivering the bad news. It is not, and I get it. Like, okay, where is your allegiance? This isn't even allegiance based. It's like something so far above pay grades that there's nothing can be done.
So say the average guy, like say I went and, well, I'm not average, but say I went and competed at IFA. Does that prevent me from pulling at an East versus West, or from winning, or from like being considered, you know what I mean, for going to the next level or something? Or can people just compete at both if they're just a lower level and it doesn't matter?
And honestly, I would, like, if I told you I knew the exact details to it, then I would be lying to you.
Yeah, okay.
But I know that, like, if you compete at a certain level at IFA, at maybe like a world level, that you can go to a qualifier, you can win a qualifier, whatever, but if you win the whole thing, WAF can step in and say, you're an IFA affiliate. We always try and use that precursor.
Right.
And it has nothing to do with us. It's just like, hey, we got this great East versus West brand, king of the table, core sports and stuff. We want everybody to have an opportunity to compete, but it's like up to people to choose what they want to do. And I was very close at one point to going to IFA Nationals because it was local, or not Nationals, but Worlds. And like, then I thought about it on the back end, like, whoa, would I have had this held against me later on? It's crazy.
Probably.
It's crazy.
Right.
I don't support it one bit. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, here, let me start off by saying this. One of the problems, God, we got so many problems, right? One of the problems is that when you have two nationals in one goddamn country, there's an issue right there.
We got like 5.
Yeah, there's a shitload of them.
That's one of the problems. But only 2 of them will lead you to a world event, whether it be IFA or WAF. And it's like going, okay, again, it all depends on what that puller wants to do. What is your path? What is your goal? Right? So if you want to do East versus West, cool. If you want to, knock on that door, this is what I want to do, you have that path. And I know I said this on the show last week, in my show, Paul, I told people with all these different organizations now coming up, we've had the second big boom in the last, 11 years? I think the last one was when Game of Arms came out, there was an influx. COVID hit, and then when we got, open the Go Barrels, it influxed again. And now that brought on the reboot of Armed Wars. Armed Gods came out of that. AWC, AWE, Knuckles Up, the Montana Armbender. You got the boys in Texas with the flash pin production. So you got all that kind of stuff going on. Hell, the Florida Arm Wrestling League. So you got different leagues and stuff that, I don't have to be recognized or to be, compete at a pretty high level. I don't have to go one path. I can choose to go here if I want to. And I think when you really want that gold medal and, you take that path, all the training, with your team, by yourself, whatever, all that stuff you put in just for them to say no blows my mind.
Yep.
Let me ask a question. Your opinion, the people here. I asked somebody earlier today, and I said, okay, if you had the WAF World Champions and the IFA World Champions, and they had a match between those two groups, who would win? And the person told me, oh, definitely WAF, but because they have the Azerbaijanis, the Georgians, the Eastern Europeans, that, they have a limited number of countries, but they really take care of the ones that, like the Georgians, who are the real powerhouses. And so for that reason, they would, basically you get a higher level of competition at WAF. Do you think that is true?
Talking to me or Paul?
Anybody.
Well, hell, I'll take the first one on this. Here's the problem. Why? If I'm talking too much, by all means, stop me.
Go ahead.
Here's the thing, man. With this, to answer Dave's question, I'm going to give you my point of view. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm going to give you my point of view. reason why the USA, Team USA, has a small group when they go to WAF, because our studs in the sports and studettes, if you may, they've been there, done that. Ron Bath has a WAF title. Travis, WAF title, right? Dave Chafee, WAF title. They've been there, done that. When you get to a point where when WL came out and they realized, wow, I can win this much money and still stay in my own country and I ain't got to fly across the pond, you know, and still have high, you know, expectations of myself and high competition, why would I? And now you're in a situation where, East versus West, why do I want to go do WAF where I can go ahead and be recognized as one of the top guys in my weight class under the, you know, I guess we could say Ingen banner. That's why, you know, it's like we don't need to send our guys. They're staying right here, or they got that path to go to East versus West or King of the Table, still get recognized at a higher level and not break the bank, because at some point that stuff costs money, you know. And I understand where some people are coming from. Maybe you can't find $5 grand underneath your couch cushions, but you know, I mean, it happens, you know.
Yeah, like to me, the biggest part of that is, like, most of what you're saying is spot on, Jody. I think the biggest part of that is the countries that are competing in WAF largely have no other opportunities to compete. They have their nationals that gets them to WAF, and then they usually, most of the bigger ones that are good at arm wrestling, have government sponsorships and government subsidies to send them there on the government's dollar. Where the United States, look, we got to spend $5 grand probably in travel and hotels for a 4-day event. You know, like, guys are not as willing to do that when we're coming out of the bar. You know, we're coming out of the bar tournament. We're not willing to spend that money. Not to mention, we also have a much larger media presence. So because we have a larger social media presence, we have accessibility to notoriety that sometimes may not be warranted for our level, which has been exposed at East versus West, that we are not there yet, you know? Now, when it comes to, Dave, your question about WAF versus IFA, most categories, most genders, and most ages, WAF is going to dominate IFA. WAF is going to dominate IFA because they're the longer standing organization. IFA is new. IFA is a new concept that's growing. Like, we can't expect IFA athletes and IFA world champions to be able to compete with WAF world champions right now.
You know what I like too is like the other factors, like Monster Factory, Knuckles Up coming out.
Yeah,
some homegrown things that you can go to and be showcased on a cool stage that's local to some people. And you know, it's not at the same level as maybe East versus West and WAF and all that, but like, man, Knuckles Up's production is up there with the best of them. Like, those guys put on a real fucking good production, which is 100%. Really cool.
And that's the beauty of it too. And like to what Jody's saying, we have those opportunities here where those Eastern European pullers don't have it. They have to go to WAF. That's where their country's going to recognize them and love them.
Yeah.
I want to say goodnight to all of you guys. It was a great time tonight. Have a good one.
Good night, man. Take care.
Good night, man.
Brother. Take care, yourself.
You know, Jody, you're not the only one with medals, all right, buddy?
Hey, you know what? Next year, I mean, I was so jealous because every time, you know, Leprechaun's Day come by, spring comes by, it's Winter Blast season, right? So I'm thinking, okay, and then I see these awesome awards. I'm like, damn it, I didn't go this year. You know, so
bro, you missed out.
I mean, I got a dragon right here that I didn't earn. Dude, every year, like, someone breaks their dragon, so now I got to buy like extras just in case someone breaks a fucking head off their dragon. But
guys, my phone is at 1%. That's why I switched to try and put it on the charger. I'm gonna have to go over here shortly. Jody, David,
thanks
Shell,
for coming on, man.
John, Ryan, be blessed.
Later.
That's our Captain America for you, boys and girls.
Yeah, that was nice of him to come on.
Later, Paul.
We still got to give him an FTG though.
FTG.
Yeah. Well, fuck that guy.
What he said.
You know, good. good insight though. Like, you know, because he knows more than the average person about how it works.
Exactly. He's got the pulse on it, just being so
But
close to
now Dave Shell officially now he's at IFA. He will never be able to go to East versus West if he wins.
What a dummy.
Yeah, Dave, you just
Played
ruined your
Horrible,
entire
Dave. You
future.
just screwed
Dave.
yourself.
Never will Dave be able to get a fucking East versus West.
Burger.
But you know what I was thinking, dude? Like, how close
Really
do they pay
screwed the pooch
attention? Like, say Dave Shell goes to an East versus West thing. Are they going to be like, oh my God, Dave Shell was at an IFA thing. Get out of here. Like, are they paying that close attention
That's
in the
stupid.
States?
I think if you're like a name recognition, they do.
Yeah, but the average Joe, like me or Shell or someone that's not fucking really an arm wrestler, say I go pull at IFA for the fuck of it, and then I go pull at East versus West, are they going to be like, oh, Ryan Grondin, no way, dude, you pulled at IFA 2 years ago? You know what I mean?
No.
Like, I don't think it's probably to that point. At least
Now
here.
they just might though, and it'll make
Can
it
you
a
imagine?
really expensive trip to go all the way there and not be able to pull. Just like we were talking about earlier, checking the Ayers rankings to see if somebody's trying to dive into a lower weight class. You know, maybe they're just as anal just to make an example out of people that like, hey, I don't care if you just show up here and pay all this money.
Yeah.
We're putting our foot down. You show up here, I don't care.
Here's the
You're not
real
pulling,
Paul.
buddy.
Here's the real Paul in.
Yes, I would assume it is.
I think so, yeah.
I think it is.
But you know, like the only
Well,
the only
actually,
thing
Brian Grondin may have won.
what?
Brian Grondin may have acquired an IFA national shirt, because by the time I got here, and they were giving away like the free shirts, the first so many people, all they had was XL. I'm a 2X. All I had was XL, 3XL, and 4XL. So I said, well, I'll take a 3X, and if I'm swimming in it, I'll give it to Grondin.
I just got a text. Apparently, WAF puts out a ban list. So I don't know who the
Legit
person
ban
is.
list?
Imagine like you're the person that has to cross-reference that. Like, oh, Jody Williams, nope. You got to find them.
Might have to, man.
Hopefully, it's alphabetically listed.
Did you see what Dan Plexman said? He goes, Jablonski is a 2022 IFA world champ, and then he went to East versus West.
Oh,
So it all depends on who you are and what you are.
Exactly.
and Jablonski, he's a beast, dude. Jablonski, he's such a sweet person in person. Nice guy.
Yeah.
But
Nice
I think the ban list thing is stupid. I think they're doing an injustice, but whatever. It's their league. We could have a ban list if we want to. Like it's their league. I guess they can do whatever they want, but it just seems stupid this day and age to have that going on.
Yeah.
Well, here's a question: if you're going to ban people, if a league's going to start banning people, then how prestigious is your league is?
Right. What are you worried about? Why do you have to worry about that? Let your guys pull all over. Actually, it actually spreads your fucking name more if someone's like, hey, this guy's a WAF athlete, but he came over here and dominated IFA. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's weird. It's just too weird.
Says Mr. Penis says WAF only bans pullers from countries that sees it as threatening to the what's that say? Grifting?
I totally heard Mr. Penis. I'm
I
sorry.
heard Mr. Penis too. You definitely said Mr. Penis.
So, like if you're gonna ban me, I don't care. I didn't plan on going to wall anyway. I've had offers. Oh, you should do this, you should do that, and go to this national. It's too corrupt for me to get involved in that kind of bullshit. Because again, I don't want to go that route. Then, oh, okay, well now you can't get in. It's like, that's all. Just fucking
Just
stupid.
the whole politics of it. Like, picture being a fucking non-arm wrestler and listening to all this bullshit. They're gonna be like, no thanks.
Exactly.
Yeah, but you've got to understand that there's drama everywhere. It doesn't matter.
Every sport has
There's
drama. Yeah, absolutely.
everywhere.
Yeah, it's no different than fucking football and fucking baseball.
sir.
They all have their drama.
Yes, sir.
It's just the world we live in now.
We just have better trolls.
A kicker can miss a kick and lose the game, and you want to say, fuck that guy, fire his ass, kick him off the team.
Yeah.
But
Well,
that
that's his
same
only
kicker-
job.
But that same kicker can make the winning
That's his
kick. If your team wins the Super Bowl, then you want to go buy him a beer. It's like this.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Because his only job is to do one thing, and it's to kick that fucking ball through them uprights. That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else.
Well, I mean, same with an arm wrestler. His only job is to win this arm
That's
wrestling.
like somebody who's a cook. If you suck at being a cook, you're gone. You got one job: cook my food.
There you go.
I agree here, Marcus. Everyone should just come to Arm Gods and embrace your hooliganism.
I thought they didn't want me at Arm Gods after what I said.
No, dude. I guarantee you they would let you at Arm
Marcus is
Gods.
cool shit.
Or maybe
Hell
that
yeah.
might have been just Evan then.
Yeah.
And Marcus, since
Yeah,
you're on the
that's
show,
probably Evan.
I'm going to tell you. So when I had Evan on my show last week, and he started the show, and then Paul Maiden came on and closed the show, right? So they gave me some homework, and I did that. And the homework was, hey, give it a fair shot, watch the event. I'm like, okay, I'll watch the event. And again, my whole point was that I thought the tag match was kind of quirky. You didn't need that because Uncle John and Evan sells that match without the tag matches.
Yeah.
Now, if they want to do that, that's fine. I still thought it was kind of, tacky, whatever. No pun intended. But
Pun intended.
I watched the event just as I thought. All the matches were fucking, badass. And
Yeah.
then I said, you know what? I'll give it a shot. I watched it, start to finish, the tag match.
What'd you
Still had
think?
the same opinion. You can't have Uncle John bleed from the fucking mouth. For what? Why?
But you liked the main matches, right?
Oh, yeah.
They were good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. I was wondering what you would think of those because you said you'd go watch it.
Yeah.
But
I
here's the
told
thing
them, I
is-
said, you know what? They said, hey, Jody, won't you watch it? And then, come back and, give us your honest opinion. I said, no problem. So I watched the match.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, okay. I've been impressed before. I've watched the Valhalla 1. I watched the one where they all with the candidate. I watched those. So it's not like I don't watch it. It's just I wasn't thrilled about the press conference with the beer over the head and the blading. And all of a sudden, Uncle John comes to the match, the day of the match, with his mouth bleeding. What the fuck for? You don't need that shit. You don't really need that. And I said, here, Evan and Paul, I sat there and texted them both. I said, hey, could we have, I made an own group chat for us three. I said, look, I watched everything from start to finish. I applaud the effort, what you guys are doing. Yeah, the matches were awesome. I still, just my opinion, I don't like, I didn't care for the tag match. And of course, Evan got all irritated, because I didn't agree with him. I was like, okay, fine,
Well,
whatever.
See, when Evan was on your show, I think Paul did a much better job than Evan explaining, like, hey, we put that match at the end. So if you don't want to watch it, and we're trying new things and it might work or it might not work, but, we're trying to do things that other promotions haven't done in 30 years or whatever. And the sport hasn't really gone mainstream. So maybe what they're doing isn't working. So we're trying this. I liked his point of view and how he explained it, and it was kind of, it made me respect it more, even more than just the way he was talking about it. You can tell he's passionate about the way he wants to go about it,
It's because I think Paul approached it like a businessman.
Right. Yeah.
As, hey, I was in the match, fuck you. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, Evan, I get it,
Yeah.
You're a part of something, monumental. And good for him,
Yeah.
Just because somebody doesn't agree with you doesn't mean they're always wrong, though, either.
Yeah, and right. And Paul Lynn said earlier, he was like, maybe 90% of the arm wrestling community is going to say, I don't like that. But there are some that do, and we'll watch that. And also, non-arm wrestlers probably find that more entertaining than the arm wrestlers, because most of the arm wrestlers are going, oh, that's bad for the sport. Where non-arm wrestlers are like, oh my God, did you fucking see that?
Okay, I'm going to say something right now that's very, very important. Josh, Ryan, David, Dave Shell, Marcus in the chat, everybody in the chat, hear me out. I want everyone's opinion. Because Evan told me, he goes, well, actually, it was Paul. He says, go look on your YouTube, your analytics, your percentage of people, age group that watch your YouTube channel. I said, okay, I did that. Now, here's what Evan was saying. If you try to get the non-arm wrestlers to try to like our product as a whole, and they see that maybe age 18 to 24, 25 years old, they're going to say, oh, because that group loves the car wreck. I get it. If you want to put the carrot on the fishing pole and bring them in there, that's fine. But here's what I'm saying. And Marcus, I want you to, this is no disrespect. Hear me out, though. If you're going to go that route, which I understand. I totally get that. But if you're going to bring that crowd into arm wrestling and they start watching other videos like East vs. West, Winter Blast, right? Knuckles Up, and they don't see any kind of Wild Wild West stuff, are they going to stay and watch the sport? Because now you're like kind of teasing going, hey, this is arm wrestling, but then they go to one of you guys' events or see all that kind of stuff and they don't see that kind of stuff. They're going to think, well, what the fuck? Where's all the where's the steel chairs at? Where's the electrocution wire? Where's all that stuff at? You see what I'm saying? Like if you're trying to, cater to the ones who are not arm wrestling fans and get them calling to our sport, and you do that, which is fine, but then you don't want to send the wrong message saying all arm wrestling is like that, because it's not. And you don't want those fans to go check up another tournament and see that's not there. And then they say, well, fuck it, I don't want to do this. I don't want to watch that.
Think about, in that case, they would just be Arm Gods fans.
Okay.
I'm just looking at it like maybe they would just be like, hey, I follow this league. Like some people liked UFC, some people like Pride. Yeah, there were different kinds of MMA fighting. Maybe people would just be like, oh, I love Arm Gods, but not a fan of 98 or I don't know. I'm just trying to think outside of the box, like from different angles. There are people out like they're going to be doing that arm shock. I'm sure everyone's going to, even though like it might not be your thing, I'm probably going to check it out to just see like Evan get fucking tased. You know what I mean? Like some people will probably want to see someone get fucking tased just, at least once to see what happens.
The Drew 24 says he challenges me to electrical match right hand.
Electric match right hand. What the fuck with your left? Dude, imagine you get electrocuted in the right arm and then now it's like super strong from getting stimulated. or you have a heart attack and die on the table.
Well, it depends on how many voltage we're talking about.
Hold on, don't even go there. It's not about voltage, it's about amperage.
Yeah, but if you're holding hands
and it's got to cross your heart,
it's
got to cross your heart.
Like, so if I get electrocuted, it's gonna go into your hand because you're the other guy on the link. So it might not work out the way that they think.
Wow.
Might have to think about that. Usually it'll go to like the person at the end of the chain. So if like 10 of us are holding hands and that guy over there on the right side gets electrocuted, the guy on the left is the one who's gonna fucking get smashed.
Would the pegs be metal in that match, or should they put rubber on it?
Oh, imagine, dude, all the awards have to be rubber just in case. Like you have to fucking wear like rubber shoes, all kinds, so you don't ground to the ground.
Will there be shag carpet at the venue?
I say you use Evan as a dummy for sure. Evan Burgoyne. Low amps.
Here. I mean, hear me out, because Jody was talking about this. Now, I've only physically been actually practicing in the sport for about 8 months, but I've been watching for about a year and a half prior, trying to find people who arm wrestle. But I saw it because I just constantly watch YouTube, and one day, not sure how or why, but Devin Laird came across my feed, and yeah, I watched it. I watched him, and then I went down a rabbit hole and just started going all over the place. And I was like, well, this is great. Look at these fucking animals. I'm like, they're crazy, and they're banging the table. So I mean, there ain't tax or anything like that, but they're beating the shit. I mean, look at Bortolato. You got to pin a fucking table down. That guy's an animal. He's gonna rip it off the stage and break it on his head, then have a stroke.
I mean, you have Wagner, Alan Fisher, Travis, if he's into it, talking shit to people. That shit's entertaining on its own merit.
It is because I went down that rabbit hole as well. The old what was it, Arm Wars, when it was in Vegas, it looked like in a high rise.
Oh, it was on the top of the MGM Grand.
Thank you. There you go. But it got me into the sport. Now, Arm God's doing a tack match. I'm not going to not watch it, because I want to. If somebody's dumb enough to slam their hand into a set of fucking tacks, I'm going to watch it, and then I'm going to make fun of you.
But what I will say about Arm Guys, when they first came out, what I've enjoyed, when they called your name, you came out, there was fucking pyro and fucking, fireworks as you come out.
Yeah.
That made it like, oh, this is big time shit over here.
Yeah.
Not everybody does that.
It is.
They do really good.
Now.
They put a lot into their production.
It was nice. I liked it, and
That's why
it sucked me in, which is why you see me here today.
I like the red light they have going down. That's different. So there's different organizations.
And they set it up in a circle. It's nice. Yeah,
they separate themselves by that from any other organization, which is cool. You know, I mean, I like that. And they promote their asses off, which is more than I can say for King of the Table. They don't do a goddamn thing as far as promoting.
Yeah,
keep it raw.
Yeah, they're just like Ryan with Winter Blast. They just talk about or Valhalla every other sentence. It just doesn't stop. And it's awesome because you know exactly when it's happening, what's all going on.
Well, dude,
every single day.
The only reason people talked about Winter Blast all year, let's be honest, is because Paul Italia and Nadia were talking for a whole year about their match. You know what I mean? Other than that, we usually don't bring it up till a couple months. Like I usually try to start promoting Winter Blast like 3 months out, but this year it was promoted way
it's a year-long thing, buddy. It's a year-long thing. You guys always talk about how you guys are going to improve something, like the bullpen.
We try to
immediately, and it's something that we always just keep on. It's like a recurring topic all the time, and it's a good thing. I'm saying.
How did that work out for you? Did you like how we set it up with the screens for the brackets?
That was great. The bullpen was great. Most athletes were on site, and the only guys you had problems with is either dudes that left, or maybe there was one in the bathroom. But aside from that,
good.
It was pretty good. It was way better than having people come from random parts of the room, or from the hallway, or from the bathroom. Bullpen was fantastic.
Yeah, Jody, that's something we tried different this year. Instead of like calling people's names for the bullpen, we just put the whole goddamn class in the bullpen. That way they're all there. And we had someone in the bullpen lining people up, and we had the 2 screens there with the brackets. So it made things run smoother because the whole class was in the fucking bullpen instead of having to be like, so-and-so to the bullpen and that dude's in the fucking bathroom or eating or.
And you know what?
Saved a lot of time.
That's exactly how the Arnold Classic is ran.
Okay.
Your weight class in the bullpen. There you go.
Nice.
We're rolling. They got 3. Well, the year I went in 2019, they had 3 tables out, and they called your weight class. Everybody was in the bullpen, and you had Harold Owens was going, "Hey, you're next. Be ready. Be ready." So that way it's boom, boom, boom.
Well,
boom.
Well, yes, and we did that at our first tournament before even the Winter Blast. The complaint I had with it here is we had all that weight class over amateur, semi-pro, and pro, and somebody said, so they called us up, and I basically ended up standing there for almost 2 hours because it was a very large class, and they went through amateur and semi-pro first. I mean, that's a slight exaggeration, but I would agree that I think we need to get, for example, if we're doing amateur 176, fine, let's get all of the amateurs in the bullpen, but not necessarily have the pro 176 in the bullpen until they get closer to when they're going to be called.
Well, that's how it was supposed to be, and I think it was a miscommunication. But at the end of the day, the reason we hire guys like Corey Miller and Sean Hancock is so that it's one less thing we need to worry about. Like, okay, we're hiring Corey Miller. He knows what he's doing. Sean Hancock knows what he's doing. He can run the refs. Corey can run the brackets however he sees fit, and then I can focus on what I should be focusing on, which is promoting, getting sponsors, and the rest of the stuff. Which that's how I think a lot of people should do it. Like, delegate some of the work out. You're going to pay people anyway, whether it's a fucking local ref or a fucking head ref from somewhere else, but so if you hire someone that can handle running like that part of it, it's one less thing for you to have to worry about and be involved in, Now, right after Winter Blast, we had a meeting immediately and already fucking, talked about, okay, how could we improve it? I talked to Sean and Corey separately. And they have some great ideas. Like, the day after we kind of reflect on, but what didn't help is we had a couple refs bail last minute. So we were a table down. We would have had a table or two more running, which I think would have made it go smoother and faster. But we had to work with what we had. Couple guys jumped in to help ref. So thank you to them. But next year we'll do it bigger and better. We'll have more tables, more refs, more staff, more support staff.
Probably more entries.
Well, we can only hope. Well, maybe if Jody Williams comes down.
Hey, man.
Last.
I am trying to get things lined up, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah.
Maybe an Arm Gods match.
Hey, there is one person I want to pull, but he said he wasn't interested unless it was a fucking tag match. I'm like, fuck you. I'm not doing that.
Oh, it has to be the tag match?
I was like, I don't do that. But
well, come on, drop the name. Who is it?
Well, I think we all knew who.
No. We need you to say it.
People that had the tag match, so.
I'm just saying, come on.
Oh, Beer Man. I asked him. No, Arm Gods doesn't want. I think he said Paul doesn't want you on there because of something or other.
I think he doesn't. He doesn't want you pulling him because they like having to do the crazy matches. But if you pull someone else, it probably wouldn't matter.
The way he made it sound was that, if you want to pull me, it has to be this kind of match. That's what he made it seem like. I'm like, all right, man. Now you're just being weird.
Later,
Johnny. That may be true for him at Arm Gods because he likes to do the crazy matches. So for him to do a match, he probably won't do a normal one.
Well, no, I mean, now that he's
speculating,
because now that there's a hardcore buildup for grabs, he's made it, like, hey, this is me now. I am the Terry Funk, Mick Foley, Sabu, Sandman, wherever the fuck, he is the ECW guy now, along with Uncle John. So they pretty much created that. Yeah, exactly. They created that, that hardcore style. So I guess if one were to challenge them, like I tried to say, hey man, because him and I, once upon a time, were in talks, everybody, about having a match at 90%. Once upon a time, plans fell through the crack, and my schedule didn't line up with his schedule, and vice versa, and all that kind of stuff. So, I was like, hey, well, let's revisit since you want to come on my show and kind of,
I think you should aim higher now, anyway, because you beat Roger, and Roger beat him. So fuck it, aim higher. Aim higher.
There you go.
I know styles make matches, but I'm just saying. All right, how about this though? All right, say me and Jody are a tag team against Josh and Dave Shell, and I get a foul and they stop the match. I can tag Jody in, and you're a team arm wrestling, tag team arm wrestling. So.
We'll be like the APA.
Reaching out, tagging you during the foul. I get a foul. Anytime they stop the match, you can tag someone in. That would be hilarious. We should make. Where's Johnny? We got to make a video of that.
Nice.
New tag team arm wrestling, dude.
You got to wait till I lay some sod. You can do it back here.
They got timeouts in Arm Gods.
Arm Gods. We could do that.
They do have timeouts. I did just see that.
You choose your team. Like we're a tag team, and then you show up and you can tag out at any stoppage.
Or you could just be like, if you really want to do something groundbreaking arm wrestling, since everybody wants to go on the WWE bandwagon, there's something you can do. But it's still arm wrestling. It has nothing to do with the crazy stuff. You want to hear what it is?
Let's hear it.
Yeah.
Okay. My favorite pay-per-view of all time in WWE was Survivor Series, right?
Yeah.
You have 5-on-5, whatever. You get your 5, another guy gets his 5. There's your team, right? You match up. If one of your teammates loses, then they're done. Where the other guy that won can stay on there and they can sub in. They can pull. If they want to pull again, they can. That's up to the team captain.
Oh yeah, dude, and they get to choose. So like,
you can put
your strongest guy and knock out their weakest guy, or however you want to do it.
Completely out. You can do it that way. Fuck it.
Yeah, but what if they use dodgeball rules? So I beat you, you hit the bench, next person comes up, beats me, I hit the bench, but now you're back up.
Oh, that'll be a fucking. You have to do it on a Thursday just to make sure the tournament starts on Saturday.
Yeah, with just five guys.
Well, I mean, if you got that,
Oh.
if you guys are that good of a team, then you can just go and fucking wipe them out.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious?
No.
Who, Talmage?
I know he wasn't talking about Bresnan, was he?
I mean, he was at the event. I would assume it's him, but I don't know.
Well, both of them were at the event.
Oh, even Talmadge too?
Yeah, he had a match. He was the
my
first
fault.
match up.
Tim
My fault, I missed
Bresnan
that.
challenged him? Oh, my God.
Wait, what?
Yeah. I don't know why he would do that.
Bresnan, yep. Dude, I wouldn't want to pull Tim Bresnan.
I'd
a
rather
match.
see.
In a
Doesn't he
match,
carry a knife or a gun on him?
a match where you can get hurt.
A match where
I'd
you can
rather
get
see
shot.
Corey Bresnan than Tim Bresnan in that match.
Yeah. Corey's been leveling up, I heard. He's been training.
Who's Corey?
Tim's son.
Tim Bresnan's illegitimate son.
No, you said it wrong. No, I know that's his son. There's a whole
His
running
shitty
joke
son.
That's his. They call him Tim Bresnan's shitty son.
Tim Bresnan's shitty son who
I don't
lives
know
in the
why.
shadow of Tim Bresnan. Tim told me that he low-key gets mad when we call him that.
I'm
Tim
sorry.
gets mad when you call him what?
Corey.
We started out where we wouldn't call him Corey Bresnan. We just kept calling him Tim Bresnan's shitty son. Like we won't call him by his name. He's Tim Bresnan's son.
Oh, wow.
Kind of like he lives in his dad's shadow. But it was a joke. And he was on here that night, and it was a joke, and we were just joking around about it.
Yeah.
He's a good dude, though.
Never met him in person. I think from what I hear, he's a good guy.
Definitely.
Wow. So Bresnan and Evan, huh? Wow. That's interesting. Very interesting. All right. Next topic. Where are we at?
Hold on, I'm getting texts. I gotta look at this.
Jody, what do you think of the challenge matches coming up in Florida? Which ones are you excited for?
Oh, the first one that pops out would be
I will say this. This is not enough for a topic, but some random person from Texas who should remain nameless commented in the chat a while ago that I have finally taken his advice by getting a decent camera, and I look 30 pounds thinner and 10 years younger or some such crap. Actually, no, I'm using the same
He just
computer I
cleaned it?
always do, except it's the
You just
lighting in
cleaned
the
the
motel.
lens.
It's the lighting. So
You
there.
cleaned the lens.
Man.
Probably cleaned the lens.
Ray Romanowski stuck a 98 sticker on the Wells Fargo Center
Oh, nice.
on like that board where people put stickers and advertising. He threw a 98 sticker up on it and took a picture. Nice.
To answer your question, David, I'm looking forward to Jerome Loud and RVJ.
Hell yeah.
That'd be the first one.
Great match.
I think because Jerome doesn't have a whole big social media following, it's time for him to get some shine. You know what I mean? So there's that. Is it Matt Mass pulling like God, what's his name?
Brad Grundy?
Is it Grundy or didn't he already pull him at Arm Wars?
I think he did.
No, he's pulling Grundy. That's
is
right.
pulling
He's pulling
Grundy.
Grundy. That is
Okay.
exactly who he's pulling. Yeah.
Who was Wilton Brock pulling?
Interesting. I'm not sure. But that's a great puller. I only became aware of him like just this past year because he was cleaning up. But,
Right.
I don't know who he's pulling. I did
So
see.
let me ask you a question. I should have asked Paul when he was on the show. So how does this work out? Does that work out where if you win your match, then that puts you on the path to one of the future East vs. West events? Is that how that works?
Brother, I do not know. I wish I knew.
Huh.
I'd assume so. I'd assume that's going to show you as like the best talent out of the North Americas to be representative over there. Whenever they have a slot to fill.
Right.
I would assume so, because these are all like North American guys that are playing each other. Yeah.
So I guess we're trying to beef up our West team, which good because
I think this is the best way to do it too.
Here's a good idea.
oh god.
I have to say this, when I was doing my dissertation research at the Library
So
of Congress,
that actually stems something from you, buddy? His comment actually stems something?
yeah, well,
Jesus Christ.
Look
Go
at that
ahead.
Send the boner.
when
Go
I
ahead.
was doing, just with Grondin's ideas here, I was doing research, and I'd get off the metro at the Capitol South, and there was, of course, all the newspaper racks lined up, including the free ones. So I'd grab a copy of the Washington Blade, which was the gay thing, and whatever. There were some what they called circle jerk clubs. They actually did. Yeah, I thought, oh,
Jesus.
God, what the hell?
Dave,
Yep.
how many of the is that how you got those thick wrists?
No,
Dude, Dave's like the only arm wrestler that if you handcuffed him, he could just slide right out of the fucking handcuffs. His wrists are wider than his hands.
Oh my god,
did you tell them how?
dude! His
Iron
wrists
Man.
are built like a
Did
worm.
you tell them how
Iron Man,
lucky they
that's
are to
all
have you
you
on tonight,
part right
One at
there
a
in the
time.
middle. What's up?
Ryan? Did you tell them how
What's that?
lucky they are to have you on tonight in your injured condition?
Yeah,
What's wrong
I
with
told
you?
him. I
He was crying
fucking
earlier.
tore my shoulder.
Doing what?
Not arm wrestling, unfortunately. I had a little tumble at work.
Oh wow.
I'm like, fucking A. But it sounds way cooler if I tell people that I was on the bridge in Maryland when it fell and I was like, helping
You're
babies swim
fucking
to shore.
stupid.
You were in Maryland? Did you run into Dave Morocco?
Yeah, I was on that bridge that got taken out by the boat.
Oh yeah. How the fuck does that even happen?
Dude, I know. Wow, that shit is crazy. And why does shit like that only happen in an election year? Dude, it's weird because you see the boat lose fucking power, all the lights go off, and then all of a sudden fucking boom, hits it, and the whole goddamn bridge collapsed.
Does that
It's
bridge
just
even
So
raise up?
terrible for the city.
Yeah, no, it's high enough for it to go under it, but there's like a pillar in the middle, so you got to go to either side of it. It's high enough for the boat to go under it, but it hit the fucking pillar.
Because I heard it lost power and started drifting off. You couldn't control it.
Yeah. That's crazy though. But now I bet a lot of less people are going to go to Morocco's from the north because now you got to go the long way now.
Wow.
That's going to affect fucking the tournaments in Virginia for sure.
Man, oh man. Isn't Travis pulling over there like tomorrow or something like that?
The Harvest Gap.
Is he in that
Travis.
yeah.
Probably
Is
he'll
it
probably
his- is
enter
it
to
his
win
tournament?
If it's his tournament, he'll just enter to win the fucking prize,
Cash prize.
his own prize.
Wow.
The beast.
Gotta love him. Gotta love him. Then of course you got the IFA Nationals tomorrow.
Yep, that's where Shell is right now.
What's the vibe over there, David?
They had, I got there about 7, and they, people had been coming and going all day, just for the hour, and met a couple, a couple folks from, that I've only seen there. I have some interesting news. The Michigan States. I was talking to them, and as you may have heard, this is going to be the last year they're in the Kellogg Arena, and we had heard that what they had tried to do is change the the terms of the agreement. And I'll tell you, whoever's running the arena now, boy, they want to make money fast because their demands, and that all of a sudden they started putting on this extra stuff. My favorite was they were insisting they wanted $1.50 for every chair they set out. $1.50 for every chair. They wanted, whatever the rental was, plus they wanted their staff to be paid, and it was just, they just jacked everything up, and it was just ridiculous. So this will be the last year they're probably going to be there.
Host the Harlem Globetrotters and Ice Capades 4 times a year, and there you go.
How much to just stand around?
Well, I said everybody could bring their own chairs, but
Here's our new 98 trailer that we have. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get it all 98 tagged up, and that's what we're gonna use to bring all our equipment to all these tournaments and setting up things. We're gonna try to do like some little roadside pulls here and there to try to drum up some recruitment.
So you gonna go cross country?
Hey, maybe we might.
That'd be kind of cool.
Now we can, now that we can put all our equipment on there and set up easier. Maybe we'll do some cross country stuff. Maybe when Dave Shell's doing his country tour, maybe we can
free up your back seat finally.
Yeah. Yeah, no shit, dude. Everything was always in my vehicle, and I'm like, dude, this sucks. So
you know what you could do, and I don't know, man. You can like get a bunch of 98 merchandise.
Yeah.
Load that bitch in a trailer with the table. You just go cross country, and then you park in like, I don't know, some kind of Costco parking lot or Rite Aid.
Yeah.
Bring out
That's
the
what
table.
we were talking about.
Table, merchandise for arm wrestling.
That's what we were talking about.
Oh yeah, we're 98%. Look us up on the website. Look us up on YouTube. Our event is every year in March. Yada yada yada. Never know.
We'll be like, if you can pin Dave Shell, you get a free shirt, and we'd be out of shirts by the end of the day.
Out of shirt rapidly.
No, but yeah, that's a good. That's the kind of stuff we want to do. Is just get more people in the sport. So in order to do that, we got to go to places where there's non-arm wrestlers.
Like Iowa.
Yeah, in the cornfields of Iowa.
Oh, like, hey, there. When I went out to Kansas City to see the relatives last year and stopped at the Strongest Badge in St. Louis, I swear I joined every arm wrestling group between Omaha, Nebraska, and the East Coast just to see who was practicing. And the Iowa group in Des Moines is called Children of the Corn Arm Wrestling.
Hell yeah, dude! That fucking movie scared me as a kid. They get them black fingernails and shit, and they touch you and you die. Fuck that.
Yeah, Children of the Corn.
Dude, we could set up in Iowa, and if they pin Dave Shell, he'll husk your corn.
Or just get Kate and Clark, whatever.
You can travel around to women's softball teams and find strong women that want to pull other women.
Yeah.
Yeah. See?
You know what I mean?
Dude, or like just women-only gyms and stuff. Get like Sue Fisher and a couple women to come with us and try to recruit some women at the gyms that are for just women,
There you go.
Something like that. That's why we're getting this thing, so we have more options, and it won't be so difficult to fucking travel around with all our equipment and set up for tournaments. So
right.
Next tournament is May 4th, the Battle of Antietam down in Hagerstown, Maryland. So hopefully we'll see some people there.
Yes, Mr. Peanut, I'm going to be at the Michigan States.
Dave, you realize now you're never going to get selected to go to East versus West?
Yeah, well, I'd say the chances of that happening were somewhat slim anyway.
Yeah. Man. Banning. We should start banning people. We should start banning people and be like, if you compete at Knuckles Up, you will never get a chance to be a world champion 98% winner blast winner.
You'll never get
I'm just going to call 98 a Worlds next year and just see how many people we can piss off.
Whatever happened to those 98 belts y'all had?
We're still planning on doing it. We're going to release them into certain weight classes. Like we might, I don't know, get a couple per tournament. That way, that will create some organic matches, like, challenge matches for us. Because then if you win first, second, or third at a tournament, that gives you the opportunity to challenge whoever has the belt.
Yeah, and then you can just sit there and go, okay, I want to crack at that belt. We can discuss logistics later on throughout the year or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. And then at one of our other tournaments, they can have the match or whatever. It'll organically make some challenges to where we're not always having to plan them.
Right.
People will be gunning for the belt.
And then you can almost pre-sell that as, hey, Winter Blast 4 or Winter Blast 5. Hey, it's going to be this person, that person for the,
for the belt, yeah.
98 belt, yeah.
Yeah. So it'll be more exciting because it'll happen more organically where you have to place in the top 3 of your class in order to even challenge the champion.
That's only fair.
Yeah. Or what if the next tournament the champion doesn't place first, second, or third? Maybe we throw a stipulation in there like, oh, he could lose his belt on his own.
Well, if you're the champ, do you have to pull a tournament though? See what I'm saying?
No, but I would imagine some of them still will to get points. But what if they don't place as a champion? What do we do in that situation?
No,
well, I would
but
imagine
if you're a champion is it like Olympia rules that you could always come back and challenge for the title without going through the qualification?
I don't know. These are rules that we're going to have to think about because we're going to
Because it
have
would
to have all
suck.
this.
Let's just say David, how much you weigh?
Me 220.
How much do I weigh?
Oh,
Or him.
so David's what, 220? Let's just say David has the title. He defended his title at Winter Blast, right? Won his match, but didn't place top 3 in the tournament. Why should he get a ding for that when he defended his belt? He did his job.
Yeah. Well, what we can do it is once it's released, like whoever comes in first place at the tournament's going to get the belt. The first tournament. After that, we can only be won by super matches.
Yeah,
understand.
Only won by challenges.
Yeah.
But we have to. These are things we got to put in the rules, or it could get misty there, and people might get mad and be like,
"You got it 98.
What ifs?"
This is why you got you, Burger, Shell, Stu. Get them on the board,
Dude, and Josh Tassadori here and Johnny Miller are gonna fucking up our production value and start doing like top level live feed shit for even our small tournaments, so that our small tournaments look overproduced, but it'll still be fun,
You see Marcus's comment says it's tricky to have one belt be part of a competition and then win it as one super match.
Yeah. I'm just thinking the way that we release them is the first time, like say we pick a tournament and it's going to be Battle of Antietam. Every first place winner is the guy that gets the belt to start off the super series of challenges.
Gotcha. The inaugural champion.
That's how we just give them away. Like that's how we're going to choose who gets it. We're just going to pick a tournament, and the first place guy in that weight class, you're the guy, first place pro. Here's the belt, and then he can only be challenged by first, second, or third place at the next tournament.
And then if you place top 3 at a different one, hey, I'm in the running for a title match. I just don't know when. Now that person's training their ass off. I got you.
And then we could give the champion one turn down.
Mm-hmm.
Like he could say, "Oh no," but then he has to accept the second one. So if he says no and the first challenge is from the first place guy, he might have to pull the third place guy next.
No,
if that's how he's the next challenge.
Turn down the belt and all the responsibility that comes with it. Like say you win the event, but you're like, I don't want the belt because I'm not going to be willing to marry myself to a match or whatever down the line. I just want to pull.
Then it would go to the second place guy.
Understood.
It would make sense if it was on East Coast base, because if somebody out west won it, that would be like, I'd be kind of tricky.
Well, I would imagine that a guy out west would be one of the guys that would say, "Hey, I'm not going to take the belt because I may not come to any of your other tournaments." Mm-hmm. Which that could be a stipulation in the rule book is you have to come to so many tournaments a year, or like you have to compete within 6 months of getting the belt, or I don't know. We got to come up with something that keeps, we can't just have a guy sit on the belt for fucking 2 years.
Right. I know the belts they got in the Midwest, like the top row belts, I know what they used to do is that if you challenge somebody for a belt, it's $500, I think, off the top. And, if you win the belt and the $500. If you lose, then you lose your money. What Louisiana does every year at the Contraband Days, you win your belt in your weight class, you keep it for the whole year, but you got to come back the next year and win your weight class to keep the belt. And they have your name engraved on the planks. But if you can't make it, then you got to tell them and send the belt back like a few months in advance or whatever.
Forfeit the belt.
Was that a Don Underwood promotion, the top roll thing?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Is he still running it?
Well, it kind of faded away. I think he's trying to rejuvenate. What's the word? Rejuvenate. Yeah. He's trying to redo that thing. So.
Yeah, we'll have to put something in there. That way guys can't just leave and like never come back and keep the belt.
Ban them.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you do that, you're banned from the 98 league. You'll have to go pull other leagues.
I agree, Marcus. Belts make pullers feel special.
Yep.
Like our first world championship belt, it only gets harder to defend it as the pullers we bring and get higher and higher level. Yeah, I mean, that's just the thing, you know. And he's right. He's spot on with that, you know, because if you get the top talent, you still beat that person. You deserve to keep that belt to the next, you know, event, next, you know, call out or whatever. So.
And we might not release them all at once. We might do, like, say, Antietam, we could say, hey, we're releasing this one into the, 176 class or 55s or whatever. And then, the next tournament, now we're going to release one in 220, or we could release them at different times. That way it's not all just boom. We're overwhelmed with fucking challenge matches the next fucking tournament.
Mm-hmm.
True.
We'll see. We got time to think about it.
Right. That'd be kind of cool. A cool addition to add to 98 just gives it more prestige, you know.
We're also going to bring back the awards once a month for Flex Friday, Forearm Flex Friday. So we had some awards made specifically for whoever we vote is the winner of Flex Friday once a month, and then we'll send that medal out to that person.
There you go.
That'll be cool.
There you go. I like it. Well, guys, I'm going to go ahead and jump off so I can spend some more time with the missus. But thanks for having me on. Thanks for giving me the date.
Buddy.
And
Thanks,
Dave Shell, good luck tomorrow at Nationals.
Thank you.
David.
The hard part, to be honest with you, the hard part for me, and I've already talked to somebody from the security staff, they're up on a platform, no railing, no steps, no ramp, no nothing. The hard part's for me is going to get up the damn table.
Who's got to wheel you up there, Dave? They need a wheelchair ramp.
And that's and actually, though, I'm not pulling till Sunday. Tomorrow is senior men and women. The junior and the masters are all on Sunday.
Right.
Hashtag TATF.
Those are the facts.
There you go. Hey, guys. Fuck this guy right here. So I said it for you. So. Take care, y'all.
Man, he fucked himself. We're screwed. He fucked that guy himself off the show. But yeah, we're also going to start doing a line of 98 handles, and we were thinking about doing like a monthly giveaway of like, maybe like a group of 2 or 3 handles or something to a winner. We just have to figure out how we're going to go about like how you win it. So once we figure that out, we might start something like that. So that'll be cool.
Somebody said something about traveling around, and or made a comment about me setting up a table. And I'll tell you once again, I can picture the guy. I can never think of names when I want to. What's the name of the guy from East Ohio that did that? He actually set up his table, and he used to come on our program. Dude with humongous calves for an arm wrestler. What the fuck? I can't think of his name. No.
Look what I made.
East Ohio. He was from Ohio. The cutesy little white dog that used to bring on a program with him. Shit, can't think of his name. But yeah, he set up. They took that tour all the way to New England, where they set up their table on. No, what?
What do you scratch with that thing, Dave? Smell it.
My knees.
Smell it.
Back.
Smell it. Everybody likes
Fromunda
cheese.
Yeah, Stacy. Yeah.
That's what I just said.
So I said like 3.
Yeah, I heard David James. Stacy James. No, you're right. No, he set up his table, random spots all the way to Maine, from Ohio to Maine.
You can't hear anymore.
Yeah, well, once I'm, once like a damn sailor, whatever. No, once I get the
Lewis was supposed to come on tonight.
Then there's after the knee, then I'll take care of the left shoulder. Then maybe I'll get new ears or something.
Hey, Dave, that guy was very grateful that reached out to you about getting into a practice with Latimer's team. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Get to one of your practices up there at.
No.
Wait,
that guy, Nick Dan, that reached out to you.
I took care of it. I took care of it.
Oh, you got that?
I took care of it.
Okay.
Yeah. He hit me up.
Nice.
Well, he was hitting everybody up apparently.
Oh, okay, yeah. Because, like I was saying earlier, I got that notification on ArmBet, and I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm nowhere near. Like, you're 30 minutes outside of Philly. Like, reach out to Dave Shell, and maybe he'll point you to the right direction.
Wait
Because
a
he was
minute.
reaching out to me, and I'm like, damn, dude. Like,
No, is it? Hold on. It was a kid. He's 135 pounds. I believe his name was Nick. Hold on.
I mean, this guy's Nick Dan. He was on.
Do you,
Shubich,
Shubich, do you challenge people on there?
Nick Dannerfelser.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Yeah, he's 135 pounds. He should be going to Latimer's on.
Yes,
tomorrow.
he is.
On Sunday because I gave him the address. I made sure Sean said it was okay. So yeah.
Cool. That's what's up.
Yes, you're correct. He is going there. Yeah, I give him that.
I get my ArmBet points all the time, man. See, he seems very excited.
I challenge people. I challenge people in arm bets, and then when they don't answer, I just put that I won the match, and it shows that like they lost to me. Love it.
I don't even know if I still have arm bet.
One's practice. One so is the town is Mickleton, Mickleton.
Yeah.
Ryan, show me your exact address. I just want you to know that, okay?
What's that?
It's showing me your exact address. I could find you so easily.
Oh, I know.
No, Paul, the other Paul Lynn asked him. Yeah, we could. I'm sure Sean wouldn't mind if we gave it to him privately. But Mickleton, at what, 1 o'clock Sundays?
Does it show my exact? What is it?
Oh
no, it's the other Paul Lynn. No, Mickleton, New Jersey.
But like by satellite, if I just zoom in, I could work out where your address would be.
Yeah.
Like if I look at the like as I zoom in, it shows me like what area, what city. I should probably stop talking because then people will find you.
Well,
whenever someone threatens me, I give them my address anyway. Like if you want to get shot in my front yard, it's fine.
True. True.
Mickleton, that's what at the east end of the Commodore Barry Bridge, right? It's east. It's fairly close to the end of one of the bridges in Commodore Barry.
Well, why are we talking about Mickleton?
Give me a number. Which I'm not.
Let's see.
So, anyways, that was a little bit too much of arm wrestling for tonight.
Yeah, now let's get back to fucking fetuses and masturbating with Swiss cheese.
Let's switch gears over here.
Dave Shubich is like, hey, I have some Swiss cheese right here. Who knew?
Swiss cheese.
No, but you know, that whole drama thing, dude, like I think it's dumb. I think it's dumb what WAF has done with the bands, but
absolutely
it should, and people in America should just say no. Like, what the fuck? What can they do if everybody was just like, fuck off? Look at this asshole. Unrivaled promotions. Grondin won't share love and pull at my events. Selfish, human, and untrustworthy because I don't want to pull fucking Eric Harlan, the scumbag who came on our show and fucking said fucked up shit.
Speaking of, let's get him on.
Hey, if you wanna hang out with those guys, that's fine. But I'm not interested in pulling Harlan. So
who runs Unrivaled?
Well, since you mentioned the name, I guess I can mention the name. He sent me a text a while ago and wanted me to say hi to Shubich. I'm not sure it's because of the way Shubich was being described as big and jacked, or if there was some other reason. But
I hope not.
But I did pass along his greetings to Shubich.
He still has way too many subscribers for me. I'm not sure why he even acknowledges me.
Jeez.
Yeah, he could just message me. I mean, I'm not going to respond, but he can, instead of bugging you.
Anyway, to answer your questions, that's James Cochran. He wants me to pull, fucking Eric Harlan or something like that. I don't know. I'm just not interested in pulling Eric Harlan because he's such an asshole to us. Maybe down the road if he started acting normal again, but how many chances have we given him to be normal? Like just no chance. And now I'm injured.
Like
so
he pulls his asshole out on the fucking on the
Yeah,
show. He literally pulled his asshole out
with a weird
in his
skin
butt
flap.
flap.
Like, wouldn't you make sure you didn't have a mud flap if you're gonna pull your
Wasn't
asshole
that
out
great
on
for
the show,
ratings?
dude? Now, I mean, I'll fight Eric Harlan though if you bring him around me.
Now, do you think it's like how do I describe this? Like, do you think he has like will over his mud flap? Do you think he moves it at will?
Oh yeah, dude. Like he can make it
automatic?
watertight if he wants. Just
Right.
Bro.
like shut the flap. It's like a sphincter that he has control over.
Exactly. Is it like the lungs and the esophagus, like where one closes off? Like
Yeah. It's like, or like when you take a
Depending
big
on
sip of
dysfunction.
water, your body knows to shut off your lungs
right.
and make it go down the right tube. And every now and then you fucking take a sip. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I do wonder.
Eric Harlan can go to Arm Gods and it will be a one-way trip. I feel confident that me and Marcus are good enough friends that if Eric Harlan ever went to Arm Gods, he would just disappear.
Marcus should get out to Knuckles Up 3.
Marcus knows that if he needs anybody fucking taken out in America, I got him, dude. That's what we do. Arm Gods would chew him up. Yeah, definitely.
Now, Dave,
The whole rest of his body would have skin flaps all over it. What's that?
Dave, have you been water loading for nationals or carbon up?
No, because the Ultra Grandmasters has only 2 weight classes, which splits at 78K. And then the others, the Senior Grandmaster, the upper weight class starts at 105K.
Okay. Oh, it's not necessary. Wait, what
That's
did
70
Marcus
plus,
write over
like
there? That we need a
78K is
slam
like 100,
A good
171.2.
pig roast, like a good pig mixer.
I was on 171.2. I'd look like the pictures of our troops liberating Dachau.
That's how you get rid of Harlan.
I thought he meant that we need ugly chicks.
I mean, that could be another way to look at it. But yeah, I'm just not interested in I've said it from the beginning, dude. Like the way he went about challenging me was so cringe that I'm just like, no. Like if he would have been normal and just said, hey, you know I said some shit. This would be a good way to promote it. And we talk shit and, was normal about it. But him trying to call me out and call me a bitch and this and that, I'm like, dude, it's fucking arm wrestling. No one is afraid to arm wrestle anyone in arm wrestling. Like the worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to get flashed so quickly that you don't even realize you got pinned. So that's the very worst that could fucking happen. Like who the fuck cares? There's no one in arm wrestling that would be afraid to pull someone. Like I'd pull fucking Devin or Levon. You know what I mean? Like I'm not afraid to, but I know what the outcome would be. So it's like for him to be calling me out saying like you're a bitch, you're scared to pull me is like, dude, wrong angle, Just have a different approach and it might have happened, but you fucking wanted to show
I've said the same thing, with one exception. The only person or type of person that I would hesitate to pull is if I knew there was somebody who was going to do their damnedest to injure me.
Yeah.
I'm not an idiot. But
no
other than that, I'll pull anyway.
And no offense, like Cochran is a new promoter to the game, but if you go down that AWU path with the crazies, nobody's going to take you serious for very long. And then any kind of sponsor money or this or that, you might as well kiss it goodbye. Like if we only had Nanyas and Harlans on our show and only fucking promoted matches like that, we would not get any sponsors. Like you have to the ratio of crazy to normal has to be somewhat fucking balanced or it just becomes total shit show and you're never going to get sponsors or anything.
Somebody try and take advantage of you there, Grondin.
Grondin, your shoulder's not well. We should have a match now. Yeah, dude, it's not well. I fucking tore something, dude.
I think you and Levi's girlfriend should have a match.
98 level up. You guys are growing your platform. Thank you, Marcus. Yeah, and likewise, man. Arm Gods is blowing the fuck up, dude. wait till we release the good news, Marcus. That's gonna fucking blow people's minds. The world is not ready for it, but we're gonna fucking blow away all these other fucking promoters out there
We're gonna blow them.
that have hate for us. We're gonna blow every single one of them. We're gonna have Dave Shell blow all of them.
Yeah, with this
Yeah, buddy.
with this 38 special.
Dude, if we release the news, it'll be the talk
Too
of the
early.
whole year. Like Winter Blast
Not
and
yet.
Winter Blast and Marcus and Arm Gods will be talked about for the whole fucking year leading up to it again, like last year.
Not yet.
Gold Bond is finally getting on board to sponsor.
Well,
us
that was-
as a Dave Show.
That was a good guess. That was a good guess, but no.
That's the good news, dude. We got Gold Bond as a sponsor finally.
That'd be fantastic.
14-year-old boys everywhere will be buying fucking Gold Bond for their first session. Off of Dave Shell's recommendations.
Now, Dave,
I'll tell you that's been a kind of quiet topic lately. That's first time we've talked about that in months.
That's true. That's true. Dave, you should hold a seminar next Winter Blast on how to use it.
Yeah. Dave, do an OnlyFans page of just you using Gold Bond powder.
Ew.
You're not a teacher anymore. It's not going to ruin your career.
It's still educational.
Look, Shubich comes on this fucking podcast, and if I sent this to his principal, he'd lose his job, but he still comes. Can you imagine your principal calls you in, dude, and they're playing our podcast going, is this you on this podcast? And you're like,
I've never seen that man in my life.
No, I mean, that guy has the same first name as me, but it's not me.
I did not have any relations with this podcast. I have not had
sexual relations with that woman.
Dude, here's something that I should have brought up earlier, but I've had like 3 people come to me and say that,
on you?
Yep, come up on me, and they said basically a promoter that doesn't like us has turned in the results points and like intentionally left certain matches or people out of it. So a woman, I'm not going to say a name, came up to me and said she went to one of this promoter's things and she lost with one hand to, let's just say, Michelle.
Just as a name,
And she won. She won with the other hand, and only the losses were submitted to the air system. I'm like, dude, that's not cool. And then even our buddy John, I won't say his last name, he said he went to one of the tournaments and all of his wins, losses, whatever, were all fucking made up. It didn't even line up with what actually happened. He had to go show video to Corey to get it corrected and say, look, this is what actually happened. So how is that getting fucked up is what I want to know. I mean, it's pretty fucking straightforward when you're doing brackets. You have the fucking brackets in front of you. You just submit them. Corey will take pictures of paper brackets. So is it intentional or is that, you know what I mean? I don't know.
Sure.
I mean, are you why would you do only someone's wins and not submit losses?
Now, is this John a John I know?
Piece of shit. Sorry.
Yeah. He's an outspoken fellow.
Yeah.
Which I could see why he's being targeted.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I'm thinking possibly some 98 friendly people are getting targeted that speak out, and somehow their points are being fucking accidentally fucked up when they turn them in.
Yeah, that'd be too bad.
I think so.
That'd be too bad.
I mean, I think that's too far because I've never asked you. I consider you a friend, and I've never asked you not to go to other people's tournaments. And
absolutely,
I'm always an advocate for people to go get their points at any tournament. So for that to happen is like, what the fuck, dude? So I hope that's not what's going on, but it could be, it could be.
Yeah. It's a shame.
It is a shame. But anyway, do you think James is upset that Paul Lynn came on our podcast tonight, or happy about
Who cares?
it? Good answer.
I just hope Paul is not upset that I put my, my little dig in the under my name.
Yeah, exactly. Good idea, Marcus. What was that, Dave?
I said I just hope Paul is not upset that I put my little dig under my name. Don't ban me.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's true, though. You could be banned. I mean, fucking, you're not lying. I mean, that was the fucking controversy today. So, what it comes down to is, I know, like, they're saying, like, chance message from people, and it comes down to, like, how he went about it. Like, did he tell people, did he target? That's the other thing. Did he target top level guys and tell them, hey, don't forget if you go there? Or did he just, like, nonchalantly, like, say, remember, if you compete there, you might not get a chance. You know what I'm saying? Cronin is not allowed too many tournaments. They're all too close.
Well, somebody said
that is a fact.
Somebody said on the Predator phone chain today about they'd like to go down and practice with Lethal Arms. No, Shell can arrange it. I said, Shell does not have a free Saturday from now until the end of May.
Yeah. Dude, when I drop my daughter off at school, I have to drop her off like 500 feet away from the school and let her walk the fucking 500 feet by herself. Sucks.
Now, Dave, are you going to any practices on Monday?
Is Josh wearing a Snuggie?
Yes.
No,
It looks like a Snuggie.
it's not. It's actually a really oversized, giant, woolly hoodie.
If it looks like
But
a Snuggie and it talks like a Snuggie, Josh, it's a Snuggie.
No, Snuggies are different.
Yeah, they are. I remember when they
Can you
first
shine
came
a
out.
black light on that thing?
What?
Can you shine a black light on that thing if you had one?
For what?
Look for
I don't
semen
know.
stains.
I just want to see the semen residue.
Yeah.
Well, there
Can
isn't any.
we do a test?
I'm married.
You're no fun.
Dude, it is addicting with the 3D
She
printer.
is my residue.
Now I have a phone holder in every room of the house.
That you do.
I just like look up stuff like, oh, let me 3D print that. Oh, nipple tassels? Fucking, I don't need one, but
Cock ring.
cock
Print
ring. Yeah, extra small. I had to like downsize it. It's like, nah, we just need that at like 30%, dude. We don't need the 100%.
Hey, Harlan says he's got a super match tomorrow.
He
No,
probably,
you're not.
good for him.
It's great.
Who do you say it to?
Me.
Oh, I thought he was like in the chat.
No, he said he's busy driving home right now. He's got a super match tomorrow.
Yeah, that's nice. What, with alcoholism? He quit drinking, dude. Did you see his video? He quit drinking and he started up fucking 2 days later. He already fell off the wagon after 2 days, dude.
Just relapse.
Yeah, he relapsed. He had a full mental relapse.
What are you talking about? Your buddy from Georgia?
Yeah.
Joe.
Well, you got to give him the full story here. He's telling me that he can buy the whatever his cheap vodka brand he keeps mentioning. He can get a 1.75 liter for $10 and something, and it lasts him 3 days. I thought I could have wait, but he can get. But wait a minute, wait. 1.75 a liter is about 33 ounces.
It's a handle.
1.75 times 33 divided by 3 means you're drinking 19 ounces plus of hard liquor every day, which seems like a reasonable figure.
And as I was saying, he usually is drinking a beer before and after that. So he's fucking got a hell of a tolerance there. He's probably one of those guys like by noon at work, his hands are shaking and he needs a drink.
And I'll tell you,
Functioning alcoholic.
Yeah. I
people
worked with a
want
guy like that.
something
Who,
else.
I knew, and his hands were like this, and he had to go right after work and fucking straighten
Straight
out.
to the bar.
Yeah.
Well, if anybody needs any more evidence that I'm crazy, Kotlow has us rooming together at AW5.
Yeah, but that was you. That was you. You did that.
I agree, Mr. Peanut.
That was you, buddy.
I
Who
mean,
the
we
fuck
could
is
try
David
to
Tomes.
we could try to lead the pack and just try to get something in a school around here and just take the first step. You know, instead of waiting for someone to do it.
Yeah, Nitro was going to try. Remember, he was going to go in to talk to the gym teacher at the local high schools for the 4th of July tournament. Nothing ever came out of that.
What about what was brought up earlier, Boy Scouts, and they get a fucking Boy Scout patch for arm wrestling if they fucking, you know, come to their first
Make somebody's
competition
arm.
or something. You know what? That's the fucking thing, dude, right there. They come and compete at a competition and they get a Boy Scout patch for arm wrestling. Boom. And then we hook them at that age and get them addicted to it.
And then they can get the one that's called the arm breaker patch.
We're like, hey, you can fucking, yeah, if they break their arm, they get the arm break patch. You're like, hey, the reason they're addicted to arm wrestling is because we also gave them all cocaine. You can only get this when you come to the
We gave them a legit Coke.
Yeah. You can only get more of this, kids, if you come to the next tournament. That's awful.
Dave Shell's opening up the thing, pouring in little fucking balls of Coke into the Coke. Here you go, kids.
He's cutting it with gold lawn powder.
Oh.
Menthol.
And semen dust.
Can you imagine
semen
menthol
dust?
gold powder in your cocaine? Ooh.
Oh. That'd be a hell of a no. Woo!
Well, I am trafficking drugs across state lines, as you know.
That's true right there. And you know what's funny, Paul Lynn? I have looked at the Oaks Expo Center as a possible venue. The first place we're looking at is Valley Forge Casino, because it will fit into the theme that we'll be talking about in the future for that weekend. So Valley Forge Casino would be badass.
Very obvious.
Oaks
foreshadowing.
That Oaks Expo Center, or the Oaks Philadelphia Expo Center, whatever they call it, is pretty badass too. There's a lot of cool shit right around there too.
Don't want to miss it.
I like Valley Forge. That's the first time I punched a deer in the face was in Valley Forge Park. And it just looked at me like, why did you do that? And like, it didn't hurt at all, and just was like, whatever. I got it to come up to me with an apple, and then I was like, I'm gonna try to just like right hook this guy.
Dude.
It didn't do anything, so just kept eating the apple.
If you could do it, I think Harlan could do it too. You know,
punch a
change
deer?
character, and all that good stuff.
Harlan, fucking guy.
There's salvation for all, man. Redemption.
Yeah.
So did he just jump in here to make that comment and then leave?
Who's that? Harlan?
Was it Cochran?
Oh, Cochran, yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, he just made that comment and then left. Which is stupid because clearly he hasn't been paying attention. Like, that is not the way to get me to pull someone. Like, being that, oh, you're scared or you're a pussy. That does not do it for me. Like, that just makes me not want to pull that person, because I'm just like, that's the lamest. Like, if you're going to come at someone, you're going to use the lamest fucking old school stupid thing. Like, you're scared of me. You're a yeller. You're a yellow belly.
That's perfect.
You know what I mean? Like, come on, dude.
You're yellow.
I'm wearing yellow glasses today.
Meet him outside noon.
Catch me outside.
Cash me outside. Yeah.
Oh
Cash
my
me
god.
outside. Fuck.
Where's Timothy? I thought he was supposed to be on.
He was supposed to. I didn't send him the link though. In all fairness,
Oh, that's okay.
forgot to. Like, do we need that voice tonight?
Elbows hurt.
Yeah, I was gonna impersonate him in a second, but I thought it'd be kind of insensitive.
I don't think he would mind.
I was sitting at Winter Blast, just kind of watching the matches go on, and then I thought I heard somebody impersonating him because it just sounded exaggerated. I turned my head, and
And it was him.
that's him.
You're
That's
like,
just him.
Tim, you're doing a terrible fucking impression of yourself.
Nope, that's just our guy.
Harlan, the dingleberry of arm wrestling. Do you think that's what that flap could be?
You think
Could
that's
be
what it was? A
considered a
flesh-colored
dingleberry?
A
dingleberry?
giant dingleberry or a bunch of
Flash.
dingleberries squished together?
Dude,
to
when
form
he
a
goes to like to a
flap.
when he turns 50 and he's got to go to the proctologist, they're gonna be like, "What the fuck is this?"
His manhole
You know, like
cover.
he's gonna fail. They're gonna be like, "Dude, you have a tumor.
Your asshole is
There's
prolapsed.
some sort
What
of
the
something
fuck?
back there, dude. That's not good."
I've never seen a prolapse like that before. Holy shit.
Oh, look, here he
Like a
is,
platinum
Brian.
spiral.
What is actually the right way to get you to take a match? I mean, most promotions like reach out to a person and just ask them,
Just offer
like a
him bunch of
normal,
money.
like, "Hey, would you consider a match with this guy?" But Harlan has already ruined it for you by fucking running around trying to call me a bitch and fucking I'm scared and this and that and that, and he's just an asshole.
Yeah, bullying is not the way to do it.
I asked and offered a 1K prize and you said fuck off. I didn't say fuck off to you. I just said no thanks because I'm not interested in pulling Harlan because he's an asshole. Tell the whole thing, dude. Don't act like I'm lying. I don't give a fuck about pulling Harlan. So even if you offered $5,000, guess what? The answer is no.
I'll pull him.
I could train up and beat Harlan for $5,000 if I wanted to, but I don't want to pull him because he's a fucking jerk off. And if you want to promote him, that's on you, because then that just makes you a jerk off too. He's a fucking loser. So if you want to go down, like I just said earlier, if you want to go down that road of being those fucking, promoting the fucking weirdos, you're going to find out that that fucking goes away real quick. And then you're not going to be able to get other sponsors when the whole fucking world knows that fucking Harlan is that fucking racist prick who said the N-word and fucking showed his asshole on a podcast and pissed off other promotions. Like, you can have him, dude. I mean, it's not a big deal. I'm not going to stand in your way. You can fucking have him, Nanya, fucking all the weirdos you want, but you're going to find out, like AWU did, that if shit gets too crazy, their whole fucking shit fell apart. So, yeah,
Now,
whatever.
James, while you might find that Ryan has some kind of principles that he'll stand behind, you'll find that I won't.
Right.
So I'll take that match with Harlan for
Dave
$5,000.
Shubich is
Light
your
expenses.
fucking man, dude. Winner
There you
gets
go.
the anal flap.
Winner gets the annual.
Yeah.
Winner gets to
And
yeah.
loser deletes their YouTube channel.
right.
So hit me up. Just a cool $5,000 and a date with a
Easy
racist.
walk in the park.
Yeah.
Easy walk in the park.
The problem is if you're, you can be a weirdo and be liked. Like, let's talk. Look at Captain Pretentious, dude. He's kind of a weirdo, but he's a fucking good dude. Harlan, I just don't give a fuck about. The sponsors that are sponsoring Harlan are not regular fucking sponsors. It's fucking people that like to see fucking some fucking weirdo. Fucking, I mean, Harlan was talking about wearing a fucking Klan outfit to the fucking match. You know what I'm saying, dude?
What a silly Sally.
Yeah, Coben, I agree. If Harlan would have came on and apologized and was sincere about it, but this fucker came on, apologized, said the N-word again, apologized, came on, got belligerent, we had to kick him off, came on, showed his asshole. Harlan is a great villain, and I have no problem villainizing him, but like I said, I just don't want to pull him. So throwing money at it isn't going to make me want to pull him. I just don't want anything to do with him. So that, you know, it is what it is.
Okay.
Sorry.
Stephanie Spencer. Aren't you supposed to come on and tell a good night story or something, or a bedtime story?
Yeah, I'd like to hear one.
Yeah, Stephanie, the shit's up at the top of the chat. It's pinned up at the top of the chat. Click on it.
It is what it is. But I agree. Like for AWU and for AWU and promotions that like the crazy stuff, Harlan is definitely someone that would be good for that for sure.
For sure. Dude, I love how the chat
I don't disagree.
Makes a point of making the R in Harlan always a capital.
Hard R, Harlan. I know. Dude, you know, and you know, I know like Kotlo loves the controversy. So for him, that is a perfect individual. You know, like I said, I just don't like him, so I just don't want to pull him. And you know,
Speaking
he's
of
that is true right there. He is such a train wreck, and people talk about him. Yeah, I agree there. Like from a promotional standpoint, if you're trying to go down that route of like that kind of entertainment, like he is a fucking gem for you, for sure, because people are gonna watch, especially if someone steps up and just wants to smash them. You know, you're gonna get a lot of people gunning for him in the future and stuff. But yeah, I just it won't be me. That's all. Just don't fucking like the guy.
Yeah, nice shirt there, Josh. I think I'm going to wear my green one for all competing on Sunday.
Yeah, you like it? I like the red. I do.
Hey, you guys look like
I like
going to
them all,
look
actually.
like the before and after of Paul Italia before his match.
What's that? Oh, yeah.
And right before his match.
Was he wearing the red one? I
mean,
I know he had to
kind of
go
red
shower
attire.
and stuff, and he was wearing the green one, but was he wearing the red one first?
He was wearing some kind of red outfit. I can't remember if it was a 98 shirt, but then he came out with olive green right after. Yeah.
That I remember.
Yeah.
What do we got here? Oh, nothing.
Damn.
Yeah, I did.
86,000 seconds.
But I don't think that's really anybody's business.
Oh, my arm. People want to see him get smashed. He's a great villain. Absolutely. I mean, dude, I'm going to fucking watch. I want to watch him get smashed.
I feel like you'd beat him.
I think I would too. I think I would beat. I think I'd beat Nanya if I wanted to.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just don't. I feel bad for him, so I don't want to beat him. His whole life has beaten him down. No, but I mean, it doesn't matter, dude. I'm out of commission for a while because of this shoulder now. I mean, the last shoulder injury took me like 8 months to fucking heal.
So what do you think
And
about
this one feels way worse. So I don't know. They want some of the swelling to go down, and then I'm gonna go get some more, like an MRI. And
dude,
they just did X-rays.
Paul Cruz goes in, gets a stem cell treatment. Now he forgets about the guys that made him. He hasn't gone on yet, all night.
What if I go in there and say I'm Paul Cruz, and I get the stem cell treatment for my shoulder?
That'd be awesome.
And then he calls to get it, and they're like, "We already gave it to you, sir."
You would be goated.
Well,
So everybody keeps saying.
or shunned from the sport forever.
Dude, that's like the story of Esau and Jacob.
Yeah.
Tales all of time.
But yeah, I'm probably going to Latimer's practice this weekend, despite not being able to pull, because I got to bring Galgochi his dragon, and I want to see you guys live feed the practice in person.
I'll be there live in it.
And I want to say hi to Sean. I haven't seen him since, he had to go to the hospital and stuff. So it'll be nice to see Sean and talk to him for a while.
Squeak. Is Shell going to have to send debt collectors to Nanya?
Dude. Almost. Well, no, because you know what? You know what Nanya pulled? Instead of paying Dave Shell the cash back, he was like, "Oh,
Did he
just
give
give him."
credit?
He said he gave Dave 1,000 and said, "Oh, give him the 1,000 from Unrivaled and the 500 from Arm Gods." So he didn't have to pay Dave. And I was like, "Dude, you're a fucking."
And Ryan said, "Well, that's okay with me if it's okay with Shell." But before he said that, Nanya had already handed me the 1,000, and they're, basically ran. So
So
basically
you
Shell didn't. I mean, hey, I got it all back.
Did you think that you had the 2,500? No, Nanya didn't technically pay Dave back. He sort of did in a roundabout way, but he kind of went about it.
I got it back. But the point is, the agreement he had signed was that if he won, the 2,500 would come back from him no later than the next day, and it did not.
Let's get a Paul Cruz lookalike.
But I have been back there.
And have TJ and Paul Cruz do a super match, and TJ beats him, and we turn it into airs.
Fair game.
They are square now, yes, as of today. But for him to yell at Dave like he did on the last show, that's why he's not on this show, because you don't yell at someone that let you borrow $2,500 just so your match could still happen, and then you won your match and got all kinds of attention, and now some other opportunities have opened up for you, and you're going to yell at the guy that made that happen. That's fucked up.
Was it rather uncouth?
Yeah. Don't you think? I think it is.
Well, it was cool. Though,
I didn't like it.
That night, Nanya and I and his girlfriend, we went out to Raising Cane's. And just like you said, it's fantastic. Really good.
I've never eaten there.
No?
What is it? I think I said it looks good.
Okay. I know Bo Horner was telling me what to get and stuff over there.
What kind of place is it?
It's like chicken fingers and stuff like that. Chicken sandwiches. It's really good. Raising Cane's.
Damn, dude.
Dude, it's awesome.
I might have to check it out.
You have to. I don't know what other place to liken it to. Maybe it's like a KFC.
Yeah.
But like its own take on fried.
How far was it from that place?
Dude, it was like a stone's throw away. It was.
I'll have to check it out because I go out that way for work a lot.
It was like maybe a quarter mile or two from the Sheraton.
You ever eat at a Golden Corral?
Once.
It was
once.
It's
so long ago that now it's forgettable. They didn't have everything on the menu because they were out of stuff, which is
weird. Oh, really? That's weird.
So I didn't get like the full experience of the Golden Corral.
I went to one that was really good.
I know there was like some kind of a buffet.
Raising Cane's is that good toast and gravy. Nice.
I didn't get the toast. Did not get the gravy, but that's for next time. I missed that.
Oh, like
the toast is
great. Oh, dude, now I got to go try it. What the hell?
Dude, it's awesome. I missed out on the gravy and the toast, but it looked awesome.
What did Nani get, dude? Did he get something?
He got
crazy?
like a whole box of everything. I think he got the.
Because he had Dave's money.
He got
Dude, he bought like fucking 6 shirts right after. I'm like, dude, he's gonna blow through that money in 2 days.
Did you see what he posted the other day? He got a whole bunch of some kind of name brand jerkies.
Oh yeah, I did see that. TJ, I finally tried the Popeye strawberry biscuits. Oh my god, dude!
We don't have a Popeyes anymore.
How did Dave collect his 1,500?
Pass go.
I had to send it to him because we had in Venmo. I had or whatever. I had the 1,000 from Cochrane, and then Arm God sent the 500, and then I gave that to Dave. But technically, he should have just handed him the 2,500 when he had it in his hand.
I'm just a little irked that Cockring is a better last name than Shoebridge.
No, TJ, I did not try the ice cream cone. So so people have context. TJ said a Popeye strawberry biscuit on a fucking ice cream cone from somewhere else is like the fucking shit. It's like the parm crusted steak of desserts.
Oh,
apparently.
Oh, what's up?
I wish I could eat that fucking shit.
Golden Corral has those buses of retirement home people dipping their hands in the food. Oh, where is Shoebich's dragon? And I don't mean his man meat.
Nice.
Did you get a dragon? Did you get one?
Yeah.
What'd you win?
Match.
Oh, I remember. I just gave you one.
Appreciate you.
I'm just kidding. But dude, how come there were like 15 dragons left over? And I only ordered 4 extras, so people just left without their dragon.
Yeah,
some people didn't even come up and ask about the dragon.
Yeah.
And I think some of the super match guys must have missed my post because we had some super match dragons left over too. I'm like, damn, dude. Yeah. Maybe people didn't realize that they won a dragon.
We'll save you some cost for next year.
Just order 15 less. That'll be the year they all ask,
Right.
Never fails. I owed Joe Galgochi and Steve Walker a dragon, and I'm bringing Joe's to him on Sunday. Steve chose to steal his. But, when you're on TRT and you get all amped up, I could see how you could lose control of your temper and fucking, not be natty or whatnot.
Yeah, keep Josh out of this.
What do I got to do with any of this?
He's not the one. He's not the one being a dick, dude. It's always me.
I know.
Oh, other Paul Lynn. I left Keystones not realizing I won a medal. Well, we're gonna start doing medals for the top 15 people. Johnny Miller.
Well, a certain promoter in Texas just sent me a audio recording from certain person seeking a match with you from Georgia, saying, ask him, what is the right way to ask him? What is the right way to ask him?
Dude,
I think
we've been telling him. Have I not been telling him from day one? Just be normal. Just be a normal fucking person, but he can't do it.
There's no way to ask him. He's got a torn freaking shoulder. He's not going to take a match with
I'm not going to take a match right now anyway.
Yeah.
Well, maybe. That'd be fucking hilarious to beat him with a torn shoulder. I'm just going to say this to you. You're not going to beat me with a press, buddy. Because you won't be able to get there. I got to say, dude, I watched, like even the Italia match, and I'm like, dude, that's not how you pull someone who presses. So, I mean, if I can spot that, being the worst arm wrestler in the world. No, we didn't, dude. Yeah, we didn't get a chance to get crusted at Winter Blast.
Oh, God, dude, we were so fucking busy.
Jesus. I mean, this year, though, I got to say, right after Winter Blast being done, we started to, tear shit down. So
right then and there.
We wouldn't have even had time to fucking, yeah.
Right then and there. I was taking tables apart while people were fucking pulling on them. I'm like, if you ain't helping, I'm taking the tables apart first.
Paul's goatee needs a TRT cycle.
Hmm.
Yeah, Mark Potney did. Oh, you bastards.
Oh, you missed the other
Did
one.
you really go get one?
Yeah, we did. I mean,
You
I
son
spent
of
like 30 minutes trying to convince you guys to come, but you
I
guys
know.
were too busy.
Yeah.
I mean, and too
Did you
responsible.
get a lobster tail too?
I wish I did. No, even if I ordered it, I wouldn't have finished it.
Too much?
But I had Lucas and Martin try it. They loved it. The steak.
Next year we'll stock the bar with those fucking steaks,
Dude, or if Hawks, perfects his recipe, we might just have him on site.
Yeah, dude, his looked good. I wonder how close it tasted to it though.
So he said that the cheese, like the parm crust, he got down really good, but the steak, he overdid it a little bit.
Overcooked it?
Overcooked it.
Yeah, okay.
Because he was doing it all at the same time, along with the parm crust. But dude, he chefs it up. Hawks is a good cook.
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Yeah, he does post some good stuff. He doesn't post the Family Dollar steaks like Chuck Bardo. Oh, look who's here.
Oh, what's up, Stephanie?
Someone who is
Definitely.
dear to our hearts.
There she is. Right?
Yeah,
Still don't hear her.
The hotel said we crushed it on alcohol sales. So
Heck yeah.
people got a lot of drinks,
Nice.
even though they're unwilling to share profits. But we're never using that hotel anyway. They fucking gave us some shit on dumb stuff, dude. They tried to charge us like $1,200 for the stage.
Yeah.
And then they put random charges. After all said and done, when we got the final bill and paid the final bill, they put like 2 extra charges on Sue's credit card. And she's like, can you guys tell me what this is for? And they could not answer.
Yeah.
And then they just dropped them. And she fucking put a hold on it.
Dude, if anything, they made so much money from the people from New York that couldn't make it because of the storm. Like, just take it. Just take your wins, bro.
Uh-oh.
That's a threat right there.
That should be part of the room. I agree, dude. I agree, Marcus. That's all right. We'll do things differently at the next venue. I wasn't the one who did the negotiating for this venue. They kind of just gave us a price sort of thing. But the next one, we're going to negotiate. Because sometimes you can get them to throw in like a couple free rooms or some really good discounted rooms. Robert Kelly FTG chat for like the last half hour. Fuck that guy too. And then Robert Kelly was like making little dig comments at your live feed, Josh. Fuck that guy, dude.
Whatever. I don't care.
Fuck that guy, dude. We're not dealing with fucking Robert Kelly. He does good live feeds. I'll give him that.
He does.
But
He does. I like him.
Kind of screwed us over for no reason. And tried to use Nanya as the excuse.
No reason. He thought Nanya was going to assassinate him.
Like, dude,
Yeah,
Nanya's not
Nanya
going to
wouldn't have done
assassinate
anything.
anybody at Winter Blast. He did pull a fucking pole station, though. Just kidding. It was a little girl.
Paid for by.
Yes, indeed, CJ. That is the same one.
It's the same one. Anyone named R. Kelly, dude, is going to fucking be pissing on kids.
Your body.
Well, and look at that. Danielle has a very.
It's like a porta
Danielle is very
potty.
interesting.
I'm gonna piss
coming
on
up.
you.
She got her start at Winter Blast by crushing R. Kelly. Danielle,
yeah. True, dude. And now look, she's got a fucking knuckles up match.
Mm-hmm.
Can't wait, dude.
Elle says his first big push. I mean, no, not take anything off of his effort. I mean, he's doing an excellent job, but he got his first big push with one of our events.
Yeah.
Doing an excellent job.
Ryan Grondin.
What about him?
A huge push. Top level arm wrestler.
I heard
But
about him. Fuck that
anyway.
guy.
Oh, TJ's in the chat. Look, TJ, look at my new phone holder that I 3D printed. Yeah. Fucking beautiful,
proud.
right? Purple. I got a roll of purple just for my daughter's toys, you know? Made her a couple tugboats. Now I got a phone holder in every room of my house, dude, and a tugboat. Every room of my house has a small purple tugboat in it. Next tournament, dude, tugboats. Everybody gets a tugboat.
Yeah, but remember,
Hey,
you can print the one out with the tugboats like this.
Yeah. You know what, though? I got to get a few different plates because I downloaded a few things to print, and it was like, oh, this is the wrong plate. And a couple of them worked out anyway and worked, but the majority of them failed because of the wrong plate.
Now, did you see
I
that
was like,
Engen's been copying you?
What's that?
Engen's doing a big old cutout of Levon for some reason.
Yeah. See? Why don't we do one of Engen and we'll exaggerate his eyebrows with Photoshop?
Why exaggerate?
I don't think you have to.
You don't have to. It'd be fun, like actually glue some on that are hairy, so that it's like scratch and sniff.
Fuck.
Why don't we
What
do
would it smell
Eric
like?
Harlan's ass and a scratch and sniff flap?
Pin the flap on the ass.
Yeah, we could make that a game, dude. Fucking have Eric Harlan's asshole, and we got to throw darts at it. Irish people, I would assume, love to play darts. I mean, that's like their national sport. And we just fucking, if you hit the anal flap, you win something.
If you hit the dirt star.
Yeah. You hit the chocolate starfish, you win something.
I have no reason.
He probably did, dude. Fucking, we should
Why
totally
is
make
Stephanie
one.
biting her lip at that? Explain.
It's gross.
She
because
thinks
he's
we're
gro-
ridiculous.
Yeah.
She doesn't like to even hear the word Eric. Dude, Eric Harlan today in one of the troll chats randomly sent a voice message to Kalo saying something about he wants to have a super match with Liz Mosek, and if he wins, she has to kiss him on the cheek or some weird shit. And Liz was like, what a weird fucking creeper fucking
Right.
loser.
She'd probably beat him too.
I was like, Eric's doing that to do the old like kiss me on the cheek and then kiss her on the lips.
Right.
Haha, got her.
Shooting is our national sport. Well, then fuck it. We just if someone can shoot Eric's fucking anal butt flap, like you win something.
Gross.
But it has to be with the same gun that the lesbian shot him in the love handle with.
The same Derringer.
Dude, like if you hit him in the love handle, that's like a certain amount of points. The butthole flap is a certain amount of points. If you get him in his 15/16 nipple, areola area,
Areola.
get him in the areola. Yeah, nutsack. Nutsack is points.
You can fucking slap him with a tomato sandwich.
Square in the tank.
Tomato. So my daughter, because she watches Peppa Pig and Bluey, will not say tomato. It's tomato. It's like, Daddy, can you get me a tomato? And I'm like, yeah, when you speak English, motherfucker. God damn. I love tomato sandwiches. I'm like, what the fuck? Speak normal.
Uh-oh. Put her on the
Now
cliff.
she's at that age now, though. Now she wants to make her own sandwich, and she pretty much can for the most part. So now it's like, all right, while you're making you one, make me one.
You guys are
Yo.
so mellow tonight. How come you are so like?
Because we don't have any retards in the fucking chat, dude. This is our first. Seriously, this is probably the first weekend in like fucking months and months, probably 9 months that we don't have crazy people yelling over everybody. So we're just
it's
chilling.
actually kind of nice.
We're just enjoying the nice,
It really is.
relaxing.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, I was listening to you guys earlier talking about finding new places to get ladies to arm wrestle, and I just was wondering how come nobody ever to the strip club to get any girls from there.
I mean, we could.
I think we should.
Yeah, Steve Rosenblum used to do that, but none of them wanted to arm wrestle. They wanted to sit on the hand
They
pegs.
wanted to pull, but not arm wrestle.
They were like, dude, get that girl off the hand peg. She's mucking them all up. And it turned into a thing, dude. Like, then people were slipping off the hand pegs.
And you know where else I think we should find some girls? I think it would be
Love
super
hotels.
fun if we got a bunch of those roller derby chicks.
That would be
those
cool.
girls
I was
are
thinking that, like, roller derby, and then like the women only like boxing fucking gyms, or like, where they like where they mix like martial arts and fitness for the women.
Yeah.
Like competitive women that are like competitive,
Yeah,
the average gym woman is probably not gonna want to do it. But if you go to like a specific gym, or like roller derby, those are tough bitches, dude. Fuck.
I know. I bet they would be fun too.
Or like real big dykey bitches that fucking want to shoot people.
We're gonna go to the lesbian bar.
Go to lesbian bars and be like, which one of you bull dykes can beat me? That's terrible.
That's why I said the softball teams.
Softball teams, dude. Fucking field hockey, soccer.
There you go.
Wait, I thought the lesbians played volleyball.
No.
No, okay.
No, I coach volleyball, and it's not them. It's the softball
I
chicks.
swear, every time my oldest daughter was like, "Hey, Mom, I want to play volleyball," I'm like, "That's for lesbians."
She was
But she
way
never
off.
played.
No, yeah. Yeah, so we're here for your bedtime story.
Okay,
Yeah.
what kind of story
What are you
we
gonna do?
have? Yeah, what's the story?
I don't know.
I
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to
You're
go
the
to bed with wet
storyteller.
dreams.
Huh?
I'm trying to go to bed with wet dreams.
Oh. I guess you'd have to give me a subject so I could think of what story could go with that.
Oh, I can search for a
Double
story
side
by category.
for anal pleasure.
All right, give us a solo story.
A solo story?
Oh yeah.
Oh God. Captain Diddles.
That doesn't sound
Let
fun.
me open another tab, and also give us a train story.
Oh, I got a train story.
Train?
Yeah, and I suspect
I
we're
don't know
probably
if
not
he's talking about the same train. No, he doesn't mean a choo-choo train.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are. We are.
It's kind of a train.
Okay.
It's a human centipede.
Oh.
Who's the caboose?
Oh my God. Bad.
Now Hershey's in the middle.
Yeah. Never mind.
You guys
Give
Okay,
me a
I lied.
I want something that is more shareable. Different subject.
Well, that's too bad.
What? No, I have a train story. I have a solo story, but let's have a different.
All right, how about the
Let's
life
hear
story?
the train
So we get
story.
them all.
Huh?
Let's
The
hear
life
it.
story, so we get them all.
A life story.
The life story, so we get all the stories all in one.
a life story.
Oh my God.
Boring. Does that sound boring?
No, if you tell us your life story, you give us all the stories. You know what I mean?
That's a long story.
Okay. All right. So the train story. We'll settle for that.
Let's go with the train story. Let's hear it.
What were their names?
Kevin, Bob,
Do you have a
Rogers.
manifest? Do you have the
Okay,
train
wait,
manifest?
I'm gonna tell
Definitely.
you when
Kids and all.
when I first moved to San Diego,
Dripping out.
I think I had my 25th birthday when I came to San Diego. And
on the
I was
casting
dating
couch?
a doorman from the Deja Vu. And
Casting
his dad lived in San Diego, and he's like, we can move down there and live at his house. And I was like, perfect. And I just threw what little junk I had in the U-Haul and came down to San Diego. And he was kind of cute. He looked like Ralph Macchio. He's a Mexican guy. And I wanted to, because I'd never done it before, I was like, let's go to Vegas and get married on April Fool's Day. And he's like, okay. And so we went. And he was like my original butt boy. Like, he worked at the club, but I made this dude polished my shoes, brushed my wigs, carried my bags, kissed my ass. Anything I wanted to do, he was there to do it for me.
Wow.
On this one day, we were in a hotel. I was having sex with him, and I was like, let's get kinky. Can I hit you on the head with my shoe? And he's like, yeah. And I was like, okay. And I was kind of drunk. I was drinking vodka, and I grabbed his hair and I pulled his head down and hit him on the head with the shoe, and his head started bleeding. I was like, oh my God. So I kind of like got him up and I put him in the shower and I rinsed his hair off, and it stopped mostly. And then we had sex one more time and we went to bed, and he's like, I'm feeling kind of tired. And I was like, man, I'm scared. What if you fall asleep and you die?
Can I interject real quick?
Yeah.
Now, what was his the second time? Was his erection as strong as the first time? Because he lost, some blood out of his system.
Yeah, it was the same. Yeah,
It was the
he
same.
was young.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And
okay. Never mind.
so anyway, then I called my mom. I was like, what should we do? His head's kind of bleeding and he's tired. And she's like, well, maybe you should take him to the hospital.
Not a concussion.
So I took him to the hospital, and they were like, what happened? I'm like, oh, I hit him on the head with a shoe. And they're like, okay. And they put him in the room. Then he got 3 staples in his head, and they were taking forever to release him. So I just decided it would be really fun to have sex with him right there in the hospital bed. So I did that. And then they were taking even longer. And I went out in the waiting room, and I was about to fall asleep, and the police came and arrested me for domestic violence. And I was like, what? I wasn't beating him up. We were having sex.
I was beating him off.
Yeah. That was my bedtime story for tonight. When I hit my husband on the head with a shoe.
Oh, that was not a train.
Did they actually arrest you?
I did. I got arrested. My friend bailed me out, and I got a really good lawyer, and I went back to court, and it was going to be a felony, and they dropped it to a misdemeanor, and they gave me community service, and they transferred it to volunteer work, and I put my volunteer work at this, where people go do Alcoholics Anonymous, and I just gave the guy $200, and he signed off all my hours, and I paid a $300 fine.
Cool.
But I got a domestic violence charge. And everybody remembered it forever and ever. And I guess maybe the reason I'm thinking about a train is because I was supposed to take the train up to LA to do a photo shoot for Showgirls magazine, and I was in jail. So I had to, you have your one free call from jail. So I used my call to call the photographer and let him know I wasn't coming.
Oh, we have a question from the chat. Hollywood Matt Conley is asking, what kind of shoe did you hit him with?
It
To
was
cause this
I
drama?
was the Madonna impersonator, and so I had like those 80s like granny boots to went with one of my Madonna costumes, and that's the one it was. It was like a kind of short heel. And he
Right.
said the police came back to the hotel after they took him home from the hospital and tried to keep the shoe, and he's like, "Oh, you can't have that. That's for her show." Yeah. So my bedtime
Have you
story.
ever taken something out of your vagina and tossed it to someone in the crowd and they smelled it before they ate it?
No,
They just,
I
they
think that's
just
something
ate
the
it?
girls do in. I did go to Thailand, and I saw the girls doing some weird stuff at the strip club, and they said that they were going to have the parakeet show, but all the sailors I were with were like, "Oh, we're not drunk enough for that. Let's get to this other club, and we'll come back later." And then we never went back, so I didn't get to see it. So I wanted to watch do it, but I would not participate in those things.
I'm out.
Yeah, you
What?
would.
Sorry. Josh is like,
No, I'm just
Josh,
tired.
what's going
He's like,
on
I'm
here?
going to rub one out. I'm out.
No, not really.
He's going to go dig through the
Not
closet.
not in one bit.
Look for a
Did my
shoe.
dick move one bit? No.
I'm pretty sure it didn't.
Yeah, no, definitely not.
You guys think
All
it
right.
didn't because it can't, or not enough TRT? Fuck that guy. Oh, here we go. Matt Connolly. Matt Connolly, you should jump on and say hi. I'm scared we had a girl that spiked a bunch of guys in the head with her stiletto. Happened 4 weeks in a row. No one knew who the girl was, and she kept getting away with it. Oh my,
Oh my God.
Can you imagine? Why is there a
FTG.
hole in my That's crazy.
Yeah.
You guys think I pissed off James Cochran and Unrivaled Promotions?
I think it's mutual over there between you guys.
Well, dude, I mean,
Maybe if he's going to
Just-
keep on bugging you over something
Yeah.
you don't want, then it's
because
going
you
to be annoying.
fucking throw money on a match, that doesn't mean that the guy's going to take it. I mean, what the fuck? If I needed the money, it might be a different story, but I have a job. Like,
Yeah, that's not your goal.
go to
That's not
Costin
your
in the
mission.
house.
You don't want the guy.
Yeah, it's not even about the money; it's the person. Like if they were like, hey, you want to pull Joe Blow from Idaho? Then I'd be like, yep.
Yeah.
But I just don't want to pull Eric Harlan or any of these guys that fucking disrespect 98.
Who's Eric Carlin doing a match with?
Who
No
knows?
idea.
So they're just everyone wants to see him do a match, so they're just flying him out there, and he gets
Yeah.
to pick his person because he's an idiot.
Yeah.
Yep.
Which for Kotlow's angle on the sport, that works. I mean, that's what he likes. That's a perfect candidate for what he does. He may very well show up with a fucking clan fucking hood on. Like he said, who knows? I just don't want to be associated with him because he's an asshole. And I don't like people that have a weird anal flap on their buttholes. If he didn't have that, look, okay, how about this? If Kotlow and James Cochran pay to have that thing removed and surgically fixed, maybe I'll think about pulling it.
I could not see it. I think the screen was too grainy.
I want to see the bill so that I can see whatever the medical term is for what that is.
Are you
Now,
sure?
would you need a
Are
picture?
you sure there's something there?
Yeah, there's something there, dude. That's weird.
Okay, you're right.
There's something there
Why
that
did you
doesn't,
make me look at that?
because you asked. There's something there that
I was watching when it was live. I was sitting. I was right there with you guys.
Harlins are known for having a mud flap. They're known for something, dude. Because when his dad said that they were known for fucking exceeding at everything, whatever he said, I'm like, dude,
Excelling everything, yeah.
They excel at everything as he's in his trailer park with meth mouth, and fucking his son is fucking drunk off his ass. Oh my god!
There's some tweakers out here.
Mutated taint. Yeah, dude. Like that taint is not normal, dude. Fuck that guy.
Dude, what if he's one of those people with a human tail?
Oh, yeah, and he cut it off.
Oh.
Exactly.
Or when he
It's
gets
already
excited,
castrated.
it's excited. It grows.
He's probably listening to the chat right now.
Probably, but I booted him and banned him from this shit. Fuck that guy. I banned him like he fucking is trying to pull for East versus West when he comes from IFA.
Even the WAF ban.
Or vice versa. Swollen taint from getting pile drived. Yep.
Oh,
That's about right.
okay. You guys put a new
One
subject.
remembers where they were when his ass came out. Much like 9/11. Dude, that's true. Like, what were you doing when Harlan's ass came out, dude? Like, man, I was fucking... CT backstabbing arm gods.
So
Oh, yeah,
Ryan,
there's
were you
some combo
disappointed?
gods. Yeah.
Ryan, were you disappointed that Paul Italia didn't win his super match?
No, what I was disappointed in was, like, honestly, I didn't really care who won because they both trained hard for that match and they both promoted the hell out of it. And I think it was a good matchup. What I don't like is Nanya thinking that he's playing these games to fuck with Paul, but he fucked with the whole tournament.
Yeah.
Fucked with our promotion, our tournament, everything for no reason. And to be honest, I really don't think it was a mastermind plan. I think he was just fucking late because he's a jerk off. And then Kotlau called it genius. Like, oh, he fucked with him. He had it all planned. He called me and was like, I'm running late, dude. Just, I'll be there as soon as I can. But he was late. No, Nanya, you were late, dude. Don't fucking... Let's not do that. But anyway, so the tournament was, like an excuse, dude. The tournament was running late anyway, like blah, blah, blah. Whatever.
Yeah.
The only reason it was running late is because we had two refs bail, and then we had Steve Walker left at 6 and didn't really give us a heads up till 5:30 that he was leaving. So we had to scramble to find another ref to cover him. We were already 2 tables down from the other refs. We had plenty of down refs. We didn't have enough head refs with those 2 guys bailing. So, it is what it is, dude. We got through it, but it did slow down the tournament, dude. Him playing these weird games. So, whatever. I don't fucking care. Like, he can say whatever he wants. You know what I mean?
And probably will.
And probably will say something different. But it was not, I don't think it was a mastermind fucking plan. Hey.
Hey.
Matt. Whoa. What's up, buddy?
Whoa.
How you going?
Whoa.
Looks like everyone's very tired over there. What's the time? Like real late?
Absolutely.
It's like 12:30. 12:20. Midnight.
Saturday afternoon here, 3 p.m.
Oh, you lucky bastard.
Absolutely, yeah.
I hear you had fun at Arm Gods, man.
Yeah, it was awesome. Yeah, I still pulling thumbtacks out of the bottom of my shoe.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, I was looking. It was probably 3 days later. I got back to Australia, and I was like, "What is stabbing me in the foot?" And
it's just back up in there.
It's like 5 thumbtacks.
I saw it Evan's fucking hands, dude. They look all fucking shredded up.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Does Uncle John have any damage?
I haven't seen his hands. I'm not sure. I haven't seen much of.
Did he get pinned at all or no?
Yeah, both of them false started a lot.
Oh, I bet. That's the only match I haven't seen is the fucking tag match.
Oh, okay.
Every
Yeah.
time I'm watching it, like I fell asleep and missed like the last match.
Dude, there's so
Yeah,
many
let's-
hand like veins
fall
over
asleep.
here. That's why would you even take the chance?
I know that's the
Yeah, the
That's
next
silly.
thing they're going to do is electric shock match.
electric
Yeah.
shock. And he was telling me about that. I'm like, dude, do they realize though that if you're holding hands with someone, it shocks the other person?
Yeah,
So
I don't know how it's gonna
whoever
work.
gets pinned, it's going to shock the other guy.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
That might need some testing in advance. But
Yeah.
how do you feel about that? Like I know that there was some controversy on Jody Williams' show about it. Like, how do you feel about like the craziness part of it? Do you think it's good for the sport, bad for the sport? Like, do you have an opinion on it?
I just think it's something different. I think that's arm gods and that's their target audience is just
That's how I
crazy.
feel. Like
Yeah.
if you want to see that stuff, you watch Arm Gods.
Yeah.
If you don't, then you just don't. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah.
You're just doing what they want to do and fuck everybody else. And I like that attitude.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And they've got their diehard fans that will go to the end of the earth for them. The guys who are Arm Gods fans are, you know, they're Arm Gods all in. And the interesting thing, the way they set up that card, there were 17 matches. They ran all 16, which were traditional super matches, and then they had the thumbtack one right at the end.
Yeah.
So it's like if you weren't into that, you didn't have to stick around and watch it. Or if you were watching,
that's what Paul and Evan were saying to Jody. Like, dude, they purposely put it at the end. So if it's not your thing, you watch the 16 great matches that are normal, and then if you don't want to see the crazy one, just don't watch it.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was that reason and the fact that thumbtacks were flying around everywhere.
I think that's great. I mean, I personally think it's not going to hurt the sport, and I agreed with Paul Maiden. Arm wrestling's been around fucking how long now, and the shit hasn't fucking blown up because people are just doing the same thing over and over. Like these leagues come and go, but none of them have tried anything different. So say Arm Gods gets this to blow up with the craziness, then they just found the fucking ticket to how to get the masses to accept arm wrestling as a sport, even though it has to be a little crazy. Who cares? If you can get mainstream people to watch it, that's all that really matters.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the fact that they've combined it, they combined the craziness with legitimate, fantastic matches.
Yeah.
So if you're like, oh, this is what's brought me in was, you know, the thumbtack thing, because just from the freak show factor.
Yeah.
But then it's like, well, what else is there? And you see in your recommended videos, it's like, oh, here's another match that was taking place on that same night. You're like, oh, let me have a look at it. And you see something like Matt Smith versus Connor Sale, and it was one of the best matches I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And you may become a fan just from that.
That's what I mean. I don't think it hurts the sport at all. And I think it's just like having options. Like you watch UFC. Okay, if you watch, what you're going to get if you watch UFC. You know what you were going to get if you watch Pride or some of these other leagues. You know what I mean? It's all just different.
Exactly. Yeah. There's an argument to be made, and I get where people are coming from when they say they don't like it and then it damages the sport and all that sort of thing. But it's sort of like, well, you could say this is a separate thing to your traditional arm wrestling. This is something different. This is, it's not that we're trying to replace it. It's not that they're saying, hey, this is better. It's like, this is an alternative thing. And it happened between two guys that are both crazy, that both play the villain. And I think the fact that it was two people that are seen as the villain made people want to watch, because they were like, I don't care who wins. I want them both to get hurt.
Yeah. Right. Well, that's the thing is like you watch it and you're like, oh man, these guys have been talking so much trash. It's going to be funny to see them get hell on the table,
Absolutely.
But I don't think, there's other leagues trying new things. And I think it's great to see people trying new things. It's not going to hurt the sport. And it's nice to have options. You know what I mean? Some people like WWE and some people are like, oh, that's fake. Fuck that. But either way, people will still watch someone get fucking hurt no matter what.
That's all right. No, my camera's disappeared. Hang on, give me a sec. I'll see if I can get it back up and running. Click the camera button to turn it back on. Just give me a sec.
Yeah, I'll see you guys in the chat.
Oh, you would.
I definitely would. I'm so sorry.
That's
Bye,
fine.
Dave. Best of luck if you need it.
Thank you.
There we go.
Bye-bye.
I think I kicked a cable or something. Yeah, but no, as you can see, Marcus Thompson in the chat there, one of the owners of Arm Gods, and those guys took care of all the athletes. Are tremendous in terms of supporting everyone, and you can tell that they just absolutely love this sport. I mean, Marcus doesn't have to have anything to do with arm wrestling in terms of he's not putting. His business isn't relying on it. He has his own separate thing completely, and it's like, I love arm wrestling so much. I'm willing to support it. I'm willing to help it grow and help it become a thing, and put on their own events. And it's like, you don't do that sort of thing unless you're all in and you absolutely love the thing.
Oh, dude, I love Marcus. We've become good buddies.
Yeah, he's great. He's awesome.
We got some plans too that we'll be talking about soon. I don't know if you know.
No, I'm not sure.
We got some big plans for the future. So,
he's great. Yeah, it's made a massive difference in the sport, and it takes people like that, to step up and sort of say, well, look, I can make things happen. I'm not an arm wrestler. I'm not a professional athlete.
Yeah.
I'm new to this. I'm a fan, but I love it so much, and I have resources and the ability to make things happen. Yeah. And I'm willing to put those resources in play with people that do know the sport, do know how to make things happen, and let's get something happening off. And they've gone with Arm Gods, and I think it's fantastic.
Dude, Marcus is the man. I showed interest in blowing up cars, and he sent me this entire manual on how to make bombs, particularly for blowing up cars, like IRA style.
Oh, of course he did.
Thanks, Marcus. Just kidding.
Was it written by Marcus?
Yeah. It was on a napkin. He just wrote it real quick. Like, here you go. This is the fucking mix these things together, and then fucking it'll go boom. Like, thanks.
Yeah. So you haven't seen the tag match yet?
I haven't seen it. No, I just saw the aftermath. Every time, like whenever I start watching it, I'm seeing the matches, and then it's always late at night, and I end up fucking falling asleep. I do it with movies too. Like, I always miss the end of every movie.
Just to make it up yourself.
Yeah,
I'm sure the good guy won.
Watch it tomorrow. I never rent movies. I buy them because I know I'm going to fall asleep, and if I rent it, I'm going to have to rent it again to fucking watch it. So I'm like, fuck it, I'll just buy it.
Oh, what were you saying, Stephanie?
Where can we see the match?
I think they've been releasing the matches on YouTube. There's 17 of them in total. You can go to the armgods.com website, and I think it's literally like $5 a month. It gives you absolutely all of their content, all their pay-per-view stuff, all training seminars and everything. So you can watch it straight away through that. But on YouTube, they've been putting out the matches individually over the last couple of days. So we've got Ryan Bowen versus Ron Barth has come out. Connor Sale and Matt Smith was out yesterday. So I think, over the next couple of weeks, you'll probably get the majority of the matches that took place. But yeah, armgods.com is where you can watch it straight away.
I'm not going to say any names, but
YouTube channel.
Arm Gods.
Oh, okay. I don't even know if I subscribe to it.
Yeah. Go subscribe right now, Stephanie. I'm not going to say any names, but I heard there were a couple cunts there.
At Arm Gods at the event, everyone I met was really awesome. I had a great time. Yeah, I didn't see any of that sort of behavior.
No cuntiness.
No, not at all. It was
probably some behind the scene things.
Oh, I could have been. Yeah, I know. Ron wasn't happy with the tag match, and he had a bit of a word with both Evan and Uncle John. But apart from that, I mean, he was just giving his opinion. I don't think it was any horrible moments that happened, really. Yeah.
Well, when you're in the inner loop, you hear things.
Yes. Okay. No, I didn't see anything like that. But I tell you, one of the reasons that I wanted to go was because everyone that I see in the chats on every channel of arm wrestling, I knew the majority of them were all going to be there. And I was like, man, I get to meet all these awesome people. And it was great because people coming up to me like, I don't know who they are, you know, and they'll come up and go, oh, hey, I'm Captain Obvious, or hey, I'm, you know, the arm historian, and you're like, oh,
dude, that's the cool thing. Like we run into here too, is like some of the guys from the chats, like they just sneak up on you and they're like, oh, I'm so-and-so from the, and you're like, oh shit, one of the usual suspects. What's up, buddy? You know?
Yeah, I had the same thing when I went to Strongest Badge in St. Louis last year. We were going, oh, it's nice to finally meet you in person. And I thought, okay, who the hell are you? But once I heard the name, then I knew who they were. But, you know, they knew me by face from, so I said, somebody must be watching these things. But,
absolutely. Yeah.
You'll know what I'm talking about when you hear the stories later.
Okay.
but yeah, so Matt, would you come to Winter Blast if hypothetically Arm Gods was there?
I mean, I'd love to go there as well. It's one of those things is living on literally the other side of the world.
I heard about your fucking 24-hour flight, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah,
I can't stand flying 2 hours. I can't imagine the fucking 24 hours.
The worst thing was when we'd been at the event and it was the day or two later and we're in the pub and a couple of the guys are like, oh, you know, we're getting ready to take our flight back. And I'm like, okay, yeah, cool. And it's like, how long is your flight going to be? And they're like, oh, it's 30 minutes. And I'm like, you fucking bastards. Like, it's like, you know, they're going from Dublin to like London or something. It was like a 30-minute flight. And I'm like, yeah, mine's going to be 3 days and 24 hours in the air.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Over the ocean.
Oh, man. The worst, like, flying back was horrendous. It was one of my worst experience. I've literally
tired and shit. Oh.
Well, no, it wasn't just that. Like I get motion sickness, so I take tablets to you know stop that. And I had done that, but this first flight from Dublin to Istanbul, it was like 7 hours, and we hit real bad turbulence, which wasn't too bad when it was like the plane's going like that. That's not too bad. When it was dipping like this, it's like, you know, when you're in an elevator and like when it just first drops,
that feeling,
and it was like that just constantly for hours.
Oh my god!
Everyone on the plane got sick. I got sick. They don't give you the bloody bags anymore, like in the seat pocket. You've got to go and ask for them. So like, but to stand up and walk down the aisle, like. You know, that made it worse, and people throwing up everywhere, and and it's like, geez, there's 4 hours of this to go.
Oh my god!
And there's no way off. That was not fun. And literally, like we landed, we got the captain had to get on, making like an emergency announcement, and say, yeah, we've been given priority landing, like because 90% of the passengers are like sick. So we landed, and it was like. Yes, finally. And I literally had to walk off the plane and get straight onto another one.
Oh, dude.
Straight off for an 11-hour flight.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And it was straight back into that turbulence again. It was like.
At what point were you like, I'm just going to jump off this thing?
I felt so bad. And I walked onto the second flight. And because, like, my plane got there and I had to sort of run to the next one. I only just made the boarding. And I got on. I was kind of like one of the last people to get on. And I got on and I was like sweating and like I'm sitting and I'm like, oh, and I'm sitting in the seat just like, and none of the other people had done the flight I had just done. So they're like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, you're about to find out, motherfuckers.
They're all like,
about to find out.
All like, he must have COVID.
Yeah. And then 20 minutes up into the air, they found out.
Like, sir, you've been in the bathroom for 4 hours.
Oh, there was a lineup for the bathroom. That was
I bet, dude. Oh.
Yeah, that's not
terrible.
Fun.
So how far of a flight is it for you to come to like the States?
It's pretty similar, but
that sucks.
Yeah, it's sort of like I'm in the bottom of the world.
Yeah.
I'm in South Australia.
Oh my God.
So to go anywhere, it's like you go up, and then I either go that way to go to America, or I go that way to go to the UK. So yeah, it's a long way.
That blows. What's the closest point to you in America to get to?
It would be I lived in Vancouver for 6 months years and years ago, and we went Adelaide, where I live, Sydney, and then Sydney straight across to Vancouver. So you could probably do Sydney to LA or something like that.
Oh, and that's the opposite side of the United States from us.
Yeah.
So you'd get there and then have to come across the whole United States also.
Yeah, what's that? 5 hours, 6 hours, or something?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, it's a long way. But it was worth it. It was worth it. The event was fantastic. Meeting everyone was great. At the end of the day, you know, these are the things you got to put up with if you want to go and do these sorts of things. You know,
that's cool.
That was great. It was good fun, man. Was it the same weekend you guys were running Winter Blast, or was that the weekend after?
Same weekend. Yeah.
And you had like 585 matches or something.
So 585 entries, 1,101 matches.
Ooh.
Yeah,
that's insane. How many tables did you run?
It made us the biggest tournament in the United States.
Yeah,
so we got our mark. But the guys from Michigan that throw Michigan States, last year they had 518, so they're right there. So and we had 501 last year, so they beat us by like 17 entries. Ooh. So like we're both like, so they made a comment like, we're gonna beat Winter Blast this year, and I'm like, good, then we'll try to beat you next year. You know, like it's like fun competition.
Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, just for contrast, this is not to destroy your amazing results, but when we were in India, they had a local competition, a local tournament with 800 entries.
Yeah,
like local
in those countries than it is in ours, you know.
Yeah,
it's crazy.
It's insane.
Same with in some of the Asian countries, like fucking huge there.
Yeah, I don't know how they run it, like in terms of logistically, how many tables you'd have to be running. You know,
we had like two refs bail on us, so we were going to be running about 5 tables, but we ended up running 3 and then a 4th alternate. But either way, though, like people think like because you have way more tables, it'll go faster, but you can't really, because you know, say you start with amateurs, you know, and they want to pull up. If you fucking start jumping around, you're going to fuck over all the guys who want to pull up. So you kind of have to do it in order, and you can't have amateurs only on fucking 6 tables. You know what I mean? So it's like a big tournament like that. There's going to be a point where it's like, it doesn't matter how many tables you have. It's going to run at the speed it runs at. You know what I mean? The problem.
Did you see those pictures of what was the Turkish National Championship? Where they had like 29 tables lined up.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
But it was some massive. I think it was 29. It was some massive number.
Yeah. Wow. I don't know. We're playing around with ideas for next year to how to make it run faster and smoother. Like I said, though, we would have had 5 tables running, but we had a couple.
What happened with the guys? They get sick or something, or
whatever excuse they had, they couldn't make it or whatever. But and then we had one ref that had to leave at 6, and we found out at 5:30, and we're like, "Fucking A, dude!" So we had to like grab, like, "Hey, is there a ref in the crowd?" You know, like,
oh no, this is my moment. Somebody was like, "This is me."
But having Corey Miller and Sean Hancock, you know, on board, they handled it well. The thing, you know, and the whole Nanya match thing in the middle of it kind of slowed things down.
Yeah, well, he was an hour late or something as well.
He called me and he's like, "I'm going to be like a half hour, 45 minutes late." And then he kind of spun it like it was Paul that was late, and I'm like, Paul was there on time, dude. He was professional, showed up early, warmed up, was ready to go. But then when he heard Nanya wasn't there, he thought it was going to be some kind of excuse about the money or whatever. So he's like, "Well, I'm going back to my room. Let me know when he's here and the money's counted, and I'll come back down." But in the meantime, a little girl pulled the fire alarm, so the elevators were shut down. So Paul had to walk all the way up and then back down. Like, oh man. But I got to give it to Paul. I'd be pretty pissed too if you got all this money on the line. You're supposed to be there at 3. He was there. His opponent wasn't there. He didn't even come up with the money for the match. Dave Shell had to loan him the money so that he could actually have his half. And then he disrespects the whole tournament and fucking disrespects Dave Shell on the podcast the Friday after. And I'm like, dude, this guy just let you borrow $2,500 and you're going to be a dick to him.
Yeah. Plus the mentality for Paul as well, when you're ready to go and then it's like your opponent's not here and it's like, oh,
I would imagine he had a massive adrenaline dump.
Yeah, it's
You know
like,
what I
do I win automatically? Is it what happens? And then in that 45 minutes or an hour where you're everyone would be asking you, hey, what's going on? And you're like, I don't know. Yeah, that can really affect.
Well, and it's funny because they did have a contract, and we all learned a lot from that match that, you know, in the future, you got to have some sort of fucking thing in there saying, you know, if you're not on time, it's a forfeit, because we can't have guys fucking pulling that shit, dude. Holy Jesus. Championship.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Can you like, well, the tournament took 8 minutes.
You just go from one table to the next.
1,100 matches. We got it done in 8 minutes.
You line up at the first table and you just pull nonstop to the end.
Yeah. Yeah, you just keep going to the next one, fucking all the way through. Just fucking.
If you lose, you're out. Next guy. That'd be cool. Actually, we should do that.
That's
it's just like you start with the lightweights and then you move to like a heavyweight.
We were gonna do, you know, since they said we were one of the biggest tournaments in the country, we were gonna do the smallest tournament in the country where it's just like 2 guys, but have them like sign a waiver, go through the whole way in, and then try to submit it to Corey Miller for his thing. I mean, like, this was the smallest tournament in the history of tournaments.
And just keep doing that and get yourself up the ranking.
Right? Yeah, just fucking. I go from the worst arm wrestler to the number 1.
He's just won 800 tournaments in a week. I don't know.
Right. Yeah, here's the video proof of it. Yeah. We had an official ref.
That's right. Do you have any issues with finding enough people that want to referee over there?
We used to, but now Sean Hancock does like a seminar for refs to get like certified. So we've been having all of our guys that are interested get certified. So now we've got a couple guys that are up to their like 2nd, 3rd level in the certificate program. So that's helped a lot. And you know, as they become more advanced, they can head ref. Right now, most of them can just down ref. So we usually have to find head refs to let these guys down ref with them to learn and stuff. But so yeah, I mean, eventually these guys will be the head refs. So we're really trying to build that up. And up here in the Northeast of the United States, a lot of the promoters here were using like WAL rules. So they're not used to strict rules. So they go to a strict tournament and be like, what the fuck, you know, foul out or whatever. So now we are doing strict rules to kind of line up what we do up here in the Northeast with the rest of the country and the world that use stricter rules. So,
right. Yeah.
Apparently you're a little bit late. You're a little bit late, Brian. That's already been done. Shut up.
The bar. Nice.
The bartender got shit faced. Oh,
That's
God.
fantastic. I hope you beat the bartender. He destroyed both of you. It's like, get out.
Yeah.
No, reason I say that, we struggle to find enough people that want to do it. And I think, well, the main reason is the abuse that they receive and the arguments, and people that are in this sport generally are very nice and humble and friendly, and they want us to be supportive. And then they think, and then they get on the table and they're like, yeah, sure, I'll help you out. I'll referee. I know the rules. And then they go to referee and they're getting abused by the competitors. And it's like, oh, I don't like this at all. And then they're like, no, I will never referee again. I've had so many people say that to me. And like in my state of a million, yeah, man, like there's 1 million people in my state, and it's pretty much me and mainly me that will referee. No one else wants to do it, even down reffing. So yeah, it's
anytime you go to a tournament, you also have to referee and compete.
Yeah.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah. So like, hold on, I gotta stop reffing. I gotta pull at this table. Someone take my place for a minute.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Yeah. But most of the time, I won't compete for that reason. Like if I'm running an event, it's too difficult to try to, make sure that
Shell runs into that too. Like he does brackets. So if he's pulling, he has to stop doing brackets and go up there, pull, and then come back.
Yeah.
I never pull at my own tournaments just because I'm being pulled in every direction. Well, at least for Winter Blast, anyway, it's so big that I have to be available for emergencies.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, that's the thing is that if you're the man that's answering the questions, and when issues are arising and you're fixing them and sorting things out and refereeing and doing the brackets, and it's like
I never give myself like a position like reffing or doing brackets or anything like that. I just stay free to roam because that keeps me busy the whole night anyway. Fucking, I didn't even get to see one match at Winter Blast at all. Wow. I was just being pulled in every direction. So
yeah,
the only one I saw was the Paul Nanya one because they wanted me up there holding the money to make like a show of it. But other than that, I didn't get to see any of my friends pull or anything like that.
Yeah. Did you at any point fan yourself with the cash?
I was holding up and I was like, man, Nanya's late. I'm just going to leave with this money and be like forfeit, and the promoter gets to keep it.
Yeah, we had a 90% promoter's fee.
Yeah.
No, I had that in the agreement. If it doesn't take place, Grondin gives the money back to me. Contingency covered.
Yeah, well, that's one of those things. Mentally, if your opponent doesn't turn up, and then it's like 45 minutes later, it's like, oh no, he is here now. You've got to compete, and you're like, oh, hey, what? You can see the.
And 2 weeks
we had that we had that with the super match a year ago, where somebody showed up late and they weren't there, so the guy took a different person at the last minute, and then they showed up and wanted to pull, and we said bullshit. First place, you already had a super match with somebody else.
He was an hour and a half late for his super match, and he's like, well, I hit traffic. And I'm like, well, listen, you're not getting a match with him. And then the dude ended up just pulling Evan. Evan had a match with Roger Learned. And then it was Zach Lee. He's like, fuck it, I'll pull him with the other arm. And then we just did like a fun match just on the spot. He's 176 and Evan's whatever Evan was. So it was like an uneven match anyway. But
yeah,
it was fun. But it's like, dude, you're an hour and a half late. You're not going to get the match, dude. Like,
yeah, that's right. And that's one of those things is, as a promoter, is you spend so much time and effort to get interest in a match. Yeah. And you're building up both guys, you're building up the event, you're spending weeks creating content and doing interviews and podcasts and, pushing it out and talking to people and making sure everything's set and ready. And then somebody doesn't turn up and you're like, how could you screw me over like this? Do you know how much time and effort I put in for free?
We stopped the fucking tournament for this match. When we realized he was late, we just were like, get people back up here on the other tables going. And then when Paul showed up, we stopped it again. And, now Nanya was outside for a cigarette. I'm like, Jesus fuck, dude. I was ready to kill myself. I need to get this fucking match going.
And then when they finally did pull, we didn't want to stop the guys who were there. And so anybody who was on the other tables, for a while, we just had the camera focused on that one, which is what people wanted. So if you were on one of the other tables competing at the same time, you did not get on the live stream.
Yeah,
which is a fucking ball.
Which is bullshit.
Oh yeah, okay, that sucks.
Well, we'll never do, like, both of them for whatever reason wanted to. They wanted to pull at 3 p.m. and that's something from my point will never happen again. Like, if you can't do it when all the other matches are going on, from like, I think we started them at 11 till about noon. If you can't, you could have been the last one then. But when the tournament starts at 1, that's it. No more fucking super matches. Next year is going to be different anyway. We're not going to do any super matches.
Oh,
so I don't want to say too much, but that might be a hint.
Say too much.
What's going on next year?
Oh, that's all right. Yeah, well, that's the thing is if it's a tournament, it's one thing to focus on that, and there's enough, especially if you've got almost 600 entries and that many matches taking place. It's like that's an event. You don't need to add anything else on top of that.
Nope. I'm fine. We could have done them all Friday night, leading up to it.
Exactly right. Yeah.
We did half of them Friday and half Saturday morning, but then, I mean, we made it work. It's just that match fucking slowed everything down.
Yeah, it's one of those things is that you get to learn from these experiences.
Yeah, we learned a lot, and that was our first attempt at live streaming. So I think Josh and our guys did really good. Johnny Miller doing a live stream, just like trying to figure it out a week before the tournament.
Oh yeah, that's the tricky part, and that's why the last couple of AWE things that we've done that we filmed it and then post-edited it, because that pressure of adding the live stream on top of everything else you're trying to get done, it can really harm your brand if you put up a terrible live stream, and even if you've got fantastic,
it was a risk for sure.
Yeah,
but we hired Robert Kelly, and then 2 months before the tournament, he's like, "Oh, I can't do it, because Nanya's going to be there." But then we find out it's because Monster Factory planned something on the same date, and they always use him, so he would rather do that. And then they changed their date, and then he was like, "Oh, I'm free now." I'm like, "No, fuck off."
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's tricky, especially in this sport, with the level that it's at currently, the opportunities that are there, and it's like, maybe you're the one guy that does live streaming in this part of the world, and it's like, okay, I'm the guy, and it's like, oh well, they've got 2 conflicting dates. Well, I'd love to do both, but
but if you're already committed to one, you should honor that, I would say. Exactly. But anyways, we learned from it, but so we ended up, buying some of our own live stream equipment and stuff like that and setting things up, and I thought it came out pretty good for a first attempt. And so, next year we're going to do it ourselves, and we already got someone who does live feeds like on a regular basis that is going to help out and set up our equipment and let us know what we need to do it like top-notch professional. So it should be good. Should be good.
Yeah, we were lucky with our first 2 AWE events. Dave, who I do the podcast with, and who's the other owner of AWE, his best mate owns a MMA organization called Diamondback Fighting. And so that's why our first 2 events were in the Octagon, because Diamondback Fighting was having their event later in the day.
That's cool.
Yeah, so they had everything set up, all the lights and the Octagon and all the camera guys and everything all ready to go. But it was set up the day before, so they didn't start till 6 p.m. at night. So the whole day, all of this stuff is just sitting there. It's like, well, can we do our event in there while you guys are, just letting it sit there? And they said, yeah, absolutely. So we were lucky enough to be able to use, all of their equipment. The lighting was fantastic, and their streaming crew were like, top level professional guys that had multiple 6-7 roaming cameras. We got Wife Wolf. He's
$20 super chat. Ryan, David, and that freaking Hollywood man. Well, definitely want to get over to you guys' event. Just feck off and stop having events at the same time as Arm Gods, you dicks. Matt in Carlingford. What a jerk. Just kidding. I mean, in our defense, ours was planned first. But we love Arm Gods, so we didn't give a shit, because you guys are our buddies, so it doesn't matter.
White Wolf ended up in a thorn bush at one point.
I heard about that. I'll give you guys a hint, though. Arm Gods and Winter Blast are probably going to be on the same day next year too.
There you go. You heard it here first.
Yeah, we were much more inclined to ignore that than when a certain person in Arkansas decided to hold his event on the same day. It's like,
yeah. I mean, dude, everything is promoted enough in the States to where nothing should really be on the same fucking day. You know what I mean? Especially for small ones don't matter, but the major ones, you know, if you're throwing Michigan States where you're having like 500 plus entries, or the big ones, and like you can avoid each other. It's not that hard, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't do anyone any favors if you're competing against the other organizations, or it's like, making people choose is not fun.
And if they're far enough apart and a few weeks apart, it doesn't matter, because a lot, people from Arkansas aren't coming to Winter Blast. You know, I mean, maybe a few, but it's the overlap isn't going to affect either tournament. But having it the same day is kind of makes it tough, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, even the people that want to watch it, watch a live stream, and it's like now they've got to choose between both events, and it's like, oh, I missed the match I wanted to see on that one because I was watching this one, and then you're watching that one, and you missed the match on that one. Yeah, it's very frustrating.
White Wolf said, Marcus, let's plan on the next Arm Gods happening on exactly the same day again. That's already in the works, buddy.
He's one step ahead of you, White Wolf. But he's another one of those legendary guys that you'll see in every chat. And I gotta tell you, when the event was getting put together, White Wolf was there every single part of setting things up, putting chairs together, running cables, and supporting any which way he possibly could.
Dude, those are the guys that are so loyal. Like, we have a few guys like that too. Like at Winter Blast, like the majority of people, let's be honest, don't fucking help set up or tear down. Even though if a handful of guys offered to help, it'd be done in 2 seconds. But no one ever fucking does. So, we got a handful of guys that always stay and help out, or you know what I mean? And those guys are so helpful. You can't even thank them enough. Otherwise, you'd be there for fucking 10 hours tearing down and shit.
That's right. Yeah. And I know the difficulties in getting things together and even just carrying tables into the event, especially if you're looking at competing on that day and you've carried in like 10 tables.
Yeah. You're already spent before you fucking get to pull.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I was very much wanting to try to help as much as I could when I was over there. And I said to Paul a few times, like, anything you want me to do, just let me know. And he said, well, can you do this? Can you do that? Yes, no worries. Let me help you out.
Yeah.
Because I know what it's like.
Yeah, dude, it's crazy. Like, and I always try to, anybody that helps us out, I always try to throw them some money for helping,
Oh yeah,
I can't even tell you how many people I reimbursed that day at Winter Blast, because like I'm a firm believer in like I want everyone to leave and not be like, oh, they fucked me over, or I had a terrible time. So there were a few guys that were like, dude, I can't stay, I gotta go. It's taking too long. And I was like, here's your money back. Obviously we reimbursed all the people that broke arms. We had 2 arm breaks.
Oh,
but they were, both of them not in a bad position at all. It was just one of those freak things. But Corey said it best, dude. 1,100 fucking matches is like 10 tournaments.
Yes.
so that's not that bad if you think about it.
Yeah, that's right. Absolutely. And that they might have been going in with pre-existing injuries.
Right. We don't know. So, but neither of them were really in a bad position. So,
we have that, and then we have one
bicep tear, sort of partial tear thing. Yeah. But,
yeah. But at the end of the day, it's one of the safest sports out there, and you think like the worst possible thing you can get is a broken arm.
Yeah.
I mean, go to any emergency room on a Saturday or a Sunday and have a look at all the sports people that are in there for way worse things.
Or the guys that were in the NFL and now are fucking brain dead.
Yeah,
like
absolutely, yeah, for sure. It's just I think that one of the reasons that people shy away from that's arm wrestling sort of thing where they've seen, videos on YouTube or whatever of people breaking arms, is they can relate to that pain. It's at a level where you could very consciously understand how much that would hurt. Whereas if you get completely knocked out or your shoulder ripped in half or whatever, it's like you can't really understand how that would feel. So it's less likely that people will be as concerned about that. But,
TJ said, just top roll. In the worst case, you just punch yourself in the face.
I've seen that so many times.
Not many top rolling arm breaks. Yeah. No, but the thing is,
then too, I heard a rumor to the effect that the one dude that broke his arm was concerned about getting home before when the hospital medication wore off, and it turned out there was somebody there who had just recently had a knee operation and didn't need his oxycodone that was left over, and started to basically.
Dave, did you do a drug deal? Did you do a drug deal at Winter Blast? What the fuck, dude?
That's where he was getting the money to sponsor Donya from.
Yeah. That's how he makes his extra spending cash. Big Daddy Dave.
When you were handing out your reimbursements, was that from the money that you were holding for the?
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, here you go. Here's some for you. Yeah.
The funny thing is like we thought Nanya was gonna like take the money, and if he won it, just hand it back to Dave. But he didn't. He just handed him 1,000, and then was like, get the rest, because like Marcus said he'd throw 500 on it, and Unrivaled Promotions threw 1,000 on it. So he gave him 1,000 and was like, get your money from the sponsors.
He's holding it right.
Like, you're holding it right there. Just give it to him, and you wait till you get the money for the sponsors.
Yeah, okay.
But no, it didn't work out that way. I was like, Jesus.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, is that people don't understand that when you act in that sort of manner, the organizations out there, especially in this sport at the level that it's at, that we all know each other, we all see these things, we know who's in the industry, and it's like, well, do you want this guy at your event? It's like, no. If he's acting that way, it's like, we don't want the people who do those sorts of things competing with us.
That's why, like, them trying to make me do a fucking super match with that Eric Harlan guy that said the N-word twice on our podcast and showed his asshole. Like, I have no interest in pulling this guy. Like, I don't like him. He disrespected our show, our friends. He's racist. Like, I'm like, no, I'm good, dude. I don't want a match with this fucking guy. Like,
we did have one problem, and Brother Morris just made reference to it. We totally forgot about the kidney stone award.
Oh, the dude swallowed your kidney stone?
No, but we forgot we were going to award that on, mounted the way you wanted it.
We were gonna, whoever won like King of the Table at the end of the night, we were gonna give them Dave's kidney stone and let them choose whether they wanted it set in a ring or a medallion.
That's horrendous.
But we never got that far because the tournament was crazy.
Yeah, that's probably a good move.
It was a long weekend. It was a long weekend. It was fun though. That's all I care about is if everybody has fun. Like, I don't even care about the arm wrestling part. Like, my job is to make sure people have fun when they're there. The arm wrestling takes care of itself, Like, I don't need to make people arm wrestle, but I can do certain things to make it more fun.
Absolutely, yeah, that's it. And if you're like an amateur puller, or if you're just going along for interest and you've entered the tournament, like, hey, I know I'm not in a position where I'm going to win, but if you step up and have a good time, and then, maybe you jump on the after pool table and meet some awesome people and have a lot of fun, you're more than likely to come back again in the future, despite the competition side of it. There's only one winner of each division. There's only one happy person if you're looking at pure competition side of it, but everyone can have a good time, and that's the goal.
Yeah. And there were a few people crying about the length of it, but it's like, dude, we did 1,100 matches. Like, that's not going to go quickly. Like, if you're coming to Winter Blast thinking it's going to be over in 4 hours, it's the wrong tournament for you.
That's right.
But, we promoted it as a big tournament, so everyone knows last year we had 501 entries. Like, it's going to be big. So to me, it's like, why come and be negative? You know what you're getting into. Like when I go to a tournament, even if it's a small one, I just assume I'm there for the whole day. Like I'm not saying, oh, I got to be here by 5 or something. I know my whole day is at that tournament so that I can dominate the after pulls when everyone's tired.
Well, we figured it would be bigger, but then Friday night when we had 240 entries,
Yeah,
Friday night.
Yeah, just Friday night we had that many entries. I was like, oh fuck, we're fucked.
Especially when 2 of your referees pulled it out last minute.
But yeah, next weekend it's gonna be like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday fucking big event.
Next weekend or next year?
Next year.
Yeah, awesome.
Yeah, that whole weekend we're gonna it's blocked off. We got big plans. It's gonna be.
I think Monster Factory is running on the same weekend.
Good. Good. They're gonna get blown out of the water.
We've got a big thing next weekend.
You should just book your ticket now for.
Yeah, I should absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Well, if you're combining that with Arm Guards at the same time, and then that's something that people have got to go.
They will come. They will come.
Absolutely, yeah. Well, I mean, that's everyone that's in the chat. It's one of those, they're either with you guys or they're with Arm Guards. So
a lot of them are with both.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like we have a lot of cross fans, But
sure.
all the usual suspects support all the podcasts like equally. So I like that there's a good following for arm wrestling podcasts. I mean, without them, dude, nobody would be watching this fucking show. Like, what the fuck, dude? Why is this guy's asshole on here?
Absolutely. Yeah, it's such a wonderful thing if you're doing a show and you're talking about whatever and you see that there's 30-40 people in there. Yeah. It's like, oh, the people are actually watching. They do care, which is tremendous. Especially if, say, you're putting up, you spend time editing a video or whatever, and you upload it, and you get 18 views, and it's like, oh, that sucks. But then you go to one of these things, and all 18 people that watched it, they really cared and they enjoyed it, and they come up and say, "Hey, I saw that thing on." It's like, oh, you're the people that saw that video.
And the crazy part is like, you look at it a week later and you're like, shit, people came and watched this after. Like, that's crazy.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Or they'll send, little clips of it and they'll, cut sections and on their own back as well. And it's just like, wow, this is tremendous.
Look at all these subtle hints out there.
No need for security if Marcus is going to be there. Not just Arm Guards. If Marcus is coming with his manual on how to blow up a car.
If any cars get blown up at Winter Blast, it was not me.
It's just a shamrock leaf.
Yeah.
Like,
we'll blame it on the Irish.
Oh, it's great.
But yeah, I know if Arm Gods came here, dude, we're gonna fucking have a hell of a weekend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Would you go to one of their events in the UK?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
You'd have a lot of fun, man. It's fun because the culture there is very, I mean, this is cliche in a way, but like that pub, orientated. It's like where, I arrived in Carlingford and then it's like put my bags at the place I was staying and it's like, whereabouts should I go like to meet up with her? Oh, they're just down at the pub. Okay, great. I walk in and there's literally everybody there on the whole card. And that's where everyone was just hanging out the whole time.
I'm more afraid, like, dude, like I go to bed, during the week, I'm like, there's no way I'm going to stay up all late drinking. Fucking, you know what I mean? Like those years are past. Like I'm going to have trouble keeping up.
Yeah,
where's Ryan in the pub sleeping on some fucking in the corner somewhere?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. But it's like, because they serve food and everything there as well, you don't need to leave to get dinner or whatever. It's like, oh, you're talking to someone like, I'm talking to Tim Bresnan, and all of a sudden a meal just turns up in front of him. It's like, oh,
Tim's. I'm good friends with Tim. He's a good dude.
Yeah, he's great. He
got some great stories.
Yeah, he's funny. He said he normally walks around at all times with a gun on his hip.
Always, dude. He actually, when he was on our podcast, he actually pulled it out, and I was like, "Oh fuck, we're gonna get banned off YouTube." Like Jesus, but he fucking pulled it right out on the podcast. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah,
I mean, you can tell like he's not someone you'd want to fuck with. Like he will punch someone in the face, no questions.
Well, Tim was another one that we had as a ref the year before, and would have had him this year, except somebody swiped him away from us.
Yeah, he did mention that.
What did you guys do to the Aussie? Did you guys kill him? Did they kill him over there? Did he make it home safe?
He's back. He's here in Australia. He's working for the AFL, which is Australian Football League, which is doing some commentary stuff with them at the moment.
Yeah, I saw that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
good opportunity for him.
Yeah, so good. So yeah, very happy about that. But,
that is what rugby or soccer or what?
It's a different sport. It's Australian rules football, which you'd have to sort of see it to. It's like a combination of all of those things at once.
You guys just made up your own sport. What the fuck?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, and the ball is similar to like an NFL football, a little bit more rounded.
Yeah.
And so when it bounces, it can go any bloody direction.
Yeah.
Usually it bounces straight into my face. Because it's completely unpredictable which way it's going to bloody go. And the worst part is if it's rolling like at top speed, because it's like low, and you go to pick it up, and that's when it bounces high.
Yeah, and you're that guy that takes a hit, and you're like, "What the on TV?"
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's great.
It's very popular. It's the biggest sport here in Australia. So for him to get a gig doing that, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, Tim is the man, dude. He's a good guy.
Yeah, well, he was mentioning because he asked about the Nonya and Paul match. We did a podcast with Paul Maiden and Tim and James Beach came along, and he said, "Oh, how did the Nonya match go?" And I had seen it quickly on YouTube, and I sort of just quickly explained who won and what happened. And he said, "Oh, I was supposed to referee that, but obviously I'm here." And he said it was his mate that was refereeing instead.
Yeah, Sean Hancock. Yeah,
right. Yeah,
yeah. He's not one of the ones I mentioned about bailing. He bailed way earlier. Well, I told him, I'm like, dude, like, we're not mad or anything. Like, you're not going to pass up an opportunity to have a super match in Ireland for fucking reffing at Winter Blast.
God, yeah.
I was like, go get it, dude. Go do it. So, yeah, but he was going to be one of the refs if he hadn't gone to Arm Gods, which, it is what it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and again, it's so hard to find good quality referees, and
Sean uses Tim for a lot of his tournaments. So, Tim has reffed every Winter Blast, so we always have him as a ref. So this was the first year where he couldn't make it, but Sean Hancock, we had already hired him to do it anyway. So they just happened to be friends. So they were both kind of excited at first to be working together at Winter Blast.
Yeah. It's pretty hard to argue with someone like Tim, who is A, gigantic, and B, could crush you with his hands, and C, has a gun on his hip.
Last year, he was looking at who the hell was it? Derek Smith, and he's like, "Look at this big motherfucker. He looks all strong, but he's wearing fucking Crocs. What a faggot!" And then I was like, "Yeah, that's pretty gay." And then he looked down at me and he goes, "Fuck, you're wearing Crocs too, faggot." And I was like, "Oh." I was trying to not, like, as soon as he said it, I pulled my feet back under the chair. Maybe he won't notice.
Oh no. That's fantastic.
He caught me in my Crocs.
Yeah. You didn't have socks with them as well, though, did you?
No socks with Crocs.
Oh, good. The sock and Croc combination.
Yeah, that's weird.
Probably just would have shot you right
there. I'll be back in a minute. This nightly freeze up. Be right back.
Well, it does look like you're interested in that. The freeze. You look very much like you're interested.
He looks dead. Like, oh shit, we lost Dave.
He'll be back.
He's got us in his will, so if we lose him, it's like the Dave Shell Classic. Like, new tournament. But yeah, we're trying to throw more tournaments this year. We bought a trailer to put all our gear on so that it's easier to, like instead of taking the tables apart, now we can leave them together and just put them on the trailer.
Yeah.
So it'll be easier to just pull up and set up a tournament. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I did with I bought a car that was big enough that I could do that. So I could just slide it straight in there and not have to take it apart every time.
Oh, dude, that's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, every week where we do our weekly practices, we have to set up and pack up every single
that's
session.
the worst. Yeah.
Yeah.
We've had cases like that, and that sucks.
Yeah, that's part of it.
What state are you in?
For me, I'm in South Australia.
South Australia. Hmm.
Yeah, it's right in the center and the bottom of the world. It's like couldn't be further away from anywhere.
What's directly below you? Just fucking like
Antarctica.
So is it a closer flight for you to just fly there?
You can do a flight there.
Yeah. How long is that flight for you?
It's like I'm not sure, but you can't land.
4, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah. They do flyovers. Like I think it's a 3-hour thing, but it's like a cruise kind of they're flying over to just show you because you can't land there unless you're a research scientist or something. But they'd fly and go, look, there's a lot of ice, and you go, cool, and then it's more ice.
One crash, and next thing you're eating other passengers and shit. No way, dude.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
You don't fly over areas where there's no life, you know. The only way you can survive is to eat the guy you were sitting next to.
Yeah, I remember I read a book about there was an American guy. Actually, I think he was on Joe Rogan's podcast, and he was the first person to walk from one side of Antarctica to the other, and he had like a big sled with all his supplies and everything with him. And it took him, I don't know, 90 days or something or another to do it. But he said the weirdest. Well, I guess, why do you want to roll across the Atlantic in a bathtub? People do crazy things. But he said the weirdest thing was when, you're out sort of a quarter of the way or halfway and there's just no life in any direction. There's no plants, there's no trees, there's no bugs, there's just nothing.
Yeah. You're the only form of life in that fucking.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's crazy.
So weird. Absolutely.
Like, what if shit gets bad here? What am I going to eat? That's what I'd be thinking about.
Yeah, well, he had a whole sled
to start eating myself.
The weird thing was he was racing it. There was another guy, I think a German guy. There's always a German guy who's trying to beat you.
Yeah.
And they just load him up. They just have a line of guys. Yeah. Somebody's doing something. All right, hang on. You've got to go and try to beat that.
Yeah.
Somebody's walking across Antarctica. You go. Yeah. We'll give you a sled.
Everything in the Guinness World Book of Records is some German guy.
That's right. So he was trying to do it at the same time. Well, he did. They both completed it, but the American guy did it first. And I think he because they could see each other on they had like GPS or whatever, and so they kept pushing further and further. He planned to walk 8 to 10 hours and then rest overnight or whatever, but he could see the other guy was walking like 12 hours, and so he was like, damn it. And so he would walk 14 and then the other dude's walking 16. And so when it got near the very end, I think he walked like 4 days straight just to win.
Jesus Christ. Fuck that, dude. I can't do that just here now, like, let alone in the fucking snow, freezing, fucking -0, fucking -30, whatever it is. This guy walks 4 days straight. I can't even walk to the store down the road. I would drive there.
But you had to beat the German guy. That was the point.
He did it for everyone. He did it for the Jews. Crazy. That's pretty funny though.
Yeah, man, absolutely. He said the weird. I don't know how this sort of came up, but he was wearing the goggles, and they were really tight. because the wind and everything. But he said over time, over weeks, there were small, tiny gaps where the cold, freezing air was getting through, and he started getting frostbite like all around this part of his face.
Yeah.
Couldn't do anything about it. He just had to keep going. But you sort of prepare as best you can, and when you get out there, it's like these things you didn't think would happen, because it was like, it was airtight or whatever. But I guess over time, there was like tiny little bits where it wasn't completely sealed, and there was enough to get in and start causing frostbite. And yeah,
can you imagine, dude?
Absolutely, yeah.
And they have to remove parts of your face or something crazy.
Worth it, definitely worth it.
I beat that German, and like your fucking leg.
But there was no German. We just made that up.
Yeah. After they tell him that, dude. Like after he wins, like
we put a fake dot on the GPS.
Yeah, we just wanted to see how far we could push you. Way to go on that 4-day fucking stretch there.
Yeah.
Sorry, we had to remove your nose.
But it was funny for us, so it's kind of worth it.
The Drew in that house. Oh my god, dude. What a rare occasion.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, thank you for that. Thank you for the unsolicited dick pic.
I just sent it to him right before I came on here. I figured he'd appreciate it. Do you want to show him? You can show him on camera. It won't get you canceled.
Yeah. A lot. I don't know if it'll show up though. It's kind of
I got a black screen.
The screen fucks it up every time, dude. Oh,
there it is. Oh, it's Richard Nixon.
Yep. Unsolicited dick pic.
Very nice.
Beautiful. Drew, what do you got going on, buddy?
Oh, not much. I just got done with my day. I just got done making myself a whole bunch of food. And today I just got in some collagen peptides, a 3-pound canister. So I'm really looking forward to that, because I had really good results on a month supply that I had of it many months ago. It's not cheap stuff. And I did a lot of research and found a really good per ounce price on Amazon. And this stuff is just pure. I took double dose for the first day just to kind of get things going. Then I'll take normal dose every day afterwards. But it really helped me with a bunch of little things that I have. I've had arthritis and degenerative disc disease and joint disorders and stuff like that since I was like 18 years old. So things that I've learned over the years, like many of you have learned, that you can get better over the years by taking certain things. It's kind of amazing. You take certain things and your body kind of likes it. Wow, what a shocker.
Yeah. Dave he drinks a lot of semen. He says it works wonders.
Yeah, it's a good protein source, I suppose.
It's the original stem cells right from the stem.
Yeah.
40 calories in every serve.
Now I should have fucking kept that stem cell fucking giveaway at Winter Blast for my shoulder. Now that I hurt my shoulder, like fuck, now I need stem cells.
Yeah, it's super expensive. I hear stem cells are like so through the roof in terms of price.
Yeah, I mean, like a good single dosage, maybe about $5,000 cash. Some insurance can even help to pay for that, and obviously, if you get some kind of dealer sponsorship, that's always good. Vitacell is really been helping us a lot more. I don't see how they've gotten anything back net profit wise, but obviously, they spread the awareness, especially with people like Devin, which I heard him just admit how he has actually paid for many of them himself.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's insane. I guess if you're looking at advertising, and you go, okay, $5,000 per shot, but that gives us the exposure to this much people, and with an athlete of say Devin's size, or if you're targeting different athletic organizations, it's like that's not too bad in terms of price point. But
I feel like there's cheaper ways. Like I was thinking about going down to like the real bad neighborhoods in Philly and just try to get a fetus from like a crackhead. Just be like, can I have the umbilical cord? And just harvest the stem cells myself.
Yeah, and you started a new business idea right there.
Yeah.
You ever thought about walking across Antarctica?
Just go down, Just go downtown and just tell them I'll impregnate them, and then I'll purchase the fetus. And the
Double whammy.
Yeah. Just
Fantastic.
line them up. Just line them up.
It's so good to see the Drew on here in person. I see you in every single chat.
Usual suspect in the house.
Oh man, he's on everything at all times. I think there's 3 different the Drews, and you're the one for between 8 and 12.
Oh yeah, Vitacell. They did merge, and now they have a different name now. Vitacell Bio Global.
Yeah, I think it's partly because of the legal things or whatever.
Yeah,
and they decided, you know what, go ahead and just renew.
Well, their original doctor was like doing weird things and like doing backdoor fucking treatments, and they caught him, and he was like stealing stem cells and doing some weird shit. So they had to get rid of that guy.
He was stealing the stem cells for himself, and now he's invulnerable, and he'll live forever.
Yeah, right. He's like the fountain of youth.
Does he look like 22 years old now? And he's
Can you imagine like fucking years down the road, like Devin's like 115 and still fucking arm wrestling.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing. How do you see the match going with Levon?
I think Levon.
Wow, that confident, eh?
I think Levon's going to win again. I don't know. I don't know. It's hard to say because, I mean, since that match, Devin has looked pretty fucking impressive against other people.
Yeah.
And he's probably leveled up, and, he's got Vitacell in his blood, and I'm sure a bunch of other fucking shit in there. I don't know. I mean, it's hard to say. And who knows what Levon's doing all this time? He's been kind of out of the limelight right now. He could be doing some crazy shit too.
Well, he did the same with their first match. He sort of stepped away from social media, and there was the people that were around him that were the ones who were making comments and stuff. And whenever they were asked, oh, have you seen Levon? And they'd say yes, and they'd be like, well, how does he look? And they'd be like, he looks angry.
I mean, like you see videos of him where he's like, he looks like the friendliest guy, and then when he got up to the table with Devin, I was like, oh, he fucking looks mad.
Oh yeah,
That's
he
too big a person to fucking want to be around if he's mad.
Absolutely, yeah. That's one of those things is hide the emotion until it's time, and that was time right there, and ended up not working out in Devin's favor, but. I think it's probably going to go the same way. I've got it 4-0 for Levon.
I think it'll be Levon's too much. Maybe it'll be a little closer than last time, but I don't think it's going to have a Devin like sweep of Levon.
Yeah, well, I think the only way I can see Devin sort of really getting into this match is if he can make it a dogfight, and he can just mess around in the setup, and he can get some stops and some fouls and some restarts and just make every round really drawn out. And you can 20 minutes around kind of thing with false starts and this and then fouls and anything you can do to put wear and tear on Levon.
Is there a rule against bathroom breaks?
Yeah, well, that's right. So
like, it's not in the contract. It doesn't say anywhere in here that I can't go to the bathroom.
Well, they had the 30-second timeout rule in arm pods, which is the first time I'd seen that take place, which Connor Sale used to go and throw up.
Oh, I heard about that too.
Yeah,
like,
that was the weirdest thing.
Someone's throwing up, and then they're coming back to arm wrestle. It's a good time.
Well, I was watching the event like in person, and obviously I couldn't hear what they were saying on the table. And I'm seeing Connor step up to the table for the next round, and then all of a sudden he's just walked off and walked straight out of the room, kicked open the emergency exit door, and walked away. And I was like, "What's going on? Has he quit? Like, did he retire? Is it?" What happened? And then,
as it's counting down 30 seconds.
Yeah. Well, we didn't know that there was that he'd used the timeout. And then he came back, and I was like, oh, he's back. And
he's back. Wipe and puke up.
So bad. Yeah, absolutely. But if they didn't have that 30-second rule, he probably would have thrown up on the table.
Yeah, that's possible, dude. Example, super aggressive. Probably, man. If I was him, I would go out there and make a statement and just smash everything.
Well, he has to go all out right away to shut him down.
Yeah.
You know, you look at some people where the speed is key, and what happened with Camille. Now, left hand, if he was a chance to even slow down Camille on his left hand, that could have been a match. But he didn't have a chance, and then Camille's also really strong.
Yeah.
Gets in that position. Once you're there, what are you going to do?
Yeah.
And I think that's what he has to do, right? And I wonder if Mark is saying that he has no chance, or others think that there is no chance. That what's going to happen if Devin wins the first 4 rounds? I mean, it's unlikely, but holy crap, the internet.
It is first to 4, isn't it? Though it's not 6 rounds. It's like best of 7, so it's 4 rounds. First to 4, yeah.
Best of 7.
Yeah, first to 4.
Yeah, first to 4. So there's like a tiebreaker kind of thing, silver bullet. But the thing is, of course, hopefully he doesn't quit. Like Devin will never quit, but if Levon loses, especially first 4 rounds, is that going to so devastate him? Because he has other options. He doesn't have to arm wrestle, although obviously he's super dedicated. Clearly,
look at how out of breath he was. I mean, Devin can play his cards right and get him to gas out like that again and work on the fucking stamina issue.
Yeah, Engen said that there will be oxygen there, but if you're going to use it, you're done. As in, you can't use oxygen and go back to the table. That's what he said. So it's there in case you need it, but you can't do both.
Can you hit it before?
Yeah. Because because Devin's like, well, I'll go on oxygen too then.
Yeah,
which makes sense to me.
That would be hilarious.
Arm wrestle and oxygen mask. Did you imagine? That's the future of arm wrestling. The future of arm wrestling is fucking. Oh, dude, Arm Gods is gonna do it with like laughing gas.
Benji,
Boom,
Benji Mac
and make an arm wrestle.
It'd be like Top Gun with those masks.
It's an interesting thought.
Forfeit before getting pinned. Yeah, well, he fouled with the Hermes match because we were talking about this the other day on Paul Italia's podcast, and it was frustrating from a viewership point of view, or especially from my point of view, I guess, to see Hermes work so hard to get the stop, even though he'd lost his wrist and he was completely flopped. He did get the stop, and he brought his shoulder around and started moving back towards, and he was driving towards the pin pad, and then Levon would drop off the back of the pad and get a foul, and they'd restart the whole thing. And it's like, that's bullshit. Doesn't seem fair. Like that seems so ridiculous, that rule. If you're manipulating the rules,
if you purposely foul, that should be a foul. Like a fucking Yeah,
if you're on your way to losing and you foul, that's a loss. Like, too bad, dude.
Like a foul in a losing. It's like slipping in a losing position or something.
Exactly. Yeah. So, and then, getting the multiple restarts. It's like, well, Hermes was worked, with 100% to get that stop. He's pushed himself into a position where he's now shoulder committed with a flopped wrist. He's brought it back to the center. He's about to drive to get the pin, or he is driving towards the pin pad. Oh, I'll just elbow foul and we'll just restart all of this again. And I get to have my big hit off the start again.
That's terrible. And you know what? And that's why, like, non-arm wrestlers watch that. They don't understand what's going on. They don't know what happened or why that happened, and they lose interest because of stuff like that.
It's incredibly frustrating. I hate foul restarts. We have running fouls for that reason. It's like, no, if you foul, match keeps going. Like, you gotta win that now to get the restart.
Yeah.
And if you foul in a position where you're about to get pinned, like you're on your way to the pin pad and you foul, dude, you just lost. Like, that's the end of the match.
Yeah, I mean, if it's frustrating for arm wrestlers to watch that, imagine like someone who doesn't know the rules watching, going, "What the fuck? Why'd they stop it?
Yes.
Or why'd that guy do that?" Like, I can see that would get old quick, and then they don't want to watch.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. I remember watching the World Championships. It was the WAF once a couple of years ago, and I was probably a year and a bit into arm wrestling, and it had come up. One of the guys in the chat said, "Hey, they've got the World Championships on." I'm like, "Oh, cool, World Championships, fantastic!" Loaded it up, watching the stream.
Yeah.
At about 10 minutes in, I'm like, "Man, this is really fucking boring."
Yeah.
Like, it was the 2 matches I watched both ended in fouls in the setup. They didn't. They didn't even get a single start.
Like, fuck this, I'm gonna go watch bowling.
Yeah. Well, it's like, where's the arm wrestling? But
Yeah.
there's 2 matches I've watched. They've literally not started at all. You know, it's like, do I want to keep watching this? This is kind of boring.
That just ruins it.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. There's things. I don't think the sport's got to this point yet where we found the correct formula to how to get things happening.
Yeah. That's why I like Arm Gods trying new things. I mean, if you keep doing the same stuff that everyone's been doing for 30 years, it's not going to grow because it hasn't yet. You know, obviously, whatever the old heads are doing is not fucking working, or it would have happened.
That's right. Yeah, well, that's it. I mean, with AWE, I mean, it's Arm Wrestling Entertainment is the name of the company for that reason. We want to see that when the match starts, it ends and you get a winner. We don't want to see restarts and constant fouls and all the rest of it.
Every 5 minutes, it's like, dude.
Exactly right. And it's like, okay, we get the setup right, and we put in a rule. If both guys are happy with the setup, no matter what it is, if you both say that you're happy with it, we'll just start it.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. You can start
straightening your wrist out if the other guy agrees, go for it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, you know, if you're an inch away from the pad and you say, no, I'm happy to start there, we'll start you there.
Right.
So
that's how we are with the super matches we do. I'm like, dude, we don't have to have rules for that. Let them make their own rules. Like, if 2 guys want to fucking start in straps or they want to fucking do whatever, like, I don't care. It's their match. You know?
Exactly. Yeah. It's one of those things when you know both guys are top rollers, you know they're going to slip, and you say, do you want to start in strap? And they say no, and you're like,
and then they slip immediately and fucking
they both pull away.
At least in
10
seconds.
like, all right, you're starting in strap from now on. I don't care what you say.
Oh yeah, even worse when they do the 30 seconds doing this, walking away, getting some chalk, coming back, walk away, getting back like this, and then okay, ref script, go through all of this. I told you not move, don't move, warning, and then the like, oh come on.
Well, it's just like the whole rule, the posted rule set for TJ Foley's tournament. You get pinned, you lose.
Yeah.
Is that all?
One rule.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's like this, gentlemen. I didn't have a 20-hour flight, but I did have an 8-hour drive today from Eastern Pennsylvania to Western Ohio. So I'm going to bed. So lovely seeing you all, and whatever. So 99 and all that.
Glad to see you, Dave.
See you, buddy. Poor Dave. Now he can't compete at East versus West.
Oh,
he's at IFA.
Oh, there you go.
Did you see that drama online?
I haven't seen it in the last week or 2, but I've heard about it. It's been happening for years, hasn't it? That whole thing.
Yeah, it blew up today. Like, fucking Sean Hancock posted something, and then Chance Shaw, and they got into it, and it was like this whole big thing.
Oh, that's what you're talking about earlier. I didn't know what you're referencing when you were first mentioning something about that.
Oh yeah.
It's so stupid to do. Sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to talk over you, but you know, if you've got a sport that's up and coming and trying to grow as much as possible, and you're going to restrict people from competing in your organization because they compete with somebody else, it's so ridiculous and so counterproductive. It's like, you should be working together. It's like, hey, you guys are doing arm wrestling. We love arm wrestling as well. What can we do to help you? What can you do to help us? We'll promote your stuff. And you know,
even the guys here that hate us, we still promote their shit. Dave puts them on the list. We promote their tournaments. We never tell anyone not to go to their stuff. We don't get the same respect back, but it's not about them. To us, it's about the pullers. Like, they should know all the options they have to go get points, because here it's all about points for the air system. So like, why? Like, I tell everyone, like, yeah, go to these tournaments. Like, it's not going to offend me. Like, I don't care. Like, a lot of these guys live in an odd area where that might be the only tournament in a fucking 4-hour fucking radius, and who am I to tell them not to go to it? You know,
I don't know. I refer everybody to actually. I give Ryan Grondin's phone number and say you need to clear it with him before you do anything in the world, or it's just not going to be proper.
I mean, that's how it should be, but
yeah,
that's why he gets all the random dick pics.
You know, but our enemies tell everyone not to go to our shit or fucking, you know, try to cancel our tournaments and do weird shit.
Maybe that's the tactic. Maybe that's why you've doubled your growth.
Well, I think by them like throwing tournaments like close to ours and doing all that, the community has started to see it for themselves, and like their numbers have dwindled a bit. And I'm like, well, don't be an asshole.
I've been pushing for Saturday doesn't have to be the day. I don't understand what's wrong with Sunday, even Friday. You did something on Friday, and of course you learned you're gonna have a split between Friday, all of the big matches, you know, to afternoon to evening. Obviously, you learned a lot from this. You're gonna have to have
we're not doing any super matches Saturday ever again. It's all gonna be Friday night or Sunday.
Yeah. It's nice also when things aren't at the same day, even somewhere in the world, because a lot of us are just watching remotely. I don't want to, if I'm working, especially, I can only watch one thing on my phone just very sporadically. You know, I can kind of, you know, look, you know, and drive and kind of like, you know, stop the light and go, oh, okay.
And,
you know,
and the
go
good
back.
thing about Arm Gods is because of the difference in time zones, they weren't really at the same time. You know what I mean?
Well, it did cross over a little bit though. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure it did. It did a little, but not. It wasn't like both of them started at the exact same time.
No,
like,
no, you guys started earlier, but because of that whole insistence at the 3 p.m. and all that kind of stuff, it really pushed into some of the Arm Gods. And so I had I have two monitors, and I'm looking at, it and I'm like, okay, going here, going to there, going to there, and I'm like,
Just get one of the other 3 Drews to do it.
Yeah. I need to clone myself.
I was saying, I think one of Dave and I's visual images of the Drew is that you've got like 17 monitors and you're on each one with arm wrestling streams going.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it. Where, I've had multiple things up at the same time with different tabs going back and forth. And I try to do what I can even when I'm on my phone, but I can usually have only one thing on at the same time. And sometimes I even go between, you know, manually on my phone, which is a pain.
Yeah.
When I'm
I've
driving
done that
around.
where I'm watching one fucking pay-per-view and then another tournament on my phone, and I'm like fucking watching them both. Like,
yeah, that's one of those things, especially when you've got long, drawn-out setups, and it's like you're trying to watch this one because you want to see this match, but it's like, okay, they've slipped. All right, great. And then you're looking at the other one,
and then you miss what you want to see. You're like, fuck. That's happened to me a bunch of times.
Yeah,
you get sidetracked looking at the other one because this one's taking too long, and then you're like, "Oh, I missed it."
Yep.
Plus,
with all the
I'm in a lot of chats where they fucking say what's going on, fucking minute by minute, and I'm like, I get like spoilers, you know? Like, I missed that. Okay, well, I know they're gonna fucking say it here. Who won that last round?
Absolutely, yeah. It was fun commentating the tournament at Arm Gods.
Oh yeah, dude, you did a great job too.
Oh, thanks. It was hilarious. It's a fun thing to do with
Is
Dean
that something you'd be interested in doing? Like,
I loved it. It was fantastic.
Like,
just get him a teleporter.
Yeah. How can we get you to Winter Blast faster?
We'll build a tunnel through the earth.
Marcus, start tunneling. Buy a tunneling machine.
That's right. We'll have to walk across Antarctica. That'll have
just
to be
comes up in my something just digs up into my living room. Like, hey,
hey, go, man.
Hey,
all right.
Matt, how was that fucking? Cut 8 hours off my trip.
Yeah, well, it's like those tunnel things that Elon Musk is looking at doing.
Yeah.
You know, that the boring company.
Yeah,
and
or like the like when they fucking they tunnel underground and smuggle drugs into the United States from Mexico.
Yeah, we just
like that. We just can't go under the ocean.
I just need to get to an arm wrestling thing. Oh yeah, you're going. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not taking any drugs. Or I need this Winter Blast. And Winter Blast. Yeah, please go ahead.
It's a different kind of snow.
That's right.
But yeah, a big boost is Matt Connolly. He's the kind of people that we need more of. Extremely genuine. I support people who support arm wrestling. That's what I love. Arm wrestling community is the best in the world. And of course, there's little drama, infighting, and all that kind of stuff. We're too small to have division. That's why we need to squash things and try to unite also as pollers and a community when if we see something that is dividing, like WAF. And that's why, all the arm wrestlers, they should just simply, step out and not participate in the WAF. If they do that, you think they'll just go ahead and say everything's good? If they have nobody attending saying we stand united for arm wrestling, then they're going to go, okay, we're going to stop a little thing. I understand if there's contracts, whatever, but that's minuscule compared to all the little petty crap of there was this one ref from this other organization that you attended. So if you go there, then you can't attend anything that's WAF related. I don't understand. That makes no sense.
Yeah, I don't like that whole you can't go compete at IFA and still pull at an East versus West thing like that. It just seems so stupid.
It does. It prevents the sport from going to the next level. And that's what everyone wants. It's like, it's for the good of arm wrestling. And if you love arm wrestling and the sport of it, why would you want to prevent people from being able to compete in it and enjoying it and having fun? It's like,
people still do it and support it. So it's like, it'll never go away until we say, no, you can't do that here. Like if them coming to the United States, if we had all said no, like, we're not going to do that here unless you fucking get rid of this ban list or whatever, then they would have no choice. They would either be here or not be here. But if you just let them come in like that and you're like, oh, okay, we'll follow your rules. Now what? Now we have this fucking division for no reason.
Yeah, there's too many of the non-WAF hardcore people that would be against them on it. A much higher percentage. Because many people aren't okay with that. It's kind of like one of those, well, it's just happening, and to kind of just deal with it.
Yeah.
And White Wolf.
That's what I didn't like about a lot of the people. A lot of the people commenting on Sean Hancock's post were like, kind of like, well, it is what it is. We're just following rules. And it's like, well, that's the problem.
Yeah.
Like, you can't be neutral on fucking corruption.
Yeah, you can't just say, I'm just following orders. Show me your zip papers.
Somebody needs to put that bit of the Drew just then.
A German. It's like a German situation. Yeah. Actually, someone made a meme of Engen with a Hitler mustache. It was funny as fuck. But it's out there somewhere.
Yeah. Well, when we were saying we did the commentary stuff, like that wasn't planned. Just prior to them starting the tournament, I went up to Paul and I said to him, is there anything you want any help with? The dictator, that's great. Like if there's anything I can do to help out, I can tell you he's the dictator. That's fantastic. And he said, no, I'm fine for the moment. And I was like, okay, no worries. I said, anything, just let me know. And then I went and sit down, and he comes up a minute or two later and goes, actually, here you go, and hands me like a microphone. And I was like, oh, what's this? He goes, go sit over there with Dean. And I was like, all right. And I sat down. I'm like, hey, Dean. And he goes, oh, yeah, I'm just doing the commentary. I'm like, all right, okay. I guess I'm helping out with that. I don't know. Sure, away we go.
I guess you found your way and fell into your element.
Yeah, it was so fun. And I think there's a couple of comments in at the moment from Captain Obvious. We had nicknames we were making because we didn't know all the guys that were
right. Yeah. We
were making up nicknames on the spot.
Dude,
and
that's
Nipzilla, I felt terrible for Nipzilla. I knew when he came up with that, wearing that shirt, he was going to get a bad nickname, and I tried to push it in any other direction, but he ended up as Nipzilla, and yeah.
And what was the other one? Fast Beard guy. What was?
Yeah, Button Flash Beard.
Button Flash Beard. Yeah.
We had the button up collar, and we had the template. There was a whole bunch of guys that the lawyer. There was it was one of the most funnest things I've had.
That's awesome.
And
that's the fun part, is trolling the fucking competitors. Like I was like the one time I had to do some commentary, like like you said, you don't know every guy. So I'm like, Well, here comes the guy with the tight fucking green sweatpants that, and you're like fucking. So the whole rest of the time he was like the fucking guy with the sweatpants that are too tight, and everyone started fucking asking him like how he got them on and fucking, you know what I mean? Like it just turned into a big thing, and I'm like, that's the fun part is being able to just troll these fucking guys while they're up there, and they have no idea you're doing it till they go rewatch the fucking live feed, and they're like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, we had Captain Mullet was one of the guys,
Nice.
and Dean got up and went to go to the bathroom and ran into Captain Mullet on his way out, and he's like, "Have you been?"
He's like, "Hey, Captain Mullet," and he's like, "Huh? Why are you calling me that?"
Captain Mullet was like, "You've been calling me Captain Mullet on the stream," and Dean's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "I love it. It's great. Keep doing it." I'm like, "Oh, okay, that's cool then."
Like, fuck, I'm gonna get my ass kicked in this bathroom. Great. Imagine he comes back, dude, and he's all fucked up, and he's like, "I ran into Captain Mullet. He didn't like his nickname."
Well, that's why I felt bad for Nipzilla. I was like, I'm probably going to see this guy straight after doing this commentary. But,
can I get a drink for Nipzilla, please? Oh man,
so good.
Too fun.
Yeah, but no, it was fun, man. We had a good time. And I was competing in the tournament as well. And Dean said, "Do you want to go and warm up or anything?" And I'm like, "No, I'm all right. I'm sitting at the table, sort of just warming up my wrists. I'm not going to be doing anything different over there than I'm doing here." And then it was okay. They called up my name, and he's like, "You gonna take the microphone off?" I'm like, "No, I'll just wear it." And I consciously thought, I have to make sure that I don't scream into the microphone during my match. And then as I was getting set up, I completely forgot about that. And the match started, and I'm just like, straight into the mic. I'm like, oh shit. I blew out everyone's microphone at home.
I just got a message from our boy Marcus here. Hold on.
I mean, that's okay. Dean kind of was eating the microphone anyways. Guy.
There you go, England Hitler. A captivating guide to the life of the dictator cunt.
Fuck that guy. Look at his bushy ass eyebrows. Thanks, Marcus.
Oh, and you're saying his forearms were hairy. Mine are actually hairier, but because they're blonde, you can't really tell.
Yeah, his are like dark. Like it looks like he has a full fucking bushel on his arms. Yeah, and with the eyebrows, dude, I'm like, what's going on, dude?
And who was saying earlier it was because it's not really up to Engen so much on that. He's just following because of the fact that state sponsorship and things like that. Because there's some people who he wants in East versus West that he loves, but can't have on there because WAF says so.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, at what point? When does someone say no? You know?
And who else also should lead the charge to perhaps change everything? But because of the state sponsorship, I don't know if that changes the livelihoods of everybody. Because if everybody's being paid, then
still
though, it's like, everyone stands up at the same time.
Yeah.
No one wants to be that nail that gets hammered down.
Yeah.
Just like what happened.
The first one through the wall is always the one that takes the most damage.
Well, that was the main thing why people didn't really stand up when everything was closed down. Businesses had to do all these, things and other things, demanding to go, we're just following rules. Just following the rules.
Dude, we didn't close down. During COVID, we threw a tournament and we called it the protest series.
The protest series, I remember.
When they showed up to shut us down, we were like, you can't shut down a protest. It's illegal. So they couldn't shut our tournament down because we said we were protesting against weak wrist and bad reffing. So the show went on. We found the loophole.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is you're supposed to uphold the law, not break it.
Right.
And you're supposed to uphold the Constitution. Yeah. If you're told an illegal command to violate somebody's rights, you should say no. That's supposed to be your duty. But how many cops, law enforcement, and all this kind of stuff, they're violent because they're just following orders.
Yeah,
but it works. And the military, it's the same thing. You're not supposed to follow through on anything that violates, the law.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
it's true. A lot of these people take an oath to uphold the Constitution, but then they're told from someone above to do something that violates it, and they do it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
why can't you be the guy that says, no, I took an oath not to fucking do this and stand up?
Yeah, and the culture of trying to not turn any of your your brothers in, kind of thing. You're supposed to edify and uphold what's good, and if you see someone standing out saying, "Hey, come on, leave that guy alone. You're
Yeah.
harassing him, illegally," instead of just ignoring it and go, "Oh well, we'll just won't,"
Yeah. I watch a lot of like auditor fucking videos and
Yeah,
shit.
like police activity and all kind of stuff, and you're just like, "Oh wow, okay."
Yeah.
Mm.
It's one of those things that if you're in those positions, you can see a lot of people get into those herd mentalities, all those. If you go, especially if you're going into conflict situations and you're relying on these people that are around you, in terms of them looking out for your life, and then somebody that says, "Hey, I need you to do this," and it's wrong, you're more likely going to do it because you know that maybe they've backed you up, maybe they've helped you out, maybe you've been in a position where they've saved your life, you've had to rely on each other, and you form this sort of very small clique of people that support each other. And you can see how those things can happen. Not saying that that's correct, but if somebody steps out of line in that group, they're going to be ostracized very quickly. And it's like, if somebody speaks up against the common good of that group's interest, they're very quickly going to be on the outside. Do you want to be on the outside in a position where your life could be relying on these other people?
Right.
Maybe they don't come to your aid as fast as they could, or maybe they don't, they volunteer you as the person that gets put into danger, or I'm not saying that's how, I'm just saying from a psychological perspective.
Hey, Joey, go into that crack house, first. You go right ahead.
Yeah.
We'll be right back here.
We'll be right behind you. Yeah,
we'll be right behind
you.
you.
They'll be fine.
Hey, a cop is coming in. Whoops.
Did I say that out loud?
Oh, time to get another Joey.
That's what real friends do, TJ.
Was it? Oh, fantastic. Yeah, but what was because I missed the first initial couple of hours that you had on here with the TRT? Is it Natty? What was the consensus on that?
No, it was the consensus. It was that it's not Natty. How do you feel about it?
Not Natty.
I agree. I think it's because it's still relatively new. I mean, it's probably 10, 15 years that this thing has been around, where people were getting exemptions for having low testosterone and then using testosterone.
Yeah, like in the UFC. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, and it's sort of like they're saying, "Hey, well, this is the normal range between whatever and whatever. Let's say between 12 and 30 is where you should be, and I'm sitting at 3 because I'm off cycle and whatever."
Right.
And it's like, so to get a legal exemption to boost yourself right up to 30, and it's like, okay, you're right at the upper echelon of what's considered in the natural limits, but maybe your natural limit was like 14 or something like that.
Yeah,
but now you've got that extra advantage to be within that range still. And that's what people were doing in theory. I mean, they're probably going way above that and then using that as the excuse to say, "Oh, well, I just had my injection this morning and that's why it's shot through the roof and it's at 400." But for
a few months, and then a month before testing, they go back to regular levels. It's like,
I know a guy that claims to be Natty and he's on TRT, and then like a few months before a match, he fucking amps up the dosage, and I'm like, "That's not Natty, dude. That's fucking just steroids." Like, come on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I use testosterone. That's all that I use, but I wouldn't claim that I'm natural. I don't really admit to.
You notice the difference when you use it versus not using it?
Well, I don't not use it.
Most people I know that use it, they have like a base all year round, and then they'll amp it up before a match or something.
Oh, I don't do that. I just stick with the same base like all year round. I've only been maybe a year and a bit that I've been using it. But it's for me, it's definitely helped tremendously in terms of getting me back to where I was in, say, early 20s. I'm 42 now, but it was a slow decline through age that was happening with me in the last 3 to 4 years. So I could see my results were just reversing, and slowly I was on this decline no matter what I was doing, eating more, eating less, different routines, sleeping more, sleeping less. And it was just like the only thing I could see was just I was slowing down the decline. I wasn't improving anymore. But using the testosterone, it's pushed me back to a point where it's like, well, now I'm back to a normal level of, like
you're using an actual therapeutic level, and you're doing it properly, at least what it should be, instead of abusing it.
Yeah, well, that's the thing is, if you're pushing to the point where it's like, okay, well, I'm at a level where I would be if I was in my early 20s. That's working for me. I'm not getting any side effects, and I'm happy to do that. But I would never say, hey, I'm natural. And if you're going to have a match against me, if you say, hey, do you take stuff? I say, yeah, I take testosterone. That's, if you don't want to have the match because of that, that's fine. I understand that. But I wouldn't lie to you and tell you I'm taking, well, if I was taking like other things, I would, and I said I wasn't. I would
I don't
lie.
I see no point in, like, if you take stuff, just be honest. I mean, enough people take it that it's not a big deal. But if you lie about it, that's weird.
I would kind of like to know if somebody's taking it, so that way I have a chance to beat someone who is geared.
It's funny. I thought the results would be different, and maybe different compounds. Well, I mean, obviously different compounds give you different results in terms of strength and all the rest of it. But training naturally in the gym for 23 years, and then always having been around it, seeing the results other people have got, and always sort of had that temptation of, maybe. And then when I finally did start using stuff, which, legitimately just testosterone, I was expecting to get the results that I've seen other people get. And it wasn't like that at all. It was like, okay, you've gone back to where you were, say, 20 years ago, the results you had then. It's not like I went, superhuman lifts all of a sudden.
Had you taken it back then you would have fucking maybe seen a more.
Possibly. It was different.
Some of these guys are on fucking trend and crazy shit that, you know what I mean? Taking regular testosterone. I mean, I know some guys that suffered from like real depression until they went on TRT.
Yeah.
And that got rid of their depression and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's so important. And I think anybody that is looking at their health, go and get your regular blood work done, because you should know like where you're sitting at in terms of not just cholesterol and all the rest of it, but it's like check your testosterone as well. Because if you're feeling lethargic and tired and depressed, and it might not just be the factors of your lifestyle. It may be that your testosterone is low, and it doesn't necessarily mean that you've got to use synthetic testosterone. Maybe you can boost it naturally through other means, sleeping more, drinking more water, and exercising, and getting sunlight and all the rest of that. Lots of masturbating, lots of eating semen.
The shell method. The shell method is great.
Dave Shell's still kicking and still arm wrestling at 72 years old. Whatever he's doing is working.
Hormone levels do affect a lot of things. I would like to get a full blood work just to find out anything, but I generally, my indications seem like as if I'm doing right things. Also, a lot of people in America especially think that cholesterol is bad, when it's actually the main component, what makes our hormones, and also it's what makes most of our brain cells too. So a lot of people get dementia and get all kinds of mess things up because they take those statin drugs, lower cholesterol, and it's doesn't seem to have any benefit health wise at all, except for it makes certain companies richer.
Now they have at home testosterone tests, so you can just order one and fucking ship it out and get your results.
Brandon Allen has a guy. Different people will come to our practice, and he knows this one guy, good guy and everything, and he's rolling out a new product where it's a $75 all-in-one home kit that you can check your testosterone levels. And soon we'll find more information about that, but that's like really awesome.
Dude, I did one, and the results came back, and I was like, oh,
you're pregnant?
I was like, I was like, fuck, that's why. No. But
3 days to live.
I was like in the middle, like normal, mid-level, not low, not high. So I was like, oh, I don't need to fucking take anything. But now that I
Sounds
listen to you guys, now I'm like, fuck, I need to take steroids.
Well, if you're in the middle, like that's perfect. You're right where you need to be. You don't need to worry about it.
Yeah, I just, it didn't say, it kind of goes through it, and they're like, you're where you should be at your age. So
yeah,
I
you
mean,
can
but
manipulate
I
those
could
results.
take
by
some.
the
It
way.
might fucking make me more. I don't know. Maybe I'll
Yeah.
lose some weight. I don't know what'll happen.
What's the thing is with those tests? I mean, you sort of want to get them a couple of times throughout the year, so you've got a baseline as to where you're at, because you can literally manipulate the result you get. So if you're looking at a testosterone blood test, for example, like here in Australia, if you go see your GP, you say, I want to get my test done, and then they'll give you a time. You've got to go in the next morning or 2 mornings time or whatever. And it's like the first thing in the morning, you don't eat the night before. But if you stay up all night and you go and do like a 2 or 3 hour workout just prior to going and getting your blood test done, your test levels will be way low.
Yeah. And then it's going to skew the fucking test because it's not your actual like normal level where you should be.
That's right. And that's what people
any
will
activity you do is either going to raise it or lower it. So depending on what you did to fucking leading up to the test. So that makes sense. You get it like, 3-4 times throughout the year or quarterly or something. And then you know where you should be throughout the year.
That's right. Captain Obvious says that you can naturally increase your testosterone too. You just got to shoot a deer and find a mountain lion.
Dude, that one dude who killed the mountain lion with his bare hands, like that guy wanted to live. I would have given up and said, fuck it, eat me.
And also, if you go to Arm Gods, that will also boost it by 100% for a few months, at least
98%.
Guaranteed. 98%.
like Matt's biceps are even peakier after that.
That's right.
Just crazy. I mean, look at that. Yeah, see,
TJ,
because of Arm Gods.
I'm trying to make it bigger here.
They beat their wives to raise their test.
In the South, they beat their wives to raise the testosterone. Oh, it's nasty. Hang on, I was showing that. I'm 24 years in the gym now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Marcus.
I can't even raise my right arm to flex right now.
I can't.
I can't even do that. I can't.
Stuff your shoulder, yeah.
Rotator cuff issue.
Oh,
Not good.
You have to use the other arm.
I have to start arm wrestling lefty more.
Oh,
yeah,
no.
I've been dealing with some rotator stuff for a while.
I don't arm wrestle as much with my left.
Both need the stem cells.
I should have fucking just took it for myself.
Well,
they gave us a $7,500 treatment to give away for free. So actually, Paul Cruz won it. So he got it. I was like, fuck. And then I just hurt my shoulder. I'm like, I should have kept it. I'm just going to go to Vitacell and be like, yeah, I'm Paul Cruz. You guys owe me a treatment.
Just say, we're putting on another Winter Blast tomorrow.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. In my backyard.
Yeah, I mean, they are one of our sponsors, and we have another sponsor that also does PRP treatments and stem cells. And I probably could get a huge discount if I really wanted to pursue stem cells, but
and Mark was saying how he didn't know about it. A lot of people didn't know about it, and I forgot. Perhaps kind of spread the word on that too. For acid reflux, I've had acid reflux for many years, and I figured out how to reverse it naturally to not need those medications anymore, because I was taking the omeprazoles and everything, from Pepcid to Zegrid and all that kind of stuff. And it does cause problems. I think it helped cause me to get gallstones. I don't know if anyone's known or you've had gallstone attacks, disease where you eventually have to take your gallbladder out because it was a disease.
Yeah.
For about 2 years, every couple of months, I had an attack, and it's so extremely terrible. And then eventually I got pancreatitis because of that, where it would kill me if I didn't have it. But if I would have known, it's one of those things, if you can go back in time and change things.
Yeah. Well, dude, that kid, I don't want to say his name or his medical situation, but he broke both his arms in a month. Like, he broke his arm at a tournament righty, and he was practicing lefty and broke his arm. And come to find out, a medication he was taking made his bones brittle.
Yeah, it's a anti-pump proton pump inhibitor, and that's for acid reflux. That's what he was referring to that on Paul Italia's Arm Buzz show the other day that
Yeah.
was talking about. And yeah, I mean, I take supplements. I take something specifically just for calcium, magnesium, zinc,
Yeah.
and they're in capsule form with the powders because if you can't absorb whatever you're taking, it's not very useful.
Right.
Calcium is tough to absorb. Calcium carbonate is the toughest form of calcium. Calcium citrate and other forms are better. Try to get as much as you can and take it multiple times throughout the day to give your body a chance to absorb it with food and all that. Supplementation helps a lot. I've had arthritis and all this kind of stuff since I was 18, and I've done things where I'm able to actually start to reverse it and things get better. I still have the pains because I have some kind of joint disease and everything, probably from fluoride, poisoning. I have some symptoms of some nerve issue, things just, where you get like a stabbing pain for no damn reason. I'm like,
Yeah.
I know it's not hurt. I didn't do anything, but I'm in agonizing pain. Sometimes I just get pains and the nerves just fire off.
Yeah.
It's fun.
With all those supplements, would you consider yourself natural?
Well, I just started my collagen peptides, so I don't know. Maybe that'll be the boost that'll get me over the edge.
Ooh, is that injectable or?
No, it's in powder form. You just take scoops and you just drink it. It dissolves real easy. It's just it's like differently sourced from, say, bovine source, the collagen, and also from fish as well. They can get it from that, and it helps with all connective tissue, helps with the skin, joints, tendons, all that. It's really good stuff, and has a good source of proteins. Has all a bunch of amino acids. It's all in one, just awesome. After taking a month, I had less pain on different things that I was just kind of just there. Like I had this weird little like thing right up here where it wouldn't stop me from arm wrestling, but it's always there, and it came and gone for years, even before I was arm wrestling. And arm wrestling doesn't always help those things. It kind of aggravated it, and it really did help. I was shocked by it. I'm like, I wonder what stem cells would do.
Yeah.
I'm hoping it gets to a point where they're, at an affordable level for everybody. I mean, $5,000 per go is out of reach of most people, like to do consistently. But if it gets down to that 400, 300, something like that, it's like,
yeah,
you can see a lot more people taking up.
Well, because the main cost also is the source, because they've explained how their source is very important. They screen for really good applicants. You don't just want any old, say drug-addled, abused, cords and everything else, because that not just cords, other sources too. I can't remember what, but it's not actually, the fetus itself. That's old stuff from like 20 years ago or whatever.
Yeah. Sean Latimer got a stem cell, and they harvested it from his bone marrow in his hip.
Yeah, you can get it from yourself too.
He said it worked fucking. I mean, he
better than nothing.
He swears by it. It healed his injury, and they harvested it from his own body, which is crazy.
Yeah, harvest it and cultivate it so that way you can get those reprogrammable stem cells, because then they become blanks and then they can go and fit to do whatever job they need to do. Become new material and all that. Yeah, and also too, they do say they do payment plans, so that's pretty cool for VitaCell.
If you go to Regen Options and you say you're from 98, they will give you a 20% discount on any procedures that they do.
They also slap you in the face.
Yeah, also get smacked
free. So TRT, not natural was the consensus, was it?
Not natural. Yep.
Yeah, and I think if you're taking, say, therapeutic and you're not being crazy, I think it'd be nice if it's kind of requested and you feel that it should be told. It should be saying, okay, I am on this, so that way it's known, and if somebody has a problem with it, I'm okay if you have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Kind of thing. Of course, someone coming in looking like Brock Lesnar when he's peaking to be world champion, I don't think he has to say anything. It's kind of figured.
Yeah. What do you think about the guy that was the billionaire who was saying he wants to run an Olympics that is
the opposite.
There's no drug testing.
Yeah, the opposite. Yeah, what was it called?
Fucking
Steroids.
Why not? It'd probably be more exciting to watch.
Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. I think it was going to get to that point as well. Probably in the next 15 to 20 years, you're going to see, I think that's just going to be where you're going to drop the drug testing side of things, because there's just, like, if you get to the point where you're manipulating genes and cellular structures and it's completely undetectable, it's like, why even bother at this point? You know, somebody's coming in so enhanced, and it's like, well, if you're choosing to accept to compete against somebody who's in this position or could likely be in this position, it's like, you have to accept that this is probably the reality of what people are going to be doing in competition.
Yeah.
Yeah. Imagine harvesting from Evan's body. I think you become an alcoholic afterwards if you take those.
You're permanently drunk.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had a good time, man.
Do you guys know much about like SARMs and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. I've researched it really heavily. Before I started using testosterone a few years back, when they first sort of came around, because I hadn't used anything, and then, you know, these selective androgen receptor modulators were being pushed, and it was like, okay, well, what is this? Because they're saying it's not steroids, it's not illegal, it's oral, like it's not injectable stuff, and it doesn't have side effects. And it's like, this sounds too good to be true. Like, it sounds like one of those, you know, stupid supplement ads that
Am I going to be working on the corner after I take this? Like, what's the side effect? What's the catch here?
Yeah, exactly. And it was like, so I read into them quite heavily. Ended up using Rad 140, which is the one that's most similar to testosterone.
Yeah.
Which I did 16 weeks worth. Got some good results out of it in terms of like, you know, nothing crazy, but, you know, some slight strength gains, didn't have any side effects. The cost wasn't crazy either. I think it was about sort of $70 a vial or something, and I used maybe 3 or 4 vials, so it was like $300 something to try this thing out for a few months. I also used the MK677, which is the one that's most similar to growth hormone. It's not technically a SARM, but it's close enough that, you know, it's one that's sort of supposed to, you know, get your pituitary gland to start, you know, secreting more of the healing properties and all that sort of thing. So I had torn my pec muscle in the gym, and so I used that while I was healing. Whether or not it helped speed up the healing process, I'm not exactly sure, but I didn't get any bad side effects from it. And yeah, I mean, anecdotally, maybe it helped, but I'm not exactly sure. But yeah, I looked into both of those and used both of those. But there was other ones that were out there, like Ligandrol and all the rest of it, that had some side effects. So I was like, I'm not interested in that. Like, I don't want any stuff where your vision turns yellow, or cartadrine, where it's like, oh, this is maybe being linked to cancer and all the rest of it. Although I think since then that's been proven that the rats that they used it on had like 4,000 times the amount you're supposed to use before they started to show the signs of cancer.
Isn't there one that's more for like healing?
Yeah, MK677 is that one. You've got peptides like BPC, which is an injectable one, which is more for healing and that sort of thing. Which a lot of people
would work on like a shoulder injury.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's the good thing with
can't make it worse.
No, well, the good thing with those things is the price point is low enough that if it doesn't do anything,
who cares?
It's like you didn't waste $5,000 and go, well, I got nothing out of that.
Right.
It's like you might spend $200 or $300, and it's like, okay, well, it either did work and this thing's amazing, or it did nothing and I didn't really waste that much money.
But you noticed. I was going to say, did you notice more of a difference when you switched to tests versus trying the different kinds of SARMs?
Yeah, so the Rad 140 is the one that I use from the SARM side of things, which is sometimes called Test Alone. They have all these different brand names or generic names. But when I changed over to the testosterone, which was probably 3 years later before I, had done anything. And it was after about 3 weeks of starting with testosterone that I started noticing that the decline had slowed significantly, and started to see some results come back in for the first time in years, which was amazing. I had dropped from, I have to calculate this into pounds, but say 220 pounds down to was about 192, something like that. Over like 3 years and despite training and eating and 6 days a week and everything that I had done prior to that. But as soon as I started using that, probably 3 weeks in, that decline stopped, and then it started going back up, and then I'm sitting back at the 220 mark, and I've been there probably the last.
Do you think maybe you train like a madman too much? If you try the Ryan Gronin method of training, you'll gain all the weight you never hope for.
I mean, it's easy. I gain very easy if I want to.
Maybe, I train pretty ridiculously, but
you almost made a Ryan puke and but someone did
Evan.
puke, huh?
He did, yeah. He had disappeared halfway through the workout, and it was like, where did he go? He comes back 10 minutes later, all sweaty and like pale, and it was like, where have you been? And he's like, I just threw up in the bathroom. We're really halfway through. They're not used to doing the high volume stuff that I do. So it was great. It was great for me. I couldn't stop laughing.
It's like fucking CrossFit level.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous. Like we start heavy. I always like the set, if you're doing a set of 4 to 6, it's like, great, do your 4 to 6, but then take it down and do another 15. And then after that, do 50, like in a row,
Right.
So you're pushing
lighter weight.
Yeah. Drop set. That's one set.
That'll definitely tire you out quick.
Oh yeah, it was great.
Now Ryan, are you already doing any kind of therapy, blood flow and therapy for the shoulder? Because I've been dealing with some kind of like labrum or shoulder thing, which I kind of did something to it where you can feel it, maybe a little tear or something many years ago from throwing something like what John Brezink described. And that sounds kind of similar. What issues he was having? Not as bad as his though.
I had a small tear like a couple of years ago, and it took 8 months to fucking heal, dude. But I was doing a lot of therapy, like where you put your hand on the wall and you climb the wall till your arm's straight up.
Yeah.
But this just happened 2 days ago, so they were like, let the swelling go down and ice it.
2 days ago. Oh, damn.
So I can't even fucking move it right now without severe pain, but I'm hoping that will go away over the next week as the swelling goes down.
Matt, would you happen to know perhaps if any kind of heat therapy, like how you have those infrared, devices on spaces, would that help with blood flow, do you think, in general?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's different for each person, and some things will work for certain people and some things won't. And especially with something like that where it's free and it's easy to get hold of, it's just worth trying. And if it works for you, then fantastic. If it doesn't, then you didn't waste any money. You didn't really waste any resources to do it. So, I think if anything that you hear is like, oh, that might work, it's like, well, I can do that. I can grab some heat and do that, or maybe some ice or hot shower or different exercises, different movements. I mean, you can literally do those right now sitting in your chair.
All my friends, when they found out I tore it, messaged me and they're like, you need to drink semen.
They say that anyway.
Yeah.
They say that no matter what.
Hey, it's free. I'll try it. Let's see if it works.
I'll try it again.
Yeah.
So I know what collagen peptides are, but what exactly are the SARMs like? Is it a protein? Like, is it amino acid?
I'm gonna let my dog out. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the idea of it and the reason it's called a SARM, or the acronym is it's a selective androgen receptor modulator. So it only affects specific.
So is it chemicals? Like, what is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. But it's like so with testosterone, that'll affect a lot of areas throughout your body.
Yeah, that's like the hormone. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah. Whereas a SARM it's selective. It will only target certain areas to turn on. So that's the benefit in terms of saying, well, this one's for this specific purpose and this one's for this specific purpose, which is why the side effects are reduced, because it's not going to be affecting your whole hormonal system. It's just going to be targeting that one area. That's sort of the marketing
so targeted
side
therapy
of it.
then.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, selective. Okay. So it's instead of affecting everything, it just affects very specific areas, and that's why there's multiple different types. And it's like, which ones do you want to, like, what do you want to target? Are you looking for joint repair? Are you looking for muscle repair? Are you looking for, say with MK677, it's like, okay, well, that's more about targeting the pituitary gland to help with speed up recovery, or testosterone or RAD140. It's that's more about repairing muscle fibers and that sort of thing. So for the low cost, the fact that it's an oral thing, and the side effects reduction was what attracted me to try that. But it's again, people are going to get different results out of different things. There are other ones, and the ones that are out there, they are mimicking certain results that you would get from different steroids. So, like RAD140, they would say, okay, that's as close as you would get as testosterone, so, and saying Ligandraw or LGD, you'd say, okay, well, maybe that's as close as you get to something like Dianabol or something like that. And it's like, so the people who understand what different steroids are doing, you can say, well, this is the SARM version of that. So yeah, it just depends on what you're looking at doing. So something like Cardadrine, which would be more for endurance athletes, it's going to increase the red blood cell count, or similar sorts of things to that. And so yeah.
So, and then clearly you took a bunch of the Beardodrine.
Beardodrine. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, I didn't have the beard when I started, and that's why all my promo material and stuff has my face with no beard. And then I don't know, I just started growing it. I think I started a different job where you didn't have to shave all the time, and
I don't like shaving. I don't like it.
Yeah,
so White Wolf, he went to go take care of his dog. He'll be back. Yeah, let the dog out. Yeah, in quotes, because who really knows? It's probably best we don't know. It's had to get that semen treatment or something on. Who knows?
He's got to be excited, all the semen talk.
Yeah, that just did it to him. He's like, that's it. I'm edging.
Do you live with White Wolf? What is this? Are you who's there? Who are you looking at?
No, I'm looking at my other monitor because I have the chat and everything on the other screen.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I thought you were looking at somebody sitting next to you.
No.
There you go.
See, here we are, and then here's a screen that I'm always looking at. So I'm doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
fair enough. I
kinda
thought there
doing
was
that.
a person there. I thought White Wolf was there. I was like, hang on a second. I don't remember him saying anything about.
See, and then
living
I
with
got
the
TV over there.
Yeah,
This
is
car
the whole
stuff.
setup.
Yeah,
He's back. He's back. The man with the destroyed shoulder. The one-shouldered man.
But yeah, I don't think Evan wants to come on the show because he's afraid of taking a match with me on the right hand on the how low can you go, to pull, event, because he's on such a losing streak. He doesn't want a chance losing against someone like me. That's, I mean, come on. He has a good chance to beat me. Come on.
Evan's really a good guy. I chatted with him in Ireland, and what a fantastic guy. I hadn't really met him up until then, hadn't really interacted with him a lot online, but he loves the sport of arm wrestling, and he's a diehard arm wrestler, and you can see that in the way he was talking about how he was looking forward to his match and his TAC match and all the rest of it. And he was very much a pleasure to talk to.
Yeah. I think that's something that Arm Gods and us have in common. Like, we have some loyal fans / followers that come to all our stuff. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Yeah. The guys that are in the chat right now, I mean, that was half the reason I wanted to go over to Arm Gods, was to meet these people. Oh, there we go. We got the AWE shirt.
nice.
That's fantastic.
That's right.
Awesome, man. That's great. Yeah, we appreciate everything that you do for us, Drew. And I mean, every YouTube video that's out there that's to do with arm wrestling, you'll see the Drew's algorithm boosting comment.
Oh yeah, oh, yeah, we get them.
Yeah, that's great.
It's
yeah,
great,
you got the same one.
great to have guys like that that just like support whatever. I mean, we don't always deserve the support. Let's be honest. Shit gets a little crazy on here.
Well, it's funny, doing it from Adelaide, which is a smaller city in Australia, and doing a smaller sport, a niche sport, where literally when I started, there was 3 people that were doing it in the whole state. We're up to about 40 that come regularly to training now. But going to places like Ireland or New Delhi or other cities around Australia, and people, you walk into the room, people know who you are, or they want to come up and say hello or say that they've watched the videos, and it's just like so weird. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
It's unbelievable, really.
Because like if you look at anytime we're on here, like there's anywhere from like 20 to 50 people watching. So that's not a whole lot of people, but I'll be at a tournament and someone that I'm like, oh, he's here, dude, that's awesome. And then I'll go up and introduce myself, and they're like, yeah, I watch your podcast all the time. And I'm like, what? And then I'm like, I'm sorry. Like, why? Why do you watch it? All we're talking about is semen and shit.
Sometimes we have to watch a show because it's default. There's nothing else on, so
Yeah. Like, well, I was gonna kill myself tonight, but 98's on.
Yeah.
I'll watch that for a little while.
No, I'm definitely going to.
Yeah, now I'm putting them in my suicide note.
That's the main reason.
I thought life really sucked. Then I watched this certain show at this.
Yeah.
Check it out, and you'll see why.
98% certain.
It's 98. That's all it needed to say.
Why is he carved 98 in his chest?
It's like the same last 10 people.
I'm going to take 98 of these pills tonight.
I think one of the attractions though is that it is a smaller community, but everyone does know each other. And when somebody's live, it's like, oh great, I'll jump in, and all my friends are in there, and we'll chat and say hello. And you type hello, and then you get 20 people that say hey and come back.
I mean, that's kind of how we started. Like, we used Zoom at first, but with Zoom you could have more people on, and we didn't go live at first. We would just do a Zoom meeting, and we sent the link out, and people were coming on from all over the country, and we just got to know each other from just talking like this on the Zoom. And then eventually we decided, hey, why don't we go live with this fucking thing? And it became our FTG Friday Night Live. But we are going to try to bring back some other nights of more serious, like a 1-hour show, interviews, and our arm wrestling science show. We're going to bring back stuff like that to balance the fuckery versus seriousness,
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is one of those fun things that you can sort of jump on, and you don't have to have a specific topic or a schedule or an agenda. And it's like, we're just on, like, we talk about whatever you want.
Whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I've liked with when we've had guests on with when we do our podcast, and we have, we do the Daily Combat podcast, which is more about combat sport athletes, more like MMA and boxing and jiu-jitsu and that sort of thing. And so initially, the conversation might start off with that, but then it will lead into whatever it, people will say, like, prior to the podcast, well, what are we going to talk about? And it's like, we'll talk about whatever you want. Like, there's no restriction on you that you have to discuss anything. You can talk about anything that you like. So obviously, we're going to introduce you, and then whatever your expertise topic is, that's where we're going to start things off, because we're going to have common interest in that. But if it starts going on beekeeping or your Metallica collection or anything, it's like, let's go there. We don't. You want to talk about anything? Let's do it.
Oh yeah, are you still doing that daily podcast? Because it doesn't come up on my feed or anything.
Yeah, we haven't done it for a little while. Dave has been super busy with his business. He owns a real estate company.
Stockbridge.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, so he's been flat out with that, getting a lot of work, which is great for him. And so yeah, we will keep it going when we get the opportunity, but it's a little bit difficult to schedule in at this point in time.
Yeah, I haven't seen an AWE or Matt Connolly, podcast or anything for a while.
Yeah, we've got a big event coming up next weekend for AWE, the AWE Grand Prix, which is a tournament.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be amazing. We got 8 of the best guys in Australia and New Zealand. They'll be going. Oh yeah, the fun thing about this is any one of these guys could win this tournament, and it's the AWE heavyweight title that's on the line that Ryan Bowen currently has, and he'll be competing, trying to retain his own title.
Nice.
So yeah, it'll be exciting. But the guys that are in this field, we've got Matawaringi Hedda Morris, who's obviously 165 kilo giant coming over from New Zealand. He'll be tough to beat. But the other guys in this class, you got some of the Australian legends that you might not sort of know of their. Gunter Spykovs, Brett Coots, Lachlan Carpenter, these sort of guys, but they are multiple-time national champions, and all of these guys have the ability to win this tournament. So we're very excited to see what's going to take place, and that'll be streamed live on Ryan Bowen's YouTube channel. It'll be next Saturday.
Nice.
Yeah, double elimination tournament with 8 guys.
That's fun.
Oh yeah.
And then will you have a regular tournament?
Like 12 hours, like Winter Blast.
Will you have a regular tournament too?
And it's just going to be this event. So,
okay. So this one will be this. Okay.
Yeah, so this will be the double elimination AWE Grand Prix event, and
That's
I
cool.
think that Lachlan Carpenter he's put a challenge out yesterday in our little group chat that he wants to have a left arm super match with anybody but Brett Coots, who is a left arm specialist. So if he said, I think he wrote something like, "Who wants to have a left arm super match? Not you, Brett." Yeah, Brett is very good on his left. Yeah, absolutely. But no, it's exciting.
So how is he? Because he kind of strained both his pecs.
He did, yeah. He tore
so how is he?
Yeah, well, he's recovered. He says that he's ready to go, and that he'll be Kyle Davison. He's one of my friends here in Adelaide. Says, "Did I miss the Matt Connolly double bicep pump as contractually obligated?" You did, but I can do it again for you, Kyle. That's just for you. Yes. But no, this event will be fantastic. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it big time. Especially the fact that you could say any one of these 8 guys could win. That's what makes it fun. Yeah. Is you've got we've seeded it, but it's like the opening match is Matawaringi Hedda Morris, who we've put at the number 1 seed. He's taking on a guy from Melbourne who's actually the lightest in the tournament at just 100 kilos, Andy Boskowski. But Andy has a win over Matawaringi in the past. So, especially if it's exciting, one round, you just got to get his position right, and he could start his way through to that heavyweight belt.
Yeah. I like those kinds of events because it's like you got to be really strategic. Like you may have to lay down here or there to get to that next round, or you know what I mean? I like it's like a chess game.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's well, the B side's not going to be any easier than the A side, I don't think.
Right. Yeah. But you get two tough matches in a row and you could be fucked.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Or you might get an easy one and then,
Yeah, well, that's one of the things. There's another guy who's from Perth, who's a multiple-time Australian champion, Ryan Scott. His nickname, his name is
Milkman.
Is the Milkman? Yeah, that's right, because he always delivers. And his style is very flash pin style, so he might get a couple of quick pins, and other guys might go through a war, and it's like, well, all of a sudden, somebody who hasn't exhausted themselves may be finding themselves in the finals.
Right. Yeah, that's the fun part. You just don't know what's going to happen. It doesn't really matter what your level is. If you if you have a couple bangers, you're fucked when you get to the finals.
Especially when you've got somebody that you think, okay, well, like Andy Boskovsky, for example, you go, okay, he's the lightest guy in the field. He's only recently come back full time into arm wrestling, but he could potentially win this thing. And it's like, say he goes against somebody who's had a war, and you're like, okay, well, Andy shouldn't win this match, but he does. It's like, that's what's fun about tournaments, is that you can have unpredictability.
Yeah. I mean, even just in this sport in general, like those like what LeRae Jenkins is doing with those huge super series, fucking all the best, 76ers in the whole country come. Like you just don't know who might win. I mean, you could, any one of them could have a couple tough matches, and it could be the number one guy in the country, but he's not going to win that if he's all on, So I like to see that because it's more unpredictable. Where like a normal tournament, you can kind of predict like, oh, these same three fucking guys win every time. It's going to be one of them. Or
yeah, that's right, and that's one of those things. I was talking about this with a few of the guys when I was over in Ireland. We don't have a novice class and a professional class. We just have the tournament,
just open.
So, yeah. And
there are some tournaments like that here,
right?
But then a lot of the amateurs don't show up because they know they're going to get fucking wrecked.
Yeah, well, that's how it is here, and that's why I was going in with an 0-12 record.
Right.
Because
you didn't know what to do. You didn't know what to do when you won.
That's right. Yeah,
Have you thought about doing amateurs and stuff like that there?
The reason we don't is we don't have enough entries.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So because the sport's still growing and getting bigger, if we had amateurs and novice and pros, you'd have the same people in both classes.
Yeah.
Or so
it would be like one novice guy and like 10 pros.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it's difficult to do it that way.
Well, then your T series kind of solves a bit of that, because you can have matches. I've seen how you have some tournaments and some setups to where you're like, okay, none of you top people are allowed into that because you don't need to establish yourself. So you're smaller, so at least you have enough. You can know who should or should not be. And AWET series kind of answers some of that and can expand on that.
Absolutely, yeah, that's right. Especially, offering prize money for the winners of each division was a big thing compared to the other organizations that have run previously in this part of the world. It's like, the most you would win was a trophy and a handshake, and that's the sort of the level that it was at. But it's like, when we're offering what was it, $100 or $200 or something for first place, 150 for second and something else, but there was money on the line, and people were winning $500, $600, $800 because they would enter right and left, win both classes and maybe the class above them on left, and walking away with $800 in their pocket. One of the guys called SK Sion Cook Park, his name is. He walked away with I think $800 on the day, which was fantastic to be able to give that money out. But when we combined it, so we do the same as what Winter Blast did with having super matches as well as the tournament. So we have our tournament and then we have super matches as well. But I think the way we scheduled ours was we ran the super matches first and got them done, and then we ran into the tournament straight after that. And the way we run our tournaments is we'll start with the lightest weight class, which for us was under 70 kilos, which I think is 155 pounds or something. And we do left arm all the way through grand finals, finish that, and then start with right arm, run all the way through grand finals, finish that. So all those people that were in that division, they're finished for the day. They can go and jump on the after pool table and start messing around, having fun. And they don't have to be sitting around waiting for hours to do the right arm, which has always been a frustration for me when you do a tournament. And it's like, okay, we'll do left, and then we'll run all the divisions on left, and then in 5 hours' time, we'll do right. And so you got all these guys that are sitting there that are all top-level arm wrestlers. They all want to get on the table with each other, but none of them will because they're waiting to save themselves to do the right arm. And it's like, screw that. We'll just we'll get left arm done, right arm done. You guys are finished. Go and have some fun. Next division, left arm, right arm. You guys are done. Go and join the other guys that were on there before. So anyone who's in heavyweight, like I say to them, we won't run the heavyweights for a few hours. Like you've got 3 to 4 hours. Like go and do something else. Come back. You know, keep an eye on what's going on so you don't miss it. But you don't have to be hanging around waiting. Like you can happily go and have some food or chill out somewhere or even go somewhere else and then come back.
Yeah, dude, that was my point is like, okay, if you're a heavyweight, you know you're not going to the end probably. So like come weigh in the night before and register, and then don't come till like 6 o'clock or 5 o'clock or something. So you don't sit there all day.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's one of those things is that if you're sitting there and waiting, it's draining, you know. It'd be like, oh, come on, when's the next thing? Come on, when's my turn? How much longer? And it's like, you knew that it was going to be hours before you guys were on. Like I said that when you sign up.
I mean,
you
if
don't
it's
have
like
to
your
hang
first
around.
tournament, you know the fucking routine. Like that's the other thing. Like people were like, you need 20 tables. And I'm like, what you guys don't understand is like, no matter how many tables we have, there's going to come a point where there's too many tables, because if you're doing amateurs first, you can't have fucking 220 going on another table, because some of those everybody pulls up, so you have to start from light to heavy, or you're gonna fuck some guys over that aren't gonna pull in their weight class first. They're not gonna want to pull super heavies and then pull heavy. So you have to do it in order. So you can only really use so many tables to do it in order. Now, what you can do though is have, you can run simultaneously like the women's or kids or whatever stuff like that. That helps, but you really can only run so many damn tables if you're trying to keep it in order. Now, if you get out of order, someone's going to be pissed off, but it will make the tournament run faster to simultaneously do some things. But
it's one of those things as well from a viewership, from an audience perspective, is it's much easier to keep track of what's going on if you're just focused on one weight class. And if you're streaming and it's like, okay, this is the left arm under 100 kilo class, and we're going to stay with this, and it's going to run all the way through, and you're going to see who, each match, you're going to see the same people right the way through to the finals. You're going to see the grand final take place, and it's going to finish, and the guys are going to get their medals, and what happened. It's not you've got to come back later to watch the finals, or because I hate when people do that. But it's like it's concluded and it's finished, and it's very easy to click in and go, okay, which division is this? What are they up to? Okay, this is the right arm over 100 kilos. Okay, well, I can jump in at any point here. I know what division it is, and I can see the progression of who's winning matches and who's making their way through to the final. And then you see the final, the division finishes. Great, that one's ended. Someone got a trophy. Someone got first, second, third. Now we're starting the next division. It's very easy to understand. Whereas if you got multiple divisions going on all over the place and you're swapping back and forth between this one and that one and this one, and one big mistake that I've seen organizations make with their stream is they have multiple tables in the same picture. And it's like you're seeing a match here, but there's another match here, and you're trying to watch both at the same time, or three. Or I've seen that happen before with 3 tables in the same picture, and it's like there's too much information, there's too much things going on. You're missing the pin here. They got to slip over there. They're setting up for 20 minutes, and it's like it's the frustration. Stick with one. Have a main table. This is your main event. Don't keep scrolling away, because the people that are watching get confused as to what am I watching now? Why am I missing that? What happened there? Who is this guy? What wasn't he just pulling over there a second ago?
It gets crazy.
That's what I was suggesting earlier too. It'd be kind of cool to have a real basic app that is meant for each of the someone was calling me on Discord. That you have a real Discord is actually pretty neat for organizing group calls like this too, but it doesn't have integration like StreamYard has, so that's why you're using that, I'm sure, right? For the chats and everything.
Yeah, I use and I like that they they have a lot of good tools for like promote it. Like if you want to put up Eric Ireland's ass or
Maybe it's a butt plug. I don't know.
You were saying about the app, Drew.
Yeah, so an app that it would be registered and it'd be used for each tournament, and you have different kinds of logins. If you're a puller or a spectator, the puller would have access to be notified of when you're coming up, when your division is coming up for your weights that you are left and right, saying this will be coming up, it'll be starting in 5 minutes, and you're listed in this. And then right when you're about to be up on stage before you go on, then you'll be notified as well. So you're like, oh crap, I'm in the bathroom. You're running. And then also you have a spectator side that you can go, oh, what's going on? Who just won? And then plus you can see, did I mark that? Oh, you got me not in here, or I'm supposed to be win. You have me losing this one or something.
Yeah.
Simple little things like that. And the person who's inputting everything, it'll be integrated with that. So that way it just automatically updates. And then you can see all the names. And as a spectator, I don't always know who's up on stage. I recognize all these faces all the time. Is someone writing something? I need to look at it. What is it?
I'm loving it. I love your running, and then
because that's what I see. Some people, they're just like they're just running. If they see something, because how many times I've heard or see little tournaments where they're calling the name. You have one person up there is looking, goes, oh, you won. Like, oh, okay, all right, cool. Because and then later on that person comes up and goes, what happened? If they get notifications, push notifications, and also that could be as well easily integrated for live streams and video and everything, because I would love to be able to know the names, each person on each side.
Yeah.
I a lot of people I recognize, but I don't remember names. I'm not very good with names. And if you put more names up there, then it'll start clicking more who this person
That's
is.
why you just go with like tight sweatpants or whatever.
that too.
Mohawk. Dude, what's funny? We were talking about doing like when you go to a restaurant and they hand you that fucking thing that vibrates and lights up. We were like, dude, why don't we buy one of those and give each competitor one? And when it's their time to come up, boom, and they all get a mass notification it starts vibrating and lighting up, and they got to come to the pit.
There's many things that can be done, and of course with an easy app that can be all integrated, registered, and
there's a great
QR code.
I'm already designing it now that you brought it up. Stealing that.
There's a free website that does that already called challenge.com that has live brackets. Yeah. So I use that as well when I'm running our tournaments.
No, that's a good. We've used it at a few of our tournaments, but now you guys don't. You guys aren't in the air system, right? Australia.
Never heard of it until you said it about 20 minutes ago.
So you don't even know what it is,
nope.
Or do you?
Nope.
Oh, dude. So Corey Miller started a system. So anybody, as soon as he puts you in the system, you have like a rating, and so you start at like 1,500. It's basically like a video game rating system,
like a chess rating.
Yeah. So you start at 1,500. So if you lose a match, you're going to go down like 13 points. Or if you win a match, you're going to go up 13 points. Unless it's someone that's ranked way higher than you, then you could go up like 28 points or whatever. But
anyway, so you gain less points for being.
If you type in someone's name that's in the United States and they've arm wrestled, they're in that rating system and they have a rating. So Corey in the future is looking at it like he could say, okay, instead of having amateur, pro, this and that, you have a window in the rating system and say, all right, this is tier 1, then the next tier 2. But those matches are going to be more exciting because those guys are going to be much closer match. Because you could have 2 pros and one's a real low level pro and one's a high level pro. But if you use the rating, chances are they're going to be very close in skill level, which makes the matches more exciting and more wars than like how we have it now.
Yeah.
It's kind of a cool thing.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it works best when you've got a lot of data to input into it.
Right.
A lot of matches.
And every single promoter in the United States, except for Travis and like one other, submit everything. So everybody's in there in the whole United States now.
That's cool. Yeah, we had a system like that, the AAF, and I think they've still got it, the ranking system. But the problem with it here, because there's not a lot of matches that take place, you can get just crazy rankings that don't make any sense because there's not enough data that's in there. And I was, I think, 0-8, and I was ranked above people with wins that were like 6-0, and I was like,
I don't really compete, so I'm like,
got the biceps.
I'm close to I'm close to just being a 1500, and some of my buddies that compete regularly are like, how the fuck do you have a higher score than me?
Yeah, with our rankings that we did, well, the ones that I do for our local club, the SA Titans, they're opinion-based rankings, and then I base them on results of matches. But the way that we've set it up now is that if you're ranked 14th and you challenge the person who's 6th and you win, you're now 6th and they're 7th. Like,
I mean, to me, that makes the most sense. Is to like, hey, if you beat this guy, you go above him. Like, I don't know why people make things so hard, or they have like a weird point system.
Yeah,
I'm like, dude, if you're if you're number 3, and you beat number 2, you're now number 2 and he's number 3. Like, why does it have to be so difficult?
Exactly right. Yeah. Make it as simple as possible. So I had my baseline. This is what I think in terms of where I think everyone is at. And if you don't agree with it, great. If somebody's ahead of you and you don't think they should be, just challenge them to a match. You win, you get their position. So it's pretty simple to fix itself. It's like, you don't agree with the ranking, challenge them to a match, and you'll take their ranking. So it's not a difficult way to sort that out. The only issues that we had were inactivity and how long do we leave somebody in a position before removing them from the ranks. So I set it, I think, initially at 12 months. If somebody hasn't had a match for at least 12 months and doesn't have one scheduled, it's like, okay, well, I'm going to put you on the inactive list. So say you're ranked number 1, but you get injured. It's like, okay, well, you can't pull for a year. That's fine. I'll put you on inactive, and somebody else will be classed as number 1. But as soon as you're back, you are in a position where you can go for that number 1 ranking again straight away. It's like you have the ability to just immediately challenge for the rank that you had previously. So there's no disadvantage of being on the inactive list. It's like you still sort of keep your ranking, but until you're healthy or until you're in a position where you can take a match again, you're going to sit on the inactive list. When you're ready to go and you've got a match scheduled, great, go for that number 1 or that position that you're in previously.
Nice. Yeah, I like setups like that. Like, just make it easy. These weird point systems are like where it's based on like opinion. I mean, so many people fucking complain, and they're like, hey, I beat that guy fucking 2 months ago. Why the fuck am I 8 points below him? And you're like, I don't know. I don't know how they come up with their fucking rules.
Do you remember in tennis, like about 10 years ago, Leighton Hewitt from Australia? Do you remember him? Yeah, so he would play in every single tournament he possibly could around the world that had ATP ranking points to get his number 1 ranking, whereas majority of players will only play the Grand Slams and maybe 1 or 2 outside tournaments, which have a very big percentage points. But if you win a couple of those, obviously you're going to get that number 1. But he would play every weekend almost and get just
he's number 1 by like 12,000 points.
Yeah, so he would still, because he wasn't winning the Grand Slams, he wouldn't be up, but he would get ranked higher than the guys that were.
That's so funny. They're all getting frustrated, like, this fucking guy.
He's number 1 in the world, but everyone can beat him.
Dude, you wouldn't believe this, but I am actually a good tennis player.
Oh, really?
I love
with
tennis.
That shoulder.
Oh, now I'm
it's all under us.
Tennis is definitely not a fucking sport where you can switch arms.
No, that's right.
For the most part.
What sort of style did you have? Are you serve and volley, or are you ground stroke?
I would like I played aggressively. Like, I would serve and then rush the net.
Ooh.
And try to fucking,
serve and volley,
try to get a quick volley and fuck them up. My my dad was an avid player, and him and his friends. So I started playing real young with those guys, and by the time I turned 14, I was starting to beat them, and then they didn't want to play with me anymore. So I was like, "Fuck these guys." So,
Yeah, that's fun.
but it was fun, man. I love tennis.
Yeah, I used to play as well when I was a kid, leading up to my early teens, and then I ended up playing table tennis, and I've played that.
Well, that's the thing, is it's an easy transition, like because of tennis. Like I'm good at ping pong, all that. You know, you guys call it table tennis, we call it ping pong.
Yeah, it's ping pong. I think ping pong it's the same setup, but it's a slightly different rule set.
Right? Yeah.
But that's good fun. Yeah, I played that for years.
And that kept me fit back in those days. Like, you know, like it's a lot of work.
Oh yeah. So are we ever gonna actually have the ultimate table tennis match between Jake Ward and Matt Connolly? You both are saying that I'm gonna beat the other person. They're not as good as me and all that kind of stuff.
I would destroy Jake.
That's what I would think, because I mean, you got original hips and they seem to work better, and he's got renewed built, cybernetic, titanium hips. So maybe he's better. I don't know.
I mean, I beat Jake in arm wrestling, so that's all I care about.
No, well, I used to play on the national team, so I was ranked 3rd in Australia.
Oh damn!
Yeah, I played 6 days a week in tournaments every weekend for 7 years. So he has no chance in hell of beating me at table tennis. I'll tell you, I'll bet $100,000 on it.
Whoa, $100,000! Somebody call Jake, wake him up.
Yeah, he'd be lucky to win a couple of points, really.
Have you ever arm wrestled him?
Yeah.
Dude, I arm wrestled when I felt bad because I thought he was gonna be a lot stronger.
Yeah, it's one of those things.
Me being the worst arm wrestler in the world, I was like, people are filming and shit, so I didn't want to like smash him. You know what I mean? So I just kind of kept going back and forth with him, and I was like, oh, he's not like a competitive arm wrestler right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, that's one of the things I talked with him about it. Because if you're known in this sport, people assume that you're an elite arm wrestler. Right. And I had that as well. Like I'm
That's
not
fantastic. Well, I thought he was going to be like he'd crush me. You know what I mean?
Oh right. Yeah.
He's got that little 3rd place trophy, and I'm like, well, I don't have a 3rd place trophy. I was like, he's going to smoke me, and that wasn't the case. But
but isn't that after you actually were doing some training?
Bless his heart.
Is this actually doing some training though? And this was right hand because he's stronger left.
We went both hands. But,
okay.
I don't arm wrestle that much lefty, but my left, you know how it's kind of weird. Like certain lifts in the gym, my left is stronger than my right. But on the table, my right is
maybe smarter too. Coordinated.
Feels more coordinated.
Yeah.
My left is just like, I'm just gonna pin, like I'm not trying to be technical with my left. I'm just like, let's just go for it.
So maybe your left hand is called Lenny.
Yeah. Where my right, I feel like, okay, I can fucking play around, or someone stops me and I'm like, okay, let me try to get around that. Where with my left, if someone stops me, I'm like, oh fuck.
It's horrible, isn't it? Because you know what you want to do.
Yeah, and it just doesn't do it.
Do that thing like you're doing with the right arm.
Yeah,
it just doesn't do it.
It's fucking annoying. But it's my fault too. I don't arm wrestle enough with my left. I should more. But I just don't. I just like stick to the right. But
I like to use both. And it's kind of interesting too, because my left is only slightly behind on some of the strength or whatever, but it doesn't seem very fair because my left, I feel no pain or any kind of issues at all. It's like, why can my right be like that?
Right. It's so weird, the difference. Like,
yeah,
I find a lot of people that when they start as beginners, they'll come in, and after about two or 3 months, like I'll jump on the table with them, and their right arm is starting to get the idea of movements and all the rest of it. but their left is significantly better technically, and like it feels a lot more difficult to defend against. And I say, like, are you right-handed or left-handed? And they say I'm right-handed. I'm like, your left is way better. And usually the theory that I've come up with for that is if they're using their right arm and they're right-handed, they might be winning matches or winning positions through strength and just overpowering someone and just pushing into a spot. Whereas on their left, because they're weaker, they cannot rely on their strength in that, and they have to rely on getting the technique correct to be able to get anywhere.
You have to think about it more.
That's right. And it's like for that first sort of 2 or 3 months, it's like they have to figure out, because if you can't use your strength at all on your left arm, it's like, well, I've got to do something different. Like, where do I put my hand so I can do something? Whereas maybe they're winning matches on their right, or getting positions that they wouldn't just because they're stronger than the other person. So when they get on with somebody that has a much higher strength level than they do, it's like they just can't get into that position at all.
Right.
Where, on their left, they're a lot more technical, and it's like, oh, you're really making this quite difficult for me through the positioning that you're getting in. So yeah.
Dude, I hate it when like I'm arm wrestling someone at practice and like someone's like, do this, and I'm like, I've been trying to do that for 10 minutes. I'm just not strong enough to fucking do it to this guy. You know what I mean?
Just cup your wrist. Just cup. I'm trying to cup.
Aren't you pronating? I'm like, I'm fucking trying. Like,
do you see this? I'm trying.
I mean, it looks like I'm standing still, but I'm fucking trying to pronate.
It's like, yeah, just peel out.
Yeah.
It's not moving. I don't know what you want me to do. I'm gonna have to come back.
The practice I go to is all fucking monsters. Like, I don't even belong there. You know what I mean? Like, there's a bit of a gap.
Yeah.
Every time a 150-pound kid shows up, I'm like, oh, maybe I got a chance.
Finally.
Yeah. It's one of the things.
Same here. Go on, Matt.
Oh yeah, the last thing you want to do is just walk in and just get destroyed every week, because you're probably going to get to a point where you're like, I don't enjoy this. Like, I just lose all the time.
Yeah.
When you've got a level of competition that's where you can win some, they win some, and you're sort of both supporting each other, you're both getting better at all times.
Yeah.
That's sort of the best environments that you can find, and especially for somebody who's at the top in their club, if they're not going and training with people that are at their level or above, their progression is just going to hit a brick wall, because it's like, if you're beating everyone easily, how do you expect to get better? Like, if people can't do anything to you, like, you're not going to improve. The only way that you improve is when people show you where you're weak.
And that curse of strength thing too.
Luckily, like, all the guys that I train with are really good at working with newer guys. Like, they'll make me work real hard to pin them, or they'll start losing position so that they get work too, trying to get out of it. But like, our strongest guys, Sean Latimer, he's a beast. So for him to get work, you need like fucking 3 guys to strap fucking rubber bands around him and fucking, you know what I mean? Like, crazy.
Absolutely.
Captain Pretentious in the house.
What's going on, guys?
The lawless luchador.
And you just said hello in that voice, dude, and I instantly erect.
I thought you were erect already.
Yeah. I've been erect since fucking we got on here.
Stand up. Let's see.
Captain Pretentious, there's no Furby there with you, or is it hiding?
It's hiding right now. Yeah, Bill Buckwheat is taking a nap.
What happened in your super match, dude?
I lost. I forgot. I had my wife's purse full of Diet Cokes, and I totally forgot to crack one. Like, I had a whole thing planned, and I just lost. You know what I mean? Just kept losing.
Yeah.
Captain Pretentious, how is it that you can go on acid trips with those videos you have, and then decide you want to go ahead and drink Diet Coke? I thought you have the hard stuff. I mean, come on.
Yeah. I mean, I don't drink really. I don't smoke. But acid and Diet Coke are 2 of my things. It's my vices. And Flamin' Hot Cheetos.
Hey, this is a good point here.
Yeah.
People are just like, fuck it, I'll break my left arm, but no one wants to break their right arm. Like, at least I can still go to work with my right arm. I'm actually fucked right now. This is gonna really fuck me up at work.
No, but earlier to like depending who you have at your arm wrestling club and practice does matter a lot.
Oh yeah,
And Jason and Sarah Latona are there almost all the time, and they're great teachers. Jason Latona is really good, and he's someone that, especially when he's covered up, because you can see he has some muscle, but he's all covered up. He looks like he's like a fit normal guy, and then just like, oh, I can't do anything. Like, oh my goodness. Okay, but he's willing to teach you everything, and
yeah,
I kind of gauge my level of how much fractions of seconds can I slow him down, and I go, I'm getting better.
yeah,
Because
yeah.
of course, at
Right.
Brandon Allen's there's killers all over, so
Yeah.
I'm never gonna meet the limit of being too good ever. Never. And then poor Matt, he has all these killers, and then he goes all the way over to India, and then a 15-year-old kid, not a problem. Finally, I can show what I'm made of. I just
Yeah,
happen to
we
meet
said,
like the future Indian Bacho or something at 15 years old.
yeah, we said specifically, because Ryan was going over for his match with Mazahir, and they said, "Oh, if you're coming over as well, like we might as well put a match together if you're interested." And I said, "Yeah, absolutely." And they said, "What sort of opponent would you like?" And I said, "Just anyone that's not super explosive, like 'cause I'm not really quick off the mark."
You got a slow guy.
I said, anyone that's not super fast, so we can have some back and forth. Because, like, I want to have a match. I don't want to just get flashy. And they go, "Yeah, we've got this guy here. He's 15 years old." I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh shit.
And then they're like, he's a world champion on right and left. It's like, oh, okay.
gee.
Well, that's probably going to be better than I am. And then they sent a photo of him, and he looks like the Hulk, and he's got a full beard. And
Yeah, like fuck,
it's like,
I'm screwed. This kid's he's
all
been
right.
friends since he was 6.
And then when we got there, and when you shake hands with someone and you can just feel like
Yeah, you're like, I'm
instantly-
fucked.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he was like, just had that turn on the handshake, and I was like,
Yeah,
all right, I'm gonna lose this one.
dude. When it's guys like that, I just grab their fingertips and give them a little shake so that they feel like demasculated. You know what I mean?
Like, oh hi.
Yeah, I just grab their fingertips and I give a squeeze. I don't go all the way in, like, you know what I mean? I
Yeah,
just
right.
grab their tips, and then they feel like, fuck, I need a do-over. Now he's gonna think I'm a bitch. I didn't squeeze his hand. Like, I try to get in their head before the match ever happens.
Oh, I'll look out for that when I meet you in person. Which handshake do I get?
Yeah.
I'll do it to you first. I got your
Right.
finger.
We just both grab fingertips.
Yeah. This
That was
handshake.
funny.
Strap him up.
I had it once. When people go for either your traditional handshake,
Yeah.
or they do this sideways clap thing.
Right.
And
Yeah,
I
you
had a
never know
guy-
which one.
I didn't know which one he was going for,
Oh.
and
It
he
just
sort
comes
of
out
went in
weird.
like this,
Yeah.
and I ended up grabbing a hold of his thumb
Yeah.
and shook his thumb.
That's the worst when it's like an
My
awkward fucking
hand
shake.
felt dirty and weird for the rest of the day. I kept wiping it. I was like, ugh.
Hey, at least you don't have the experience of John Brzezinski had with Ryan Grondin
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
with
What
his
was
thumb.
that?
The first time I met John Brzezinski, I walked up and we shook hands, and it was kind of like, like to grab the thumb, not like a traditional handshake.
Yeah.
And I said, "Holy shit, dude, your thumb is bigger than my penis." And he gave me a weird look. But out of all the people whose hands he shook that day, he remembered me.
Yeah.
Now when he sees me, he's like, "Oh, that guy."
Oh, the
You know?
penis guy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So did he just give you a thumbs up every time? He's
All
just
the
like,
guys behind me were like, "You did not just fucking say that to John Brzezinski." I was like, "Well, he's gonna remember me, not you."
That's awesome. Did you get on the table with him at all?
With John, no. I mean, I was there watching him pull everybody, and I was like, I'm not gonna waste his time. Like when it's someone that many leagues ahead of me, I'm just like, if the table's open and I can jump on real quick, I will. But for the most part, I'm like, I get more entertainment watching other people pull them.
Yeah. Same here. And plus, the only point would be just like basically get a picture, because not like if you could do anything to him.
Right.
Well,
Yeah.
I was telling someone in chat in some other live stream, for levels are there for a reason. John Brzezin could literally just sit on a couch and do nothing physical whatsoever, and I still have zero chance to pin him.
Like
He's like,
Devin,
just get up,
Devin,
just wake up, and just like okay, and
Devin,
sit back down.
Devin was in Jersey at this seminar, and at the end, he's like, "Oh, I didn't get to pull you, Ryan," and I'm like, "You're not missing anything." You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you gonna get out of that? But I got some good pictures with him. So, but it was weird because, like, I walked in there and Devin was like, "Oh, Ryan Gronin's here," and I'm like, "Oh, he fucking knows me." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he was like, "The '98 guy." Yeah.
Yeah. Did you look at his face?
Dude.
Did you look at his face to see if it was a happy face or wanting to kill you face? You're like,
yeah. I was just like, fuck this guy.
Well, I'm gonna get off. I'm gonna get off here. It's past midnight. Matt probably could be on here forever because he's upside down in another time zone right now.
He doesn't care, dude.
No, he's like whatever.
I can do
5:30 in the afternoon.
He does a 24-hour flight like it's nothing.
Yeah.
Did you get any sleep after puking your guts out?
Oh man, that was horrible. Well, no, I went straight from that flight to an 11-hour flight, and then I had 4 hours in Kuala Lumpur, and then I jumped on a plane from Kuala Lumpur to Adelaide, which was another like 7 hours.
Did you sleep for like 3 days straight?
No, but I have had nightmares legitimately of being stuck in that fucking plane and like
dude, that long, I feel like I would start getting like claustrophobic or some shit.
Yeah,
airline
PTSD. You cannot get off it. Like you're fucked.
You can't get off, and there's vomit everywhere, and it's nonstop fucking bouncing up and down, and you got 4 more hours of pukeathon.
I never understood why more people don't fucking like their carry-on isn't a fucking parachute. I mean, that just makes sense to me. Like logically, like some shit goes down, you just kick the door open and like I'm out.
I would love. I did consider. I was longingly looking at the emergency exit door.
And did you ask how high up are we?
We had a plane here where the emergency exit fell off during the flight, and like some 14-year-old kid's shirt got sucked off him and out, and I'm like, how the fuck does someone forget to shut the fucking emergency door? Like,
wow,
someone forgot to bolt it back on or something.
Yeah, isn't that what they check? They cross-checking, like yeah.
Like check the doors are shut. I mean, like what are the first 3 things they're checking? I mean, that are more important than that. I mean,
whether the meals are good.
So I mainly came on here because Matt Conley was on here because he's such a great guy.
Oh, thank you.
What a sweetheart.
Hey.
He's a sweetheart.
I appreciate it, Joey. That's awesome, man. I appreciate everything that you guys do. Anything to do with
oh shit, Paul Italia's in the air right now.
Wow, that's awesome.
Speaking of which,
hey, check the fucking doors, dude.
Yeah. I hope he doesn't have turbulence like I had.
And Captain Pretentious, take over for me, okay?
All right, I got you.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, check the door, Paul. Absolutely, man.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of flying to begin with.
No,
not fun. It's never fun.
No, as I said, I get motion sickness, which is not fun. So that's why I took the fucking tablets, and even with that, I still got sick. But
you snorted.
Oh, dude, it was so bad. It was so bad. I've never sweated so much.
Oh, that's terrible, man.
Yeah, it was horrendous. But at least it was on the way back, not on the way there. So.
I took a flight once, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna get the window," but then like this fucking plane was small, so like I was like I had to lean to the side the whole fucking ride, and I'm like, "What the fuck? Why did I fucking take this stupid window seat?" I was so fucking mad, dude.
Yeah,
4 hours having to like fucking lean over. Terrible.
Yeah, I had the window on one of the 11-hour flights.
Yeah,
and it's frustrating because you got 2 people sitting next to you that if you want to get up, take a piss, they have to get up.
Yeah, right.
And so
every
I
time
had this older couple, and it was like maybe 3 hours. 3 hours in, I'm like, oh, can I just get up? What was that? Oh, can I just get up? You go to and then
15 minutes to stand up.
elbowing the husband. What's going on?
Wake
Oh, the young man needs to go to the toilet. Oh, all right. And then they stood up. And I'm like, I get out of the aisle, and then they stood and waited for me. They didn't just
Yeah,
sit
they didn't want to
down.
sit down. Yeah.
They sat. They stood and fucking waited, and like there was a line for the toilet. And I'm
Oh,
looking back at them.
they're standing
and
up for like 20 minutes.
They're just staring at me the entire time. Fucking death staring me.
That's
And I
terrible.
was like, I can't make the line go faster. Sit down. Just fucking sit down. You can see I'm standing in the line.
Yeah.
I'm not going anywhere.
You're
I'll
gonna
come
be
back
you're
when I
that guy
finish.
that assaults an old couple on a plane.
And then I use the toilet. I come back, and then they shuffle out the way so I can get back into the seat. I was like, man, I have to do this again in a few hours.
Dude, that is awful.
Yeah, just sit down. You don't have to wait for me. So I didn't want to have to go just to the toilet and then come straight back. I wanted to like stretch and
Walk
stuff
around,
and walk around a little bit. But no,
So
you're all
now you had
staring at me.
They rushed you.
They did, and it was like they were, balancing.
Dude, you're Australian. Why weren't you just like, hey, you cunts, sit down? You guys
like,
can say
what?
I'm so jealous that you guys can use cunt all the time.
Oh yeah.
Here,
Well,
you say that, dude, and fucking A. The Karens will call the fucking police, and he called me a cunt.
people will call you that just in reference as a good guy.
Yeah.
These cunts are all right. These cunts are all right. Those cunts fuck themselves, but these
Yeah,
cunts,
I heard there's a tone. There's a tone to saying it where there's like the nice way to say cunt, and then you're a cunt. Like two different tones.
It's like the hard R.
Yeah,
That's right.
Right.
The R. Yeah, that's right. Well, yeah, so you can say it in normal conversation and with a normal level, and it's just acceptable. But yeah, if you're angry, it's got to come out a bit harsher, or a lot harsher, and more stilted, more punchy.
People in America are not used to hearing it in everyday like talk. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's like a one. It's a little worse than people that just say fuck all the time.
Right. Yeah. It's not everyone that would do it. There's certain people, like it's more like lower socioeconomic people that would use that regularly. Yeah. And you'd say it if you're angry and that sort of thing, but it's not as commonplace as what they might be presenting it as, which is also funny with how we've got so many deadly animals and stuff here. But it's not that you would really encounter them at all, really. Like unless you're going out into the outback or into very specific areas that you would come across any of these creatures. But there seems to be this fear, and I was talking to a lot of the guys when I was in Ireland, and they're like, "Oh man, there's so many deadly creatures. I'd never go to Australia. There's so many, everything there wants to kill you." It's like, no, not really. Like there's deadly animals, but you're not going to see them, man. Unless
There'd be more deaths by animals there,
Yeah. And Paul Maiden especially was like, I'm never going there. I'm scared to death of being eaten by a shark. And I'm like, mate, there's like one shark attack a year. Right. And there's like 25 million people that live in the country that are going in and out of the ocean every day. It's like one attack. He goes, I would be the one that would get attacked. It would be me that would be the attacked one.
He has a better chance of being attacked by a koala bear.
Yeah, pretty much. Absolutely, yeah. Well, even those things. I mean, it's like everything is scared of humans. Like snakes are not sneaking around plotting how to eat you. Like they're terrified.
They try to avoid you, really.
That's right.
Unless you fucking step on one or something.
That's right. Yeah, exactly.
Koalas, don't they all have syphilis or something weird?
Chlamydia, yeah.
Chlamydia, that's it.
Yeah. It's like 98% or something have chlamydia.
Dude, I would love to give one of them something.
Oh yeah.
Like, oh, you gave me chlamydia. Well, here's herpes. How do you like it?
Yes. Yeah.
Dirty bastards.
The funny thing.
The saddest thing though was the wildfires in Australia with the melting koalas. Oh my god, that's terrible.
You could see the glee in the news news presenters' fucking eyes when they saw that. Get the cameras, yes. We've got some horrific footage to show people.
Look, his fur's melting off him. I'm like,
yeah.
The fuck?
I hate the news, man. I don't watch it. Yeah.
Do they tell you the truth in Australia, or do they lie to you like they do here in America?
It's the same. It's the same fucking companies that own all
fucking
the
terrible, dude. Terrible.
Yeah. But
to me, the news should be fucking completely neutral.
Yeah, it would be nice. But you know, even then, you still got what stories do you run? I guess it's pretty hard to
Do you guys have people there? Do you guys have people there that fuck koalas and shit?
Probably. It's probably a whole thing. I don't know if you can. I'm not really sure.
Really? How big's the orifice?
I don't know. I have no idea.
I mean, do they bite? Do they get violent? Or
they are the leaves that they eat, the eucalyptus leaves, have the same sort of effect as if you smoke marijuana. And there's like
on them,
a lot of on them.
Oh,
yeah.
so they're all fucking mellow.
That's why they chill out. Like
easy.
They do nothing all day.
Koalas are easy to rape.
Yeah, they've got very sharp claws, but they're not vicious. I think there is probably footage of people getting attacked by them, but like they would have done something.
Dude, you know what I'm gonna do after this? I'm gonna be googling like koala
attack. Yeah, I think if they were attacking someone, it would be in defense of themselves, and they would have just tried to attack it and run off. They're not aggressive.
Or like a sloth, like what? How fast can they get away? You know,
it's sort of. I was going to say like a wombat, but you probably don't know how fast they are either.
Yeah, but I feel like I need to look all this up later.
Yeah, maybe like a badger, like a little badger. Yeah, but like I said, I mean, it's just funny.
Rod.
That
these conversations. I came here for arm wrestling talk, and you guys are talking about raping koalas.
Yeah, but the irrational fear of these deadly animals, and it's like, it's the top 10 deadliest spiders, top 10 deadliest snakes, but you're not encountering them. Like they're out there somewhere. I don't know where they are, but
in the state I live in, there's a lot of brown recluse spiders, and like, you know, you get bit by one and it can fucking like eat your flesh away and all this crazy shit. But it's like you don't encounter that. Like, you know, they hide in boxes and shit, but they run away from you generally.
Yeah.
Most of the bites are accidental, where you fucking like didn't see one and you fucking rolled over on it. Or
exactly. Yeah, that's right. That's pretty much it. But it was funny. I had maybe 4 people say they wouldn't go to Australia because of the fear of the animals there.
More rape talk, I can relate.
Taryn Broad, he's one of the guys in the club here in Adelaide as well. Very, very good hook puller. He's probably number 10 rank in Australia, and he's in the under 80 kilo category.
Top 10 animals to rape. Go.
Jellyfish.
I mean,
use it like a flashlight.
But sheep have the closest vagina to human.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I mean, that's probably the most common animal.
I would like to know the guy that figured that out.
Right, it's got to be. I would think like a shepherd or someone that had to shave, like when they shave them to get the wool. And they're like, oh, would you look at that?
Hey, well, look who's here.
Let's check it out. You know?
But for him to say this one's the closest to a human female, how many animals did he line up and check with?
Right. Yeah, that's true. I mean, you'd have to really compare. Like, how do you know a cow's isn't? You know, like he'd have to go look at all of. He probably fingered a bunch of animals.
I hope so.
Like, oh, this one feels the closest.
Have you guys seen
this is the one. They're all line up for this one.
Yeah. The trick too, I heard, if you blindfold them and you bring them to like the edge of a cliff or water, and then you unblindfold them, they try to back up into you. You know, so it's like more pleasurable.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that would be the trick.
Chickens, I'm sure, are on the list, dude. A chicken.
Wow, chicken. Yeah, I don't know.
I heard of when you're about to, finish, you snap the neck and the whole body tightens up.
Oh, you've got all the tricks down.
I've heard.
You've heard, but you're an expert on all of them. And with the koala, what you got to do?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to reach out to some Australians and find out what the method is for the koalas. You know?
Yeah, that's it,
Poor
man.
little guy.
Well,
you got to cut their fingernails first.
Yeah, fucking oath. They're sharp claws. Same with kangaroos.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, I'm gonna head out, mate. I think we're getting ready for dinner over here at 6 p.m. Saturday.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, but the family's giving me the hurry the fuck up.
Stop talking about raping animals. Look.
Yeah. The stink eye.
Yeah.
All right. Lovely to be on.
Hey, thanks for coming on, man. Appreciate
that
it.
was good, man. No worries. All right. Have a good one.
See you later.
Good night.
See ya. Well, now, Captain, fuck that guy. And now
Yeah,
it's
fuck
just
that
me and you, buddy. We got to carry the show.
All right. I got a little bit longer.
What are we raping?
Rape
Whatever
each other.
happened to just raping a human? You know, now
know,
it's
right?
all about animals and fucking. You know what it is? I think the reason humans are being raped less is you don't know what fucking gender they claim to be.
Right. Probably.
You don't want to fucking rape someone and you find out it was a cat. You know what I mean?
Right.
And now you got to worry about these things, dude.
Yeah.
But
have you ever seen the BBC documentary Animal Passions?
No.
You should check it out. It's on YouTube. It's
I'll check it out.
Yeah, it's incredible, to be honest with you. Incredible.
There's a few arm wrestlers that fuck horses, aren't there?
That's what I've heard.
And they can suck their own dicks and stuff. Weird.
That's what I've heard, yeah.
If I could
can't
suck
do
my own
that.
dick, I'd probably never leave the house. I definitely wouldn't be on a podcast.
I can't even touch my toes, so I don't think.
Yeah, fucking. I could remove all my ribs and still not suck my dick. So,
yeah.
Whatever. That's neither here nor there.
So, how's the show been going?
Pocket pussy molded from various animals. Nice. That's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Like you got the sheep, you got the fucking koala. Like you just line them up. Like, what am I in the mood for tonight? Podcast went pretty well, dude. We had some good topics.
Paul Lynn was on earlier. I saw that.
Paul Lynn jumped on. That was surprising. Pretty cool though.
Yeah.
We talked about the East versus West issue. We talked about, I didn't let any fucking assholes on tonight.
Yeah, did they try?
Oh yeah, sure did. I was like, nope. Denied.
They give you any shit for it?
I'm sure they will.
Yeah.
Well, Cochran was being a douchebag, fucking like, oh, I offered you $1,000 match to pull Harley, and I'm like, yeah. And then you guys upped it to 2,000 and so forth. But I told you could make it 10,000, and I'm still not going to fucking pull Eric Harlan.
Yeah,
just not interested in it.
Especially with that, I don't know, that super gay shit he pulled.
Well, the thing is you're not going to force me to fucking take a super match. So these guys trying to like, oh, you got to do it for the money. I'm like, it's not about the money for me, dude. I just don't like the guy. He disrespected our show. He's a douchebag. I just don't want to give him any limelight.
Right. Yeah.
Nanya, I mean, being a douchebag to Dave Shell after Dave Shell let you borrow all that fucking money to even have the match in the first place, and now you're getting attention, and you should fucking be grateful to Dave Shell that you got that attention, because you never would have even been able to pull the goddamn match. We should have just let Paul cancel it and say, fuck you, Nanya, because you didn't have the fucking money. But, Dave was trying to save the fucking tournament because that was a match that everybody was like looking forward to see and would play out. But whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah. You guys were talking about thumbs earlier.
Thumbs?
Yeah, remember when you guys were talking about the grabbing each other's thumbs and grabbing John Brzezinski's thumb? Do you
Yeah.
remember when you grabbed my thumb and you felt how soft my hands were?
Oh yeah, it felt like you used like a really high end like moisturizer.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. Like I felt like I was just slipping off your thumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do remember that. Do you do that intentionally, or you just like soft hands?
I've always had soft hands,
Yeah.
Keep it going,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people, they're young, but their hands look a lot older than they are.
Right. Yeah.
Not cool.
My hands look younger than me, for real.
My hands definitely. Well, no, my hands have always looked older than me. But I'm very like hands-on with things,
Yeah. Handsy guy.
Yeah. Always working with wood or cutting things but I do masturbate and then I rub the semen into my hands.
Right.
I would think that would have smoothed things over, but it doesn't really.
I miss the days when you could, when you were like a teen or something, you'd beat off in bed and you just get it all over you and you just go to bed.
Eat it.
Yeah.
Or it would be all over your stomach and then your belly button's full of it and you're just like,
yeah.
What?
You just roll over, you feel it drip.
Yeah.
And now it's like, you beat off on the toilet. You let it drip out, and then you pull your pants up, and then a little bit drips out in your pants. You get all itchy. You got to take a shower.
Yeah, and you're like, "Fucking A! How did my life get to this?"
It got so tangy. I don't know when that happened.
Dude, I went through a phase where I would jerk off into a condom. That way, I could just throw it, and fucking chuck it in the garbage. Not have to worry, no cleanup.
Yeah, I just throw out the socks completely.
I had a sock phase.
Yeah.
I was like, fuck, dude, I don't want to accidentally put this crusty sock on. So I would do the same thing. I just chuck it. My mom would be like, where the fuck, what do you do with your fucking socks?
I feel like these are important conversations to have because I feel like there are a lot of issues with male masturbation,
Yeah.
Like I always see people do this.
Taboo to talk about it. Yeah, like,
so what is this? Why not just use 2 fingers right near the tip? It's all you got to do, quicker.
Change it up, dude. Do you fuck moose in Canada? Dude, you'd need like a fucking 4-foot ladder to get up to the butthole. And those things are dangerous as fuck, dude. Like a 1,500-pound moose coming at you. But I would imagine you could if you have to tie one to a tree or something.
What's up with Captain Obvious's little picture there? His little profile pic, is that new?
Oh, dude, is he trying to bite on you?
What's going on there?
Captain.
We got 2 Captain
Is that a luchador? Is that a luchador mask?
I'll change my name to Commander Pretentious.
Commander Pretentious. That would be
sounds good. Yeah.
Came out
Commander
with that.
P.
I still think a bunch of us should start a non-arm wrestling podcast, kind of like the 98 podcast.
Yeah.
And just fucking say ridiculous things all night long.
Yeah. Well, we need Jody Williams to bring it back.
Yeah.
Seriously, folks.
I literally had to like lift my arm to put it up.
What happened?
I tore my rotator cuff.
Jesus.
Not arm wrestling, unfortunately. I don't even have a cool story, dude. I've been telling people that I fucking was on the bridge that got hit by the boat and I had to swim and bring people to shore to save lives. But I fell at work. I stepped off a ledge and went to protect myself from the fall with my arm and fucked up my shoulder.
Which one? Which shoulder?
Right.
Damn.
My fucking money arm, dude. And I was just coming off a goddamn shoulder injury. So it probably wasn't fully healed, to be honest.
Right.
I still had a weird twinge in it.
Yeah.
It was a lot better. Now it's right back to being fucking terrible.
That sucks.
Yeah. So, there goes my arm wrestling career again.
Are you retired now? Is that it?
Well, probably won't do anything till it feels better,
Is this you trying to get out of the Cam match?
Cam messaged me and was like, when are we doing our match? I'm like, well, now Not for a while.
I mean, that'll be fireworks, you know.
Oh, dude, look. I'm in if you're going to do a dumb shit podcast.
Nice.
We absolutely might. I want to do one like not because, dude, think of, if we had a non-arm wrestling one, we'd probably have way more followers.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the masses of people that follow podcasts, with the ridiculous things we talk about, we'd probably get more people on. And then we could use, if you monetize it and you start bringing money in, but then we could use that money for the good of arm wrestling.
Yeah.
So it'd be like productive in a way.
It's like that salad dressing.
Dude, you know how fucking
Paul Newman.
Exactly. But do you know how many people would fucking subscribe just hearing us talk about fucking a koala bear?
I would subscribe.
Me too. That's what I'm saying. Like the world needs to hear things like this so that they know what's out there and what to avoid. Look, they mentioned Stephanie Spencer, and there she is.
Wow. They got a big problem with koala poachers over there because they take the spinal fluid and it's the active ingredient in Vagisil.
That makes sense, dude.
Yeah.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
You just made that up.
It's like horseshoes or the glue thing with horses.
Dude, now I got to look this up.
Don't look it up.
Did you make it up?
Yeah, I made that up. Sorry.
God damn it. I ruined your joke. You got to warn me of these things, dude. I was ready to look it up. Like, oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Like, maybe I'll just masturbate with Vagisil. It's the closest I'll come to fucking a koala.
Is Stephanie Spencer going to drive on here?
Oh, Stephanie.
Come on, Stephanie. Let's see you
Come
driving.
on, Stephanie. Get on here and talk about fucking koala bears with us. So, did you have a falling out with Eric Harlan and Nanya, or what's going on?
I don't. It's weird because I never had a direct falling out with Nanya. We had our little argument.
Yeah.
But then the next day he messaged me and said he was method acting. But then ever since then I've been the enemy. So I don't know. But Eric for sure, yeah. I got on him about the whole Paul thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's just like what you've been complaining for like 3 or 4 months that they've been calling your work and calling people in your life and blah blah blah, and like you're doxing the man. Yeah. I can't feel bad for you at all,
Right.
And he just blocked me because he didn't like the criticism.
He blocked you?
Yeah. Oh, look at this. You see that? I'm bulking up and preparing for the Captain Challenge. Wow.
Whoa, dude.
Wow.
Look at it. Look at that mask.
That's a good one.
It's creepy as fuck, dude. I would hide the eyes and nose and pretend it's a glory hole. Yeah. Peep show, bedtime story.
That's very cryptic.
Oh, there she is, dude. Stephanie Spencer in the flesh. Hey.
Hello.
You fucking koala bear?
I do not like the bestiality stories. But I was listening to your stories about masturbation and I thought, man, I worked in the peep show for so many years and I saw every different style there was.
Of masturbating?
Yeah, because you can see them. They're on the other side of the glass.
What was most common?
Yeah, what was the common one?
I think the common one was like the guys that were just standing there. Because you could sit down or stand. Like you could do whatever you want in their little tiny room. But they would just stand there and just go to town. Just go really fast.
Full hand or 2 fingers?
Full hand.
Yeah, it's so inefficient.
Yeah, I don't know.
Hand cramp city right there.
Like, oh my God, this guy's cupping his balls with his other hand.
Well, I did see one guy try to shove a banana up his butt.
A banana?
He peeled it too. He was so weird.
He's boofing that potassium.
He was like an ugly old man, and he was wearing a dress. Yeah, it was bad. He
He's wearing a
actually put it
dress?
on. Yeah, under his clothes. He took his clothes off, and there was this dress and like some.
And he came in with he brought a lunch and had a banana.
He
loose down there.
He tried to stick the banana up his butt. Then somebody else had like a baby Ruth. I don't remember if it was him.
A baby Ruth.
Yes, they tried to.
Stick up her ass, dude.
Yes.
Dude, my brother wants to start a company where females come to your facility and they poop, and then you make a dildo the shape of their poop. So it's like custom to their butt hole.
I thought the poop stuff was gross. I remember there was this one guy, and whenever he would come in, whichever girl had to poop was going to make like $100. So he'd give you a cup to poop in it and then just pay for your poop. And then he would go into your booth and get a show. And instead of him jacking off, like when you put the money in and put the tip and the screen comes up, he would just eat your poop.
Wow.
He ate it?
He's a shit eater.
Was he able to guess what you ate last?
They never told me that. They didn't tell me that. I didn't ask that.
Hey,
oh, and then there was this other guy. I want to tell you what. There was this other guy who was a regular, and we called him Fart Boy. He just wanted you to fart. And he came to the Peep Show for years. And
what if you don't have to?
I know. So, like, I don't know how we ever ended up in the club, because I think a lot of the guys in the Peep Show would not actually go to the club and watch a stage show and get a lap dance. But he did come into the club, and he got a VIP dance with me. And after all those years of him coming in, he sat down with me and told me the story of why he liked that. And he said that when he was young, his older sister and the girlfriends would take him in the room, and they would make him smell their farts or their armpit or their feet. And then their reward for doing that was to let him do stuff with them.
That's mean.
And that's where we got his fetish, and we called him Fart Boy.
So his sister would fart in his face and then be like, okay, you can finger me.
Her friends. It was her friends.
They would hold him down and fart on him and then be like, you can finger me now.
Yeah, whatever. That's what he told me.
That's weird as fuck, dude.
Do you know his name?
No, we called him Fart Boy.
We need to get him on here.
Give us his phone number.
Oh my God, that was like 30 years ago.
Can we track this motherfucker down, dude?
That would be so cool.
Do you think he died in like some sort of methane accident?
Who knows? I wouldn't even know what he looked like.
Fart Boy.
That's Fart Boy. Come on.
I know, and I don't know any of the girls who used to work there, and they got rid of the girls in California. They changed the law, because when you worked at the Peep Show, you got paid. Like, you got an hourly plus per show. Like you had this key thing that would know how many shows you got. So you got half the money for your show, plus your tips, and plus an hourly. But then they changed it. So whatever law they changed to make the girls not be private contractors, and so they just got rid of all the girls at the Peep Shows.
Oh wow!
Because they were too cheap to pay them. Yeah, and that was like the easiest. That was such an easy job, because all you do is sit there and
did
wait
you
for
fart?
them to come.
Did you fart on Fart Boy?
No.
Do you fart on anyone's food from DoorDash?
No.
I mean, you don't have to admit it.
You okay.
You want to.
I think that I like to be a professional when there's so many other people who are not professional. Like, I use my hot cold bag, I put the food in it, and I'm nice to all the customers, even if they're jerks.
Nice.
And I try to be there on time, and I try not to waste anybody's time by calling them. If I'm lost, I'm just going to figure out how to get there,
I could not do your job, dude. The first person that complained, I'd punt their whole bag of food.
So I have a fun story. I'm not kidding you. I have a fun story from tonight. I took an order, and it was a low-paying order, but I don't know why I didn't care. Let me just take this order, right? And there's this place. It's called Vacation Road, and it's got a lot of different little hotel cottages by the beach.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I go there, it's always some old people, and the GPS doesn't work when you get in there. Not only does the GPS not work, but I'm here. So the GPS isn't working, and my phone has no signal, so I can't even call them. And it doesn't take you anywhere. It takes you to the ballroom. So you have to figure out where they are. And usually I have to go find some guy who's on one of those little golf cart things who works there, and follow him to the address. So it's like super frustrating. And I wish I could block it. But tonight, I was like, oh, Vacation Road, this is going to suck. And it was so crazy because it took me straight to the cottage. And I got out and I had the order. And Ryan, you're not even looking.
I'm listening.
And I got out of the car and I pulled up right in front. And before I could even stand up, the door flew open. And there's these 4 young guys. And they go, Stephanie. And I was like, what? And they were like cute. It was like, reminded me of Brecken, like young guy with a shirt off. And real, like if I was 20 years younger.
Oh, he's the one.
Oh, let's have an adventure.
He's the one that got away, huh?
No, just I'm talking about a young, like with a nicer body. Like anyway, so they told me that each of them ordered something from DoorDash, and they were having a contest to see whose driver got there first. So that was my story for tonight. Some young guys who are excited to see me. I was the fastest DoorDasher, and I brought their Denny's to them.
Damn.
And I did it, and it was random because how come my phone worked the whole way? I didn't get lost, and it took me to their door. It was super weird, but. Okay, that is not the best story of the night. My very last order, I went to Walgreens and somebody ordered a box of Band-Aids, and it was a super far order. And I go in the store and there's some cute young girls with this guy, and I smell, I'm not kidding you, rotten pussy with cheap perfume covering it up. And I have such a sensitive nose. I'm like trying to walk as fast as I can. And that smell got by me again. I was like, oh, I'm going to take a little sneaky photo of these girls. And it was just from behind. But then I got outside, and there she was, right by the front door at Walgreens with her girlfriend peeing on the sidewalk. And her friend is holding a jacket up, but you can see her clearly just squatting down, peeing on the ground. That was how I ended my night with the last thing.
Did you yell everything out? Like, hey.
Heck no, I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I'm checked my glass like, what? Denny's is up the street if you have to pee that bad.
That's gross.
So bad. But earlier there was a homeless man right outside the door, and he had a torch, and he was like lighting his blanket on fire, and I could smell it burning. But nobody cared to kick him out. So he's just like pushing his torch all over on his blanket. Like, I guess that's what tweakers do. Does he think he's heating himself up, staying warm, just being a tweaker?
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. What happened to everybody?
You lost them at Tweaker.
Darn it.
No.
I think a normal podcast would be pretty fun.
Don't you think? Like, just don't even talk arm wrestling. We just fucking get crazy.
But it has to be a long one that nobody is going to watch the whole thing of. Because I guess I feel like if it was short ones, or if people even clipped some of the things I say on here, I wouldn't want to come on. It's more fun to come on and feel like you're anonymous.
Yeah, I agree with that, dude. I mean, fuck, any one of us, someone showed some of the conversations we've had to like our work or something, we'd be screwed. Uh-oh.
Well, I think a lot of people don't even. Everybody's just so worried about what everybody else thinks. Like, you can't say retarded or faggot, or like, think of all the things you can't say.
Like the things you're saying now.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's true. Like when I was younger, like if you called someone a faggot, you didn't mean like this guy is gay.
Yeah, it's like an insult.
That. Or if you said, "Oh, dude, you're retarded," it didn't mean like you're mentally retarded and
I know.
You know, you're disabled or something. It just meant you're being a fucking retard. Like,
Yeah.
you know, like it's different now. You can't say that shit, or the millennials will have a fit. The Karens will come out.
Yeah. Not
Sad.
make it not fun.
It's sad, dude. Everyone's so sensitive now.
Yeah. That's too bad. Like my youngest daughter, she's 12, and she's like telling me how some of the girls in the clique don't want to be as close with her as they were before. Like, we still want to be friends, but let's not make the clique. Like, I was like, you know what?
That's weird.
What do you think I would say if somebody said that they didn't want to hang out with me or be friends with me? I'd be like, you
See ya.
can kiss my big fat ass. That's what I'd say.
Fuck
And
yeah, dude.
because why would I worry about that?
Look, dude. Perfect. Need someone, dude. We should start like a fucking non-arm wrestling one, because I think we'd probably get more followers from just normal people that don't arm wrestle. The arm wrestling ones are kind of specific, you know, mostly just arm wrestlers or fans of arm wrestling. But if we did a crazy batshit one that was just all, you know, say whatever we want, we'd probably get a shitload of followers.
What do you guys got to like pick a theme and a subject, right?
Well, no, I mean, there's some podcasts that have a different topic every night.
I know, that's what I mean. So you pick one and then just go from there.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll let you know if we do one. But that would be fun to just have different guests on. But you know, we know that some of them are arm wrestlers, but like, I mean, I know we could definitely get some interesting characters. We could get like ex-strippers, trying to make them cry.
Oh my God! No, why don't you get the guys from the dad group? Where
We
are
could
they
get the
at?
guys from the dad group on. And,
where are they at?
and
How
we
come you
just
haven't had them on?
Kotlau was inviting them in, but we could like all pretend that it is a dad group. And dude, that would be awesome. Do it live, and we do our backgrounds like, you know, best dad, number one dad, all this stuff. And then we have them on, and we just troll the fuck out of them all night.
Why don't we get some of the Mormons on? Let's with
Good.
John. I think we should get the Mormons with John Dabo. I'll just sit in the background and watch him debate with.
He won't. I don't think
the missionaries, those young boys.
I don't think he would come on a podcast if I'm on. We could trick him and not tell him.
I know.
I'll just say like a different name, and then I'll be like, "Hey, I heard you're a level 3 pedophile."
And then he'll have a meltdown.
Yeah, which would be funny though.
Don't have any of the pedophiles on though.
Like
they
who?
probably have their own group. I don't know. Like if we, like you're saying, like the dad group, I bet you the pedophiles have their own group.
Dude, what if we get a pedophile on? We're like, what do you find so attractive about children?
Oh, then
Because
people
when I
are
look
gonna
at a
start
child,
throwing
the last thing I think about when I look at a child is anything sexual. So why do you look at a child and think, oh,
let's
like pick their brains, dude?
They'd like that though. Don't give them any more attention.
Yeah, you're probably
They
right.
would be more funny to hear the stories of what happens to them in jail.
Yeah. Like, hey, dude, hey, pedophile, have you ever been arrested? Did they fucking wring out your asshole from being a pedophile? Like, what'd they do to you? We need to know.
What happened to the guy from Australia? Did you scare him away with the talks about the koalas?
No, he had to go. It was like dinner time there.
He seems like a fun guy.
Matt, yeah, he's a good dude.
But he doesn't get to come. Like I realize that he's so far away that he probably doesn't get to go to very many events.
No. Well, he just went to Arm Gods, you know, in Ireland.
I would like to go there. That sounds fun.
Yeah. Why don't you try to get a match with those guys?
Well, I've been postponing getting my passport because I was hoping that I could probably lose weight so my picture wouldn't be so horrible.
That's the dumbest reason.
I know, because I probably already should have got my passport so I could go to that tournament down in Mexico. Because once you get your passport, it's good for like 10 years.
Yeah.
But I'm really, really procrastinating losing weight because it's not easy or fun. And as soon as I start losing weight, then all my numbers will go down for, my squat, bench, and deadlift.
Well,
how
much does that mean to you?
That's why.
Like, maybe it's time to cut weight and then focus on arm wrestling more.
I know. I probably have to. I have to get foot surgery sometime in probably the next year. And then I'll be stuck not doing anything for like 3 months. And nobody, yeah. It's like a reset of everything.
Huxley said, stay big and strong.
Huh?
Here, I'll post it. And you could stay big and strong.
Yeah. Eat all the meat and potatoes. And dessert.
Paul said, what's up with Chance Engen banning athletes? I don't know, dude. Apparently they're saying that that's WAF's rules. That if you compete in an IFA event, you can never pull at a WAF or East versus West. But Sean Hancock said that, like, Chance and those guys were messaging all kinds of people that were planning to go to IFA and saying, hey, just letting you know that if you go compete there, you can't compete for East versus West. And a bunch of guys were like, oh, I didn't know that. Well, fuck that. I'm not going. So it caused like a whole thing, like what, where Sean's like, why would you say that to people? And, whatever. So, but, since Engen, well, let me see. Since Engen likes to act like Hitler.
Oh my God.
When it comes to arm wrestling. And he's a bit of a dictator. Some people don't like that.
I think that's an old conversation.
And it's a conversation that's been going on forever because WAF has always been like that. They fucking ban people, which is fucking stupid to me. Like, if people want to pull somewhere else, who gives a fuck? They're actually spreading the word of your league because they're going to go there and tell you, like, oh yeah, I pull for WAF and they're great. Instead, you're banning them from fucking, then of course they're going to run around and be like, yeah, I can't pull anywhere else because they're looking at our assholes. So yeah, I don't know.
Well,
I don't like his bushy ass eyebrows, to be honest, or his excessive forearm hair is on the creepy side.
I'm in the car and the neighbors just turn their car lights on. They're so kind of gross. I remember one time I pulled up and my passenger had the window down and this guy was making out with this girl so loud you could hear their lips smacking. And I was like, let me get out of here faster.
Dude, I'm getting all these messages about people liking the idea of doing the dumb shit fucking podcast where we just talk shit. No arm wrestling talk, just all craziness.
So it's kind of like everybody getting to know each other.
No contracts now. They all about contracts and banning people because they pull from the competitive. Yeah, I agree there. That is true, Paul. This shit's crazy, dude. I can't type right now, dude. It's hard to type with my shoulder.
Are you gonna get money for that?
On to the thing.
You should get money for that.
I mean, if I sued that place, if I fucking didn't have a step, I probably could. They had like no sign saying like, "Hey, you know, watch your step" or anything like that. And you open this fucking door, and it's just a drop off, like 2.5
Well,
feet.
why don't you sue
Like,
them?
I don't know, because I don't sue people. I don't know.
Well, I fell down the stairs, one stair actually, at my apartments, and I sued him, and I got $25,000.
No
I didn't
way.
even have to do anything. I got this attorney. He told me to go get the surgery. I got the surgery. I went to his office. I had a meeting with him. He called. He negotiated, and then I got the cash. So easy. Too bad you're not in California, because I'd give you my lawyer. I think that
you know,
the soup,
it
the
happened
price they
at work,
got.
and I wouldn't like. They might drop my work as a fucking, you know.
Well, the attorney could figure that part out for you.
Yeah, I guess.
But
I'm just
all
like, yeah, is it worth it? You know, I don't fucking care about that.
well,
shit.
it might not be worth it for the next person who falls. Then they would fix it.
Maybe I'll tell them to just put up some fucking signs or something.
Do you think you're gonna have to get surgery?
I don't know.
I honestly would have rather had my knee than to have to get knee surgery. It was not worth it, and it was an accident, and it sucked that it happened.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I tore my shoulder, it healed on its own, and it probably got back to like 90%.
Yeah.
But this one feels worse, so I don't know. But it always does in the first few days. So I'm going to give it a week, see how it feels. Go get an MRI, because they said I should probably let the swelling go down before so they can see everything. So
Do they have an MRI machine big enough for you to squeeze into? You're not listening. Because when I got one
in a regular one, dude, I was fine.
well, they put me in this one for my shoulder, and I had to squish my other shoulder up. Like I had one shoulder all squished up, and this one out in like this plastic thing so it could be open. It was not fun. I was really squeezed in there.
Yeah. I went in one a couple times, and they were, I mean, I didn't feel squished in or anything, so they were like,
I felt claustrophobic. I didn't even know I was claustrophobic till they put me in it.
well, that they say a lot of people fucking feel claustrophobic in those.
Oh, I can't believe I made it. I was holding the panic thing the whole time.
MRIs are built for narrow skeletons.
Yeah, no, I'm not kidding. Like when they first started putting me in there, I was like, I can't do it. So I came back, and then they gave me a Valium or something like it.
Shells.
Yeah, that would be nice. I heard they hurt though, the stem cells.
They hurt?
Yeah, to inject them in.
I don't think I've never heard that.
Are you gonna try them?
Yeah, it can't be any worse than fucking injecting fucking steroids.
That doesn't hurt.
I know, that's what I'm saying. I don't think stem cells hurt. What hurts is if you get them from your own body, like bone marrow, where they have to go into your bone.
That's scary.
That's probably the part
I
that
don't want
hurts.
to try
If you
that.
get them from a fucking fetal, I don't know, but well, Paul Italia can tell you he got stem cells, and he says it didn't hurt. So, you know what it is you're getting them injected in the wrong places. You don't need stem cells in your labia. That shit is really, really torn up. And maybe Maybe imagine, dude, you take stem cells and your vagina lips that you had removed grow back. You're like, what the fuck, dude? I paid to have those removed. And then you have to remove them again.
Oh my god. Who should I give them to for dinner next?
Oh, dude.
We could totally auction them.
It's got to be someone you don't like.
I know. Harlan.
Harlan would be a good one.
He would probably like them. So
he'd be more apt to eat it if it was a male butthole, though. I think.
Oh, it's so gross.
You know what I mean? Like that he would eat.
Well, I'm home. I gotta go in and go to the bathroom.
Ew.
I've been holding my pee so I could talk to you longer.
Oh my god! Just
unlike that girl who peed in the parking lot. I couldn't
pee on the side of your car, but leave the audio on so that everyone can hear.
Oh my god, no!
Everyone can hear your pee stream. That dude is a fruitcake. Who? Eric Harlan? Yeah, dude. He's absolutely. That dude is a big time fruitcake. He's been raped by all kinds of people.
Gross. Why? But you can't make fun of him for being special. He probably just never had a chance. Like, I mean, how could he have?
Dude,
he's not very smart.
His dad said Harlan's exceed at everything.
And well,
or excel at everything. So just they excel at everything, just not normal life.
Sad.
Can't wait to see Lou and that kid in my wrestling world. He started some shit he isn't built for. Harlan did, dude? What did I miss? Harlan, dude, I would love to destroy Harlan anyway. Harlan and Cochran and these fucking guys trying to fucking call me a bitch because I don't want to pull Harlan. Fuck those guys, dude. I don't like the guy. Guys like that don't deserve a fucking opportunity. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, no, I'm not pulling him.
Yeah, he's pretty weird.
He's a loser, dude. You know? Harlan's dad is a meth head, and his mom abandoned them, laughing my ass off. I mean, that's a fact right there, dude. I'm pretty sure that's a fact.
Well, I know, but you don't have to. It's not his fault that he came from a bad spot. He probably doesn't. He probably can't figure out how to change his life. I'm not saying that to stand up for him, but it's like you're not supposed to make fun of the person who's retarded.
It's weird.
I mean, that is kind
all
of
the weirdos flock together. So you got fucking Harlan, Cochran, Nanya, fucking all these fucking weirdos like flock together and think they're gonna take over the arm wrestling world or something. Can we give Harlan stem cells and later tell him they were donated from an umbilical cord of a certain minority group?
Oh my god!
to cure his racism? Bro, that is fucking genius right there. He would fucking have a heart attack, dude. You know where we got those stem cells, don't you? We're going to tell everybody at your Ku Klux Klan meeting. Dude, he wanted to go pull at AWU 5 in a Klan fucking outfit. And I'm like, bro, you do that. That's it. That's a wrap, dude. People will probably fucking beat the fuck out of that guy. And then AWU would be boycotted. Like, these guys are crossing the line with that dumb shit, you know?
Does he have the outfit? Tell him we want to see him put it on.
Yeah, he's like, he doesn't need to go buy one. That motherfucker probably already has one. You know, he probably role plays as a clan member.
They do still exist, though, right?
Looking these weird.
They do. They do exist still, right? They're somewhere. There's still a group of these people.
He told Paul he was gonna fucking show up in a KKK outfit. He probably is dumb enough to do something like that, though. You know what I mean? Like he's that guy that's that dumb that he'd be like, "Oh, they're gonna embrace me if I fucking do this. I'm gonna be the man, dude. Like the guy that showed up within the clan hood. Like, good luck, Harlan." When someone's that dumb, dude, you don't get in their way. Like you just let them fucking fuck up. You know, like, have fun with that. Fucking guy.
You didn't get him fired from his McDonald's job.
I mean, I'm sure we could if we really pressed it, you know. Which is something we may have to do if he doesn't shut the fuck up.
How does he even live on that? How can you work at McDonald's and live?
He has he's an old gay couple he lives with. So they probably just pay his rent and he just has to now and then get into an old fucking threesome. He's just like a throuple, you know?
Oh, darn.
Well, Stephanie, you should call his work and you know you're in the food service industry and say something to get him in trouble.
No. Leave him alone.
He said the N-word to my burger and then handed it to me. He definitely sucks off his roommates, dude. That's how he fucking pays his rent. He's in a fucking old man sandwich. Imagine just.
Well, don't you think that he would have already admitted it to us when he was drunk?
He already did.
That he did stuff with his roommates?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he did. And his fucking ex-lover and stuff. And he said, you know, he was in a relationship with the guy, but it wasn't about sex. And then for the guy's birthday, he had sex with him. Like, dude. You don't just have sex with a guy for his birthday because he helped you out. You know, like if someone helps you out, your first thought isn't, I'm gonna have sex with this guy on his birthday. Unless you're queer as fuck.
Yeah.
I don't even have anything against gays, but he's just a weird queer gay guy that's like fucking over the top. Weird.
Yeah. Over the top.
I agree with Paul. We should bring his ex on here, dude, and be like, tell us the story. Was he stalking you? Did you have a restraining order? Why did your mother's lesbian lover shoot him? These are the things we need to know. I want to get the lesbian that shot him on here.
How come we haven't found her yet?
She comes on and we're all like, ma'am, you are a fucking hero. Thank you for shooting Eric Harlan.
Well, did you find out what her name is?
No.
Is it a sealed case?
No, I mean, I would assume it's probably can be found.
Well, just go get her on then.
You know what? We did get her name because her name was in the article about the home invasion. So we could look up her name and try to get her on.
And we should have her on, and she could be like the opening interviewee, person to interview for the weird podcast. What's the name of it's gonna be?
Dildo knife.
Oh my
God. I don't know. We didn't come up with a name yet. But yeah, I don't know, dude, what's going on with AWU guys. You know, 1 minute they're friendly with us, the next they're not. They fucking were friends with Paul, now they're not. it like bounces back and forth. I'm like, what? These guys have no loyalty or anything. They just like to see everything burn like a dumpster fire all the time. Weird.
I think they liked me more when I was hanging out with John Davo.
Maybe.
But maybe I'm an interesting character in arm wrestling, but not necessarily interesting to watch on the table. But I really don't know. It's hard to tell what people are actually following the women's arm wrestling. It's just so male dominated. Like there's like, you know what I'm saying too.
Yeah, I get it.
And I feel like I did have a lot of people would follow. Well, me and John did go travel and go to a lot of places and have some fun. And so people were following.
Yeah.
But then I went out and did my own thing too.
Well, yeah.
But I feel like if I traveled as much as Dave Shell travels, I would be having more fun all the time. Because he doesn't have to work and he can just go to all the practices.
Yeah. Are you gonna pee your pants?
Probably.
Oh no.
Just kidding. I know.
Dude, we've been on here.
I know.
Almost
as soon as I get up, I'm gonna have to run to the bathroom.
It's 4:30 in the morning, dude. My daughter's gonna be up in an hour going, Daddy.
All right. Bye.
Yeah, I'll catch you later.
Okay, bye.
Oh, dude, she definitely could absorb it. Think she has a giant urethra? It just gushes out of it like fucking like a fire hydrant when someone opens up a fire hydrant. Anyway, we should probably fucking call it a night. That was a hell of a night there. Covered a lot of controversial situations. I'm going to end this live stream now and say, fuck that guy to Stephanie. Oh, hold on. We got someone. Turkey Baster. Sweet. Hi there, Turkey Baster. Another Turkey Baster. Playing video games. Get him. Well, I don't know who Turkey Baster is, but thanks for coming on, buddy. Beautiful. Some superb gaming right there. What time is it here? It's 4:30 in the morning. So I'm gonna get out of here. Probably a dad. It's probably Harlan's dad, dude. That's what he does. He's a gamer. He's like, my son, the racist, and I'm the gamer of the family, and we excel at everything that we do, except life. Well, I'm gonna end this stream, dude, and I'm gonna look up how how to fuck koala bears. I did make it tonight, dude. Boom. All night. Didn't fall asleep. Didn't abandon all of you and just go and log off. The last man standing. Keep your eye on your hand at all times. All right. Well, you guys, everybody masturbate and get stronger. And Paul probably doesn't even know, dude. I tore my rotator cuff again. Sucks, man. Anyway, I will catch you guys later. End stream.